Mystic Fist. Chapter 1705. Beat Down. Chapter 1705. Beat Down. Underneath the protection of the Primordius Bell, the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others' attacks weren't able to harm Lin Ming at all. With this, Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and hurtled towards them instead. Seeing Lin Ming threateningly rush towards them, as well as the Black Dragon Phantom that was roiling with demonic energy, the Divine Void Crown Prince's complexion changed. Everyone scatter. The Divine Void Crown Prince was a decisive person. He had been waiting for the two tigers of Lin Ming and the Black Dragon Phantom to struggle with each other and then benefit from the fallout. Yet now not only had Lin Ming and the Black Dragon Phantom not fought, but they instead formed a temporary alliance. Whether it was Lin Ming or the Black Dragon Phantom, the Divine Void Crown Prince felt nothing but fear in his heart. When facing these two at the same time, there was no road left but escape. You want to run? Ha ha ha, it's too late. You have already been caged within my myriad demon domain. It is no longer possible for you to run away. The Black Dragon Phantom wildly cackled, letting the black energy within its body gush out without reserve to cover the Divine Void Crown Prince. The demonic force field created by this black energy was able to form a separate world. In terms of caging in others, this myriad demon force field was far superior to Lin Ming's Grand Mispace. If Lin Ming tried to use the Grand Mispace to surround and bind down the Divine Void Crown Prince and the three others, it would actually be impossible to do so. This wasn't because the Grand Mispace wasn't as exquisite as the myriad demon domain, but because the Black Dragon Phantom had used hundreds of millions and even billions of years to kill outstanding elites and accumulate demonic energy. Only like this was it able to form such a powerful force field. The Black Dragon Phantom wasn't too strong by itself, but when it used the demonic energy it saved up, whether it was offensively, defensively, or caging in others, it was nearly invincible. If it weren't for the major flaws within the myriad demon karmic wheel that it cultivated, Lin Ming absolutely would not be its match. Damn it, break for me! Big Flame crazily roared. He grasped a blood-red saber and slashed out at the myriad demon domain's enchantment. The myriad demon domain violently shook, but the demonic energy was simply far too dense and potent. No matter what Big Flame tried to do, he was unable to pierce through it. Big Flame was left breathless with rage. Divine Void Crown Prince, what a splendid deed you have done. Didn't you say that if we didn't attack the Black Dragon Phantom, then it wouldn't try to kill us? Before Big Flame arrived, Juku had tried to take the Black Dragon Spear, but the result was that he was instantly eaten up by the Black Dragon Phantom. At the time, the Black Dragon Phantom had discovered the Divine Void Crown Prince and Duke Fullmoon, but didn't attack them on its own initiative. Thus, the Divine Void Crown Prince had speculated that the Azura Road Master had set down some rules stating that the Spear Guardian couldn't attack others on its own, but had to wait for others to attack it first. But these were only his speculations. He couldn't guarantee this was true. If he wanted to kill Lin Ming and obtain his secrets, then he would have to take certain risks. Now, it seemed that his gamble had been wrong. This Black Dragon Phantom wasn't a spear spirit at all, but a demon. In other words, there were no rules limiting it. The Black Dragon Phantom howled out in laughter. You think that just because you don't attack me I can't kill you? Ha ha, how naive. The reason I didn't attack you before was because you were too far away. The demonic energy I've gathered lingers around the Black Dragon Spear, unable to reach out to you fast enough. Thus, I didn't eat you up. Mystic Fist, but now you've actually delivered yourself to my door on your own, so why would I allow you to leave? Hee hee. You all seem to be outstanding young elites. If I eat you, that will greatly help me. A greedy light shined in the Black Dragon Phantom's eyes, but it didn't directly attack the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others. Instead, it continued to strengthen its enchantment surrounding them. Brat, hurry up and attack. I've already surrounded them with everything I have. The rest will depend on you." The Black Dragon Phantom bellowed at Lin Ming. The Black Dragon Phantom couldn't cage in all these people and attack all on its own. Otherwise, there would be nothing for Lin Ming to do. Lin Ming raised his spear and rushed forwards. He didn't trust the Black Dragon Phantom's words. The Black Dragon Phantom surely had some hidden methods and strength left over, either to protect itself or to ambush Lin Ming. Even so, Lin Ming had to fight. He was the one who proposed the deal. In a way, killing the Divine Void Crown Prince and the three others was far more advantageous to Lin Ming. Moreover, he needed to completely kill off all four of them without leaving a single witness alive. Grasping the Phoenix Blood Spear, the crimson curse seals on Lin Ming's face deepened. On his back, more and more scales appeared. Facing these four people, he used the power of the Azura blood. "You little beast, do you really think you can face off against the four of us together? Good. Then we'll kill you first and deal with that Black Dragon Phantom afterwards." Seeing Lin Ming hurtle towards them on the wind, Big Flame's complexion was ferocious. He knew that the current situation was as bad as it could be, but he still had to summon every ounce of fighting spirit he could and desperately risk everything in fighting Lin Ming. Moreover, he didn't believe that a half-step holy lord like Lin Ming had such a freakish level of strength that he could kill all four of them together. But at this time, the Divine Void Crown Prince shouted out, "Don't waste your energy on him." "What?" Big Flame frowned. "Haven't you already suffered enough at the hands of this little beast? I can guarantee you 100% that if we continue dealing with this little beast, we will all die here." The Divine Void Crown Prince anxiously shouted. If Lin Ming and that Black Dragon Phantom joined forces, their combined strength was absolutely stronger than the four of them together. If they wanted to kill Lin Ming first and then deal with the Black Dragon Phantom, that was nothing more than the daydream of a moron. "Full Moon, you and Big Flame's follower keep Lin Ming busy for now. Me and Big Flame will try and break through this domain." The Divine Void Crown Prince forced himself to calm down. After running so many various contingencies through his mind, this countermeasure sounded the most reliable. Compared to killing off Lin Ming and the Black Dragon Phantom, breaking out of the domain and escaping was far easier. Duke Full Moon paused upon hearing this. To have him and someone else face Lin Ming. Duke Full Moon originally thought that Lin Ming was a mere divine runic master without much combat strength, but after Lin Ming perfectly passed the Azura level gate of laws, he suddenly felt faint of heart when thinking about fighting Lin Ming. He completely lacked all confidence. "What? Do you want to die here together?" The Divine Void Crown Prince's voice was ruthless and harsh, his expression ferocious. This made Duke Full Moon's heart turn cold. He could only brace himself and face Lin Ming. At this time, Big Flame's follower, the silver-armored warrior, was also standing beside him. 2 against 1. Attack him together. Right now, Lin Ming and that Black Dragon Phantom are likely plotting against each other, so he won't fight with all of his strength. We may be able to fight him here. Duke Full Moon said to the silver-armored warrior with a sound transmission. But the silver-armored warrior indignantly sputtered out, "Humph! That boy is only a half-step holy lord, and I have the strength of an early world king. His cultivation is an entire boundary lower than mine. I don't believe that his strength can reach such ridiculous degrees." As the silver-armored warrior spoke, he grasped a black saber and slashed out at Lin Ming. Limitless saber. The silver-armored warrior wasn't some weakling. Anyone that was able to step into the 4th level, and especially come this deep in, was an outstanding genius. With a slash of his saber, stars began to flash in space. All of this starlight gathered onto the silver-armored warrior's blade, sweeping towards Lin Ming's throat. The power of stars. Lin Ming was a little startled, but that was it. He thought little of this attack. When the saint's body cultivation methods that used the power of stars were compared to his own 9 stars of the Tao Palace, that was the same as ants against elephants, Lin Ming shouted out loud. From behind him, 2 massive stars appeared. These 2 stars were the Ravenous Wolf Star and the Army Breaker Star. The Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace and Purple Temple Tao Palace opened together. Lin Ming's strength instantly rose to that of 5 dragons. The silver-armored warrior and Lin Ming were both body transformation martial artists, but they cultivated different body transformation laws. Compared to Lin Ming's strength, the silver-armored warrior simply couldn't compare. Bang! With a loud explosive sound, the silver-armored warrior's saber light was shattered by Lin Ming. The Phoenix Blood Spear came thrusting out, smashing into the silver-armored warrior's saber. Clang! With a sound of metal striking metal, the silver-armored warrior's saber was struck away by the Phoenix Blood Spear. Billions of genes of strength erupted at the same time. The silver-armored warrior's palm split open and blood flew out. His saber was sent flying away by Lin Ming. The Phoenix Blood Spear swung back. Lin Ming stepped forwards, his fist smashing into the silver-armored warrior's chest. Through layers and layers of armor, Lin Ming's fist exploded forwards. The impact was so forceful that the silver-armored warrior's body bent like a shrimp. Puff! The silver-armored warrior spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming raised a spear and thrust it out once more, about to pierce through the silver-armored warrior's chest. As the silver-armored warrior saw this spear about to take his life, his complexion immediately changed. Lin Ming's strength had surpassed the limits of his imagination. In their brief exchange, he wasn't even able to resist a single attack. If this was a life or death battle, he feared he wouldn't even be able to block Lin Ming for 5 breaths of time. Lin Ming, you are far too arrogant. At this time, Duke Fullmoon also attacked. Even if he was unwilling to do so, he had no choice but to join in the battle at this moment. He and the silver-armored warrior were hanging on the same thread. If the silver-armored warrior died, his death would only come that much quicker. Duke Fullmoon didn't hold anything back in this attack. As his sword came falling down, a brilliant blaze of purple light followed behind it. This sword light contained a soul attack. It looks like you really want to die. Lin Ming didn't even spare a glance at Duke Fullmoon's soul attack. The Phoenix Blood Spear swept out as the heretical god force erupted. Kacha! Sword light disintegrated. Duke Fullmoon's body twisted at a strange angle, and a deep purple light shot out from between his eyebrows, fusing together with the shattered sword light and shooting towards Lin Ming's spiritual sea like a hidden viper. Strike for me! Duke Fullmoon's eyes were crazy. As a spiritus, he was most skilled in soul attacks. However, Lin Ming seemed to completely ignore this soul attack. Lin Ming stepped forwards and turned the Phoenix Blood Spear, smashing it into Duke Fullmoon's face. Ah! Duke Fullmoon cried out pitifully. Lin Ming's spear smashed through his protective spirit essence like glass, and the weakened Phoenix Blood Spear struck the left side of Duke Fullmoon's face. Duke Fullmoon only felt a nearly unbearable pain in his face. The entire left side of his face had been pulled off, revealing bone, and even his nose was shattered. With this strike, his face had almost been completely disfigured. However, at this time, Duke Fullmoon's soul attack also sank into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Die! Duke Fullmoon covered his bloody face, his eyes cruel and poisonous. Although he had been disfigured by Lin Ming, his soul attack had struck him. As long as Lin Ming lost his presence of mind for even a brief moment, that would be enough time for him and the silver-armored warrior to rush forwards and severely wound him. However, even after Lin Ming was struck by Duke Fullmoon's soul attack, he seemed to care little of it. He raised his Phoenix Blood Spear and moved towards Duke Fullmoon. After a few breaths of time passed, Duke Fullmoon's complexion completely paled. Duke Fullmoon's soul attack seemed to have disappeared into a sea without any hope of returning. What? Duke Fullmoon's breath caught in his throat, his entire face turning as white as funeral paper. Chapter 1706. To use another's knife to kill. Chapter 1706. To use another's knife to kill. As a Spiritas, Duke Fullmoon's strongest offensive abilities were soul attacks. Thus, when he fought, there would ordinarily be soul attacks within his strikes. Wanting to block Duke Fullmoon's physical strike wasn't difficult at all, but wanting to keep off his soul attack was different. Many enemies of his had fallen beneath this strange soul attack. When Duke Fullmoon and Lin Ming clashed, the soul attack had already struck Lin Ming. According to all previous occurrences, even if Duke Fullmoon couldn't immediately kill his opponent, they should still suffer soul damage and lose their consciousness for a short period of time. During this, Duke Fullmoon could seize the chance to strike again and obtain absolute victory. However, he never imagined that Lin Ming would appear completely unaffected. This shocked Duke Fullmoon. Do you have some soul defense, Empyrean spirit treasure? Duke Fullmoon said, his voice wavering. He was already wallowing in fear. He could faintly feel that here, today, he might die. Lin Ming's strength far surpassed his imagination. Even if the divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame had the ability to pierce through the myriad demon domain, he still wouldn't be able to last until then. Duke Fullmoon wasn't too old, and he had a grand and glorious future awaiting him. There was even a slight chance for him to step into the Empyrean realm. To Duke Fullmoon, death was an incomparably frightening matter. Lin Ming, although I have opposed you many times, I have never tried to truly harm you. If you let me go, I will allow you to place a slave seal within me. I am willing to be your faithful servant. Duke Fullmoon said with a sound transmission. This startled Lin Ming. Generally speaking, martial artists would rather die than live on as mindless slaves without any personality of their own, but Duke Fullmoon actually took the initiative to offer himself up. This made Lin Ming have an even lower opinion of him. And at this time, a flash of cold brilliance shined in Duke Fullmoon's eyes. His body leapt up like a serpent as a glimmer of purple flickered between his eyebrows. In that instant, he had burnt a wisp of his divine soul. When a martial artist combusted their blood essence, they could exchange it for a boost of power. But a Spiritas had an even more ruthless ability than burning one's blood essence, and that was burning their divine soul. This was because the divine soul was the very life essence of a Spiritas. Once a Spiritas burnt their divine soul, they would receive permanent damage that was nearly impossible to recover from. In order to survive, Duke Fullmoon actually chose to burn his divine soul. Absolute hate burst out from within Duke Fullmoon's eyes. Originally, he had some chance of stepping into the Empyrean realm, but burning his divine soul now was the same as giving up any hopes of becoming an Empyrean. Unless he had a massive lucky chance in the future, it would be impossible for him to make a breakthrough. All of this was thanks to Lin Ming. How could he not hate Lin Ming to the bones? As long as there was life, there was hope. In order to survive this disaster, Duke Fullmoon had bet everything. The moment that Duke Fullmoon burnt his divine soul, the silver-armored saint warrior burnt his blood essence. Both of them attacked Lin Ming. His saber cut through the void. 12 stars shined within the saber light, like a river of stars that was falling down, covering all. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming stepped back and directly took out the Primordius Bell. As Lin Ming stepped into the half-step Holy Lord realm, his ability to control an Empyrean spirit treasure became increasingly skilled. Clang! The Primordius Bell sounded out. The loud ring of a bell echoed, carrying with it the base of the great Tao, as it shook the world. Although Lin Ming didn't fear Duke Fullmoon or the silver-armored warrior, the two of them were risking their lives with their attacks, and it was impossible for him to disregard their strikes. After all, he had another enemy waiting in the shadows. and that was the Black Dragon Phantom. If he were to retaliate with all his strength, he might give the Black Dragon Phantom a chance to attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A wild power fell onto the Primordius Bell like crashing waves. Duke Fullmoon's divine soul attack was extremely cunning and slippery. It was able to seep into the Primordius Bell's sound waves and attack Lin Ming's spiritual sea. But after being weakened by the sound waves, this attack wasn't able to pose any threat to Lin Ming. The moment that Lin Ming's spiritual sea was besieged by the soul attack was destroyed by Lin Ming's blue soul large success battle spirit, immediately disintegrating. Lin Ming retreated again and again. Within the Primordius Bell, he was able to block off the majority of the impact from the attacks so that his body didn't suffer any damage at all. Damn it all. Duke Fullmoon was so harried that he nearly vomited blood. His all-out attack wasn't even able to injure Lin Ming in the least. This sort of feeling was simply indescribable. It's a shame, but why don't you just die here? Lin Ming's fingers flickered as the myriad demon karmic wheel appeared above his head, constantly spinning around. Countless azure law runes floated around it, lending it a strange mystical atmosphere. Lin Ming planned to kill Duke Fullmoon and the silver-armored warrior as soon as possible. As long as he killed these two, and only Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince were left over. Even if they tried to escape in separate directions, Lin Ming had the confidence that he could stop them both. And at this time, changes were occurring on the other side of the battlefield. The Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame discovered that Fullmoon and the silver-armored warrior weren't able to last much longer. We don't have any time. This is our only chance. Otherwise, once Lin Ming kills Fullmoon and your follower, he will join together with the Black Dragon Phantom to kill us both. We will both undoubtedly die then. We have to break through this myriad demon enchantment. The Divine Void Crown Prince grit his teeth as he spoke and burned a wisp of his divine soul. As he did this, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. No matter how much he regretted this, he had no other choice. His entire body was covered in a golden glow. Behind him, 9 halos formed, as if he were some divine being. Chi, chi, chi. The void itself was pierced through by this soul force. The Divine Void Crown Prince's eyes had turned a deep blood red, and beside him, Big Flame also burned his life essence. To the saint race, their blood essence was no less important than the divine soul was to the Spiritus. These two people had truly gone all out, and at this time, not too far away from them, the Black Dragon Phantom playfully smiled. It slowly manifested its main body in the void, constantly forming runes with its claws to reinforce the myriad demon enchantment. The originally thick myriad demon enchantment became even thicker as the crust of a world, impregnable. Jejejage. How naive. Too naive. Do you think that with the power you have from burning your blood essence and divine soul, you will have the strength to break through my illusion? This is the demonic energy that I've spent billions of years gathering. Once I lay down my myriad demon domain, not even a peak great world king can hope of leaving. The Black Dragon Phantom wildly cackled, its voice grating on the senses. It was like it simply didn't care about the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame's final attack. At this time, Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince looked at each other and nodded. Strike! The two shouted together. With this, they lashed out. As they burnt their blood essence and divine soul, they each also took out a jade slip from their spatial rings. One jade slip was shimmering purple, and the other was blood red. These were incarnation jade slips left behind by Empyrean powerhouses from their influences. Once they used them, they could summon an Empyrean phantom. For a short time, they would be able to contend with a weaker great world king. And at this time, as if their minds were linked, Big Flame and the divine void crown prince began to galvanize the powers within the incarnation jade slips. These two jade slips wildly shook as the energy structures within revolved to the limit. The two Empyrean incarnations summoned by the two jade slips began to rapidly inflate. They wanted to have these two jade slips explode together. Originally, the incarnations within the jade slips were equal to a weaker great world king, but if they exploded, releasing all the energy at once, this strike was absolutely comparable with the all-out attack of a peak great world king. Attack! In that instant, Big Flame and the divine Void Crown Prince changed the trajectory of their strikes. They no longer attacked the myriad demon domain's enchantment, but the Black Dragon Phantom's main body. The two jade slips violently trembled. Two geniuses from true divinity influences both used their ultimate trump cards without holding anything back. Big Flame took out a Longan-sized blood-red pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it down. After swallowing this pill, all of the muscles on his body began to grow, and his appearance became cruel and fierce. His originally fat and round body became slender and filled with dense muscles like a cheetah as he hurtled towards the Black Dragon Phantom. When Big Flame attacked, he completed his body metamorphosis using a secret technique. Amongst the saints, there were several bloodlines that had the ability to metamorphosize one's body, and Big Flame was one such person. They had already calculated that the Black Dragon Phantom was using all of its demonic energy to arrange the myriad demon enchantment. If so, then to attack the myriad demon enchantment at this time was the stupidest route possible to take. The most likely result of that would have been the failure of everything they tried. But if they attacked the Black Dragon Phantom's main body, then the result would be completely different. Since the Black Dragon Phantom had released the majority of the demonic energy in its body, that meant its main body was at its weakest point. As long as they could exterminate this Black Dragon Phantom, then the myriad demon domain would collapse all on its own. But at this time, the Black Dragon Phantom didn't reveal any worry at all. It smirked, laughing as it said, "It seems you've finally come up with a plan to break through my myriad demon domain. Not bad. You two don't seem as stupid as you look. But what a pity. Do you think your attack will be able to touch me?" The Black Dragon Phantom cackled, and its body disappeared like ghosts and gods as it turned tail and ran. Chase after it. The divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame were both enraged. After paying such a deep price for this attack, how could they allow the Black Dragon Phantom to escape? Their attacks, along with the exploding Empyrean incarnations, changed directions and chased after the Black Dragon Phantom. Every sense within their body had already locked onto the Black Dragon Phantom. They swore that no matter what, they would kill it. They only had this one chance to do so. If they failed, then they would both die without a doubt. However, as the Black Dragon Phantom fled, it changed its trajectory once more. Duke Fullmoon and the silver-armored warriors' complexions changed as they discovered this. As they were engaged in a brutal battle with Lin Ming, they noticed that the Black Dragon Phantom, Big Flame, and the divine Void Crown Prince were all heading towards Lin Ming. And they weren't too far away from Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw this, his vision turned dark as he looked at the Black Dragon Phantom. "Ha ha ha, you brat. I've lured the attacks of these two people, their exploding Empyrean incarnations, and my main body to attack you all at once. This is the trap that I've especially set up for you. Now, let me see just how you can escape from this. You wanted to use me as your spear and kill these 4 people, subdue the Black Dragon Spear, and even destroy me while you were at it. Do you think I am a fool? You want to plot against me? Why don't you just die instead?" Chapter 1707. Outplayed. Chapter 1707. Outplayed. The Black Dragon Phantom had already been calculating how to deal with Lin Ming, because Lin Ming possessed the complete myriad demon karmic wheel. The Black Dragon Phantom's demonic energy was useless against him, and without the demonic energy, the Black Dragon Phantom simply couldn't do anything to Lin Ming. In this sort of situation, how could the Black Dragon Phantom wholeheartedly cooperate with Lin Ming to kill the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others? Wasn't it just digging its own grave? However, Lin Ming swallowed in a massive amount of demonic energy using his myriad demon karmic wheel. This demonic energy had cost the Black Dragon Phantom hundreds of millions and even billions of years to condense. Because of this, the Black Dragon Phantom couldn't help but admit defeat for now and not struggle with Lin Ming. Thus, joining forces temporarily was a helpless choice that the Black Dragon Phantom was forced to make. From the very moment that the Black Dragon Phantom attacked the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others, he had been thinking about how to utilize them to attack Lin Ming. It had then deliberately used the myriad demon domain to surround the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others, making them feel as if they were in a hopeless situation. Then, underneath their bubbling desperation, they would definitely all bring out their ultimate techniques. After that, the Black Dragon Phantom would intentionally reveal its main body in order to guide Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince into attacking it. Only like this could it rely on their strength to be the knife used to kill others, dealing Lin Ming a fatal blow. After killing Lin Ming, Duke Full Moon, and the silver-armored warrior would be caught up in the chaos and likely die in the aftermath. As for the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame, they definitely wouldn't be any better off. They would have inevitably severely wounded their origin energy. At that time, escaping from the myriad demon enchantment would be nothing more than a dream. The Divine Void Crown Prince, Big Flame, Duke Full Moon, the silver-armored warrior, and even Lin Ming, the 5 of them together would become food for the Black Dragon Phantom. If it could swallow up so many outstanding talents, it would be tremendously beneficial. As for the myriad demon karmic wheel that Lin Ming already brought out, it would also become one of the Black Dragon Phantom's spoils of war. In the future, the Black Dragon Phantom could meditate on this myriad demon karmic wheel. Although it wouldn't be able to discern the complete myriad demon karmic wheel cultivation method from this, it could still improve the method it used to gather and condense demonic energy. This was a good plan with multiple purposes. As long as it succeeded, every advantage would be its own. After cultivating for another stretch of time, it could then take possession of the Black Dragon Spear and use the spear as its body, roaming through the world. It could transform into a person, an ancient vicious beast, or even a god beast, becoming a ruler of its own territory. These were all plans that the Black Dragon Phantom had been secretly plotting for. It had placed the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others in its palms. Even Lin Ming was placed in the perfect death trap. Of course, the premise of all this was that its attack could kill Lin Ming. The Black Dragon Phantom wasn't worried about this. This was because the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame had given it surprise after surprise. They actually intended on exploding the Empyrean incarnations they brought with them, combined with the attacks of their main bodies. In addition to the Black Dragon Phantom's own attack, these 3 forces joined together would even lay low a peak Great World King. It was impossible for Lin Ming to block all of this. Of course, the Black Dragon Phantom didn't forget Lin Ming's spirit treasure, the Primordius Bell. The Black Dragon Phantom had a vivid memory of the terrifying defensive capabilities of this spirit treasure. It chose to reveal its main body the moment Lin Ming summoned the Primordius Bell, all so that it could cut off Lin Ming's final thread of hope. Every step of this plan had been meticulously prepared. It was evil and sinister to the extreme. Myriad Demon Domain. The Black Dragon Phantom roared out. Demonic energy gushed out like a falling star, turning into countless runes that sealed the space around Lin Ming's Primordius Bell. Using its domain, it forcefully separated Lin Ming and the Primordius Bell. At the same time, the space around Lin Ming was blocked off by the domain. the demonic energy condensed into thick black ropes that wrapped around Lin Ming. With this, let alone using the space laws to escape, it would be difficult for him to open his spatial ring. The demonic energy that the Black Dragon Phantom condensed was extremely firm. No matter how Big Flame or the Divine Void Crown Prince tried to attack it, they hadn't been able to break through it. As for Lin Ming, although he could use the Azura laws to dissolve this demonic energy, it would still take him some time to do so. But the Black Dragon Phantom absolutely would not give Lin Ming the slightest chance to recover. Die. After sealing away the Primordius Bell and eliminating all avenues of escape or resistance, the Black Dragon Phantom roared out, its body suddenly ballooning. Within a split second, it grew to 100 feet in length. It opened its gaping jaws, gray flames gushing forth from its maw. These gray flames swept up into the exploding Empyrean incarnations that had reached their critical stage. All of these attacks joined together and went rumbling towards Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming was caught up in this attack, he would definitely die here. Facing this strike that blotted out the skies, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He tried to move the Primordius Bell, but because the Primordius Bell was being suppressed by the demonic energy, it remained completely still. Don't bother wasting your energy. Today you will die here. The Black Dragon Phantom roared out. Even as it was suppressing the Primordius Bell, it was also luring the exploding attacks of the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame. With this, the Black Dragon Phantom had exhausted all of its strength for this moment. It had to succeed, but at this moment, a great feeling of dread welled up from within the Black Dragon Phantom's heart, as if some massive danger was imminent. Did I forget something? The Black Dragon Phantom was startled, but at this time it could no longer take back its strike. It could only continue forwards with everything it had. In that moment, 30 feet away from the Black Dragon Phantom, the void was torn open. A man appeared, his entire body covered with black scales and his face emblazoned with blood-red runes. He was an Azura death god, stepping out from a tear in space. This Azura death god had a cruel and ominous expression. Even so, one could clearly make out Lin Ming's appearance. This was what Lin Ming looked like after he underwent a body metamorphosis using the power of the Azura blood. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was exuding energy. Killing intent rolled off him in tumbling waves. He grasped a black spear and looked at the Black Dragon Phantom with a mocking indifference. This gaze was as if Lin Ming was already looking at something dead. How is this possible? Because the Black Dragon Phantom had invested all of its strength into the myriad demon domain, and also attacking Lin Ming, its main body was completely undefended. Facing Lin Ming's attack, it had absolutely no chance of resisting it. Who the hell is that? The Black Dragon Phantom suddenly turned to look at the Lin Ming that it was luring the barrage of attacks towards. That Lin Ming remained indifferent as he held onto the Phoenix Blood Spear. Facing this volley of attacks that overwhelmed the skies, he seemed not to care at all. An illusion. The Black Dragon Phantom first thought that Lin Ming had used an illusion to trick it. But this was impossible. How could an illusion engage Duke Full Moon and the silver-armored warrior in such a chaotic battle? Moreover, how could it transfer power from so much energy and laws? And whether it was the aura of the first Lin Ming's body or the second Lin Ming's body, they had exactly the same fluctuations of energy as someone real. The Black Dragon Phantom simply wouldn't make such a basic mistake. How could this be? It's regretful. All of your plans were perfect, but what you didn't know was that I had an avatar. When I first proposed to make a deal with you, did you think I would know you were planning on killing me? But although I knew you had some little trick up your sleeves, the only problem was estimating when you would sneak attack me. Moreover, you are nothing but a sinister and sly little creature. If you were to ambush me, The only time you would do so is if you had full confidence you would succeed. If that were to happen when I wasn't paying attention, then all my plans might have been flipped over. Thus, after we came to an agreement and you withdrew your myriad demon force field, I had to cover myself in the primordius bell to defend against the joint attacks of the four. But while I was in there, I also exchanged myself with my avatar. My avatar has a mortal bodily intensity approaching that of a saint race Empyrean. It simply doesn't fear any attack. After switching out my main body, there was no longer any need for me to dread your little tricks and sneak attacks. My main body has been hiding all this time in order to guard against all possible contingencies. I left the Phoenix Blood Spear and Primordius Bell to my avatar, and even left my battle spirit in my avatar's spiritual sea. Then, I remotely activated the myriad demon karmic wheel in order to assist my avatar in attack. All of this was so that you wouldn't have any suspicions against me. Then, the moment when you attacked me, that would be the moment I killed you instead. Now, all of your demonic energy has been used for other purposes. So, how will you block my all-out attack? Although Lin Ming's explanation seemed long, it took a mere instant for all of this to appear in the Black Dragon Phantom's mind. In that moment, the Black Dragon Phantom wildly trembled. When Lin Ming covered himself in the Primordius Bell, he had already switched himself for his avatar. Lin Ming's main body went into the Primordius Bell, but it was his avatar that had emerged. In other words, its carefully planned strike was all done against Lin Ming's avatar. Ah! The Black Dragon Phantom wildly roared. It had lived for countless eons and had used countless methods to gather countless accumulations. It was an utterly sinister and deceitful being, but today, facing a junior, it was actually the one that had been tricked instead. I am unwilling. The Black Dragon Phantom roared out, its voice shrill and desperate. Lin Ming didn't give it any chance to recover. He immediately thrust his spear forwards. This black spear was the one Lin Ming obtained from the Gate of Laws. Although it couldn't increase his strength, it was still incomparably hard. There was almost nothing that could destroy it. At the time, Lin Ming had brought this black spear out with him from the Azura-level Gate of Laws, and had conveniently kept it with him. Now it finally came in handy. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force to the limit. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation was poured into the black spear. At the same time, he also galvanized the power of the Azura heavenly Tao and divine seal art. A swirling black hole was shot out by Lin Ming. Space warped as the area around the Black Dragon Phantom was locked down. The myriad demon karmic will hummed as it was summoned forth by Lin Ming. The Azura Heavenly Tao just happened to be the ultimate nemesis of the Black Dragon Phantom. Then, all of this strength erupted together. The Black Dragon Phantom miserably cried out again, and again. Beneath the horrifying blaze of this energy, its body was scorched to smoke, nearly extinguishing to nothing. The Black Dragon Phantom roared in pain. Its body turned into countless fragments as it desperately tried to struggle free and flee. However, how could Lin Ming give it such a chance? Myriad demon karmic wheel. Ka 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 ka. The black myriad demon karmic wheel came pressing down. This wheel was supremely skilled in suppress the power of ghosts and spirits. It could imprison the wills and souls of powerhouses. Then, a black vortex appeared above the myriad demon karmic wheel. The fragments of the Black Dragon Phantom were all sucked up into this vortex, instantly sealed away. The Black Dragon Phantom pitifully roared. Through all these years, it had kept hidden within the Black Dragon Spear, swallowing the flesh and blood of countless proud children of heaven, and then using the myriad demon karmic wheel to seal in their souls. It never imagined that one day it would be the one sealed away by the myriad demon karmic wheel. Although he hadn't heard Lin Ming's sound transmission, he had been able to piece together what happened just now. The Black Dragon Phantom had lured out their attacks to suddenly attack Lin Ming. When the Divine Void Crown Prince had discovered this, he felt that the Black Dragon Phantom was evil and calculating to the extreme. It had placed Lin Ming in a death trap with 10 chances of death and 0 hopes of survival. But in that final moment, the entire situation had been flipped upside down. The Black Dragon Phantom had been sealed away by Lin Ming, and the strongest attacks that they had burned their blood essence and divine soul to strike out with actually fell upon Lin Ming's avatar. Even so, they hadn't been able to truly wound his avatar at all. As for that Black Dragon Phantom, it had been sealed away by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's methods had been quick and ruthless. From the start, when Lin Ming had decided to cooperate with the Black Dragon Phantom, they had both been plotting against each other. But in the end, the methods that Lin Ming used were beyond anyone's expectations. In comparison, the plan that the Divine Void Crown Prince originally had of profiting from the chaos now seemed laughable. After Lin Ming sealed away the Black Dragon Phantom, he grasped the black spear and slowly walked forwards. His entire body was covered with scales. He appeared like a wicked ghost crawling up from the pits of an Azura hell, terrifying to the extreme. Facing such a Lin Ming, whether it was the Divine Void Crown Prince or Big Flame, they both lost all courage to face him. Their current situation was extremely bad, because they had burnt their divine soul and blood essence in that last all-out strike. Their current state wasn't even that of their peak condition. Facing Lin Ming, whose overwhelming momentum was like a sun, they couldn't think of any plan that would ensure their survival. Lin Ming, do you really want to kill us? We come from the 2 largest influences in the Inner Azura Road, and the divine rulers of our divine kingdoms are both true divinities. If you kill us, then the only future left for you in the Azura Road is death. Moreover, don't forget that Soul Empress Shengmei is also in the final trial. There are some things you shouldn't know about, right? The reason the Soul Empress was able to enter the final trial was because my Divine Void Divine Kingdom gave her a spot. The Divine Void Crown Prince threateningly said. He knew that begging for mercy at this time was a futile gesture. If there were any hopes of Lin Ming allowing him to live, it would be because Lin Ming had some reservations about the potential fallout of their deaths. That was their only chance of surviving. But unfortunately, he was mistaken. Just as the Divine Void Crown Prince spoke, Lin Ming had already shot upwards. Chi, the black spear thrust out, piercing through the void. Meanwhile, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone avatar also rushed outwards, blocking off the escape route of the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame. Lin Ming wouldn't give them the slightest chance of escape. Let's fight! Seeing that there was no chance of escape, the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame decided to place all their chips on the table. Big Flame once more burned his blood essence, and the Divine Void Crown Prince also burned his divine soul. The 2 of them had already used their trump cards. Now, all they could do was rely on their own powers to attack Lin Ming. Yellow Springs, Swords Array. The Divine Void Crown Prince formed seals with his hands and shot out 12 flying swords. On each of these 12 flying swords there was an eye formed from flesh and blood. These eyes were covered with blood vessels, looking extremely strange and macabre. The Divine Void Crown Prince punched his own chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed onto the 12 swords, and the eyes on the swords became an even brighter red. Any martial artist with insufficient cultivation would only need to glance at these swords to feel their souls being drawn in, their minds falling into illusion. Without a doubt, these eyes each contained a divine soul attack. The Divine Void Crown Prince was a Spiritus, and after using a variety of arcane abilities, his divine soul attacks were even deadlier than those of Duke Fullmoon. Chi, chi, chi. 12 brilliant ruby red beams shot out from the swords, covering Lin Ming. At the same time, Big Flame stepped forwards. Loud crackling sounds rang out from his body. His large body was now thick and tightly muscled. His skin shone with a metallic luster, as if it were filled with an explosive strength. He grasped a blood-red saber and slashed out at Lin Ming. The Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame were both outstanding elites of their generation. Now that they joined together, their divine soul attack and physical attack both shot out at Lin Ming. Facing the attacks of these two, Lin Ming seemed completely unmoved. The moment that the 12 bright red divine lights flashed out, a deep blue light flashed out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The large success blue soul spear-shaped battle spirit howled outwards, circling through the skies, tearing apart those 12 red lights. What? The Divine Void Crown Prince was shocked. Although he already expected that his attack wouldn't be able to harm Lin Ming, he never imagined that his Yellow Spring Sword's array would be so easily shattered. Lin Ming's battle spirit had already reached an inconceivable boundary. It was hard to imagine that a human could have such accomplishments. Could it be he had no weakness? Facing such an opponent, the Divine Void Crown Prince felt suffocated. And at this time, after shattering the Yellow Spring Sword array, Lin Ming took a step forwards to welcome Big Flame's strike. 9 massive stars appeared behind Lin Ming. Their brilliance fell onto him like a waterfall, light shining out in the world. Lin Ming's bodily strength rose to that of 5 dragons. Astral essence wildly galloped outwards, causing the surrounding space to collapse. His pupils shrank. The black spear howled out like a flood dragon, smashing towards the approaching Big Flame. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The black spear and blood-red saber collided. A divine light erupted, recklessly shooting out. 9 stars brought down their shining radiance. Big Flame's saber light was only able to resist it for a brief moment before being torn apart by Lin Ming's black spear light. The spear light shockwaves contained a horrifying strength that struck Big Flame's chest. Big Flame shook, his entire body feeling as if he had been struck by a mountain. His ribs cracked as he wildly vomited blood. Lin Ming didn't give Big Flame any chance to recover. With a single step forwards, the black spear smashed into Big Flame's stomach, bending him like a shrimp. Big Flame's organs were already struck into a bloody mess by Lin Ming. Seeing this, the Divine Void Crown Prince felt despair surge within his heart. Lin Ming, I'll kill you like a dog. The Divine Void Crown Prince shouted. But at this time Lin Ming had already reached him. He was like a black azure death god, judging all to death with a single strike. Puff! The spear thrust through the Divine Void Crown Prince's protective spirit essence. After burning his divine soul 2 times, the Divine Void Crown Prince was almost exhausted of all strength. He simply didn't possess the ability to contend with Lin Ming. It was impossible for him to resist this spear. The cold spear light pierced through his chest and projected from his back. Blood shot into the air. Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. With a whirling humming sound, the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel came grinding down, covering the Divine Void Crown Prince's body. Those who try to kill must face death themselves. Since you plotted against me, me killing you is only conforming to the principle of cause and effect in the heavenly Tao. Your soul will be sealed within the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel to be used by me. Lin Ming's voice was cold and indifferent, the sentence passed down by a death god. The Divine Void Crown Prince felt a powerful attraction force on his spiritual sea, making it feel as if his soul was about to be sucked out. This agonizing soul-tearing pain caused the Divine Void Crown Prince to wail in agony. In despair, he lost all ability to resist. His body was ruined, and his soul was sucked into Lin Ming's Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel, directly sealed away. After resolving the Divine Void Crown Prince, Lin Ming turned and shot towards Big Flame. Chapter 1709, Killing and Sealing Them All. Chapter 1709, Killing and Sealing Them All. A black spear light pierced through the void. Covered in black scales, Lin Ming was a life-reaping death god. As for Big Flame, he was already completely exhausted of strength. It was no longer possible for him to compete with Lin Ming. Big Flame roared out and slashed his saber at Lin Ming. Ignoring all consequences, he combusted his blood essence a third time. However, because he had combusted too much blood essence, the blood essence he burnt now only gave him an extremely limited amount of strength. Lin Ming, if you kill me, you will eventually accompany me in death. Sooner or later, my Heaven Union Divine Kingdom will find out about your sins, and they will pull out your marrow and refine your soul. Your family, your friends, your women, everyone will be killed off. Big Flame cursed out loud. Are those your last words? How meaningless. Lin Ming simply didn't bother with him. The grand Miss Space came shrouding down, and all of Big Flame's shouts were sealed within the force field, unable to pass out. Slaughter Demon Array. Big Flame wiped his blood onto his saber. As the saber absorbed this blood, it became an even deeper red and began to emit an ear-piercing hum. However, no matter what he tried, no matter what methods he had remaining, it was impossible for him to change the outcome of him dying. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. Atop the black spear, a dreadful strength began to gather, condensing and spinning as it turned into a black whole vortex. Eternal darkness. Space distorted. Big Flame's saber light was torn apart by the massive gravitational force of the black hole, and even his protective astral essence shattered. In the next moment, Lin Ming's black spear pierced through Big Flame's heart. Hum, hum, hum. The myriad demon karmic will came grinding down as it sealed away Big Flame's soul. Thus, Big Flame and the divine Void Crown Prince, two proud sons of heaven, had been killed off by Lin Ming. After dealing with these two people, Lin Ming raised his spear and moved towards Duke Fullmoon. At this time, because he had been caught up in the explosive shockwaves, Duke Fullmoon's entire body was matted with blood, and his face was a pale white. Beside him, the silver-armored warrior was already unconscious and had lost all combat strength, soon to be dead from his wounds. As Duke Fullmoon looked at Lin Ming, his lips trembled. Facing imminent death, a martial artist's fear could surpass even that of a mortal. After all, a martial artist lived a far more splendid and wonderful life than a mortal. This feeling of controlling the world, of standing above all other mortal beings, this was an enchanting feeling one could become drunk on. Duke Fullmoon had honor, wealth, high status, and so many other things that he didn't have enough time to enjoy. He wanted to become an Empyrean and receive the worship of countless trillions of lives, all of them prostrating themselves before him. For someone like him, dying in this damned land was one of the most terrifying matters possible. Lin Ming, don't kill me. Duke Fullmoon clutched his chest, his voice shaking as he spoke. Blood constantly dribbled down from the corners of his mouth. The explosion of the Empyrean incarnations had harmed the source of his life, causing severe wounds that were extremely difficult to recover from. I know much information on many rare treasures. Moreover, I also have many treasures hidden around. All of these things I can give to you. If you don't believe me, you can place a slave seal in me and control my thoughts. I can. As Duke Fullmoon saw the killing intent in Lin Ming's eyes become increasingly thick and heavy, he began to panic, losing all sense of thought. You want me to plant a slave seal within you? Lin Ming smiled. When Duke Fullmoon attacked Lin Ming, he had used a variation of a slave seal spell to try and momentarily paralyze him. Unfortunately for him, his attempt had failed. Lin Ming continued, I'm sorry, but the things you mention I have no need for. The only thing I want is for you to die. Wait. Duke Fullmoon said, his face paling even further. But at this time, Lin Ming had already thrust out his black spear. Whoosh! As the spear thrust forwards, the space laws tightened around Duke Fullmoon, binding down his futile struggles. Duke Fullmoon's eyes turned blood red. With a final light sound, Lin Ming's spear thrust through his heart. Duke Fullmoon's pupils instantly lost their focus. He looked at Lin Ming with disbelief in his eyes. He lifted his hands, grabbing onto the spear shaft, his entire body shaking. Lin Ming, there will be a day when your bones are turned to ash, Duke Fullmoon sputtered out. His eyes were thick with hatred. Every time he spoke a word, blood would gush out from his throat. Lin Ming placed his right foot on Duke Fullmoon's chest and kicked, lifting out his spear. A fountain of blood shot out 3 feet high before splashing back down. You still want to curse me in the last moments before your death? I've taken countless lives in my life, and if curses were actually useful, I fear I would have died over 10,000 times by now. As Lin Ming spoke, he swept out his spear and cut through Duke Fullmoon's throat. Duke Fullmoon's neck bent, and he died on the spot, filled with everlasting regret and with grudges unsatisfied. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The myriad demon karmic will came spinning out. Duke Fullmoon's soul was also imprisoned by Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. Like this, all of Lin Ming's enemies had been resolved. At this time, the myriad demon force field had already dissipated. Lin Ming flicked his fingers, shooting out little black fireballs that turned the corpses of the 4 dead martial artists into ashes. As for their spatial rings, they were all taken by Lin Ming. After a brief examination, he found a massive amount of pills, cultivation method jade slips, magic tools, and so forth. Just in Empyrean spirit treasures there were 3, the Divine Void Crown Prince Duke Fullmoon and Big Flame each possessed 1. As peak disciples of true divinity influences, it wasn't strange for the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame to possess an Empyrean spirit treasure. As for Duke Fullmoon, his Empyrean spirit treasure had been bought from the Divine Rune City auction with 2 billion points. It was the nameless ancient spear. At the time, Lin Ming had intentionally shouted out higher prices in order to trick Duke Fullmoon into spending more. As a result, Duke Fullmoon had to bleed out his wealth in order to buy this spear. And now, after so many years, this spear fell into Lin Ming's hands. Sometimes life could truly be ironic. Of course, Lin Ming didn't even bother glancing at this spear for too long. What he wanted now was the Black Dragon Spear. Besides the Empyrean spirit treasures, there were also many cultivation method jade slips and ordinary spirit treasures. Lin Ming wasn't too interested in these things. Although Heaven Union Divine Kingdom and Divine Void Divine Kingdom naturally had peak transcendent divine mites or even true divinity-level cultivation methods, it was impossible for these cultivation method jade slips to end up in the hands of junior disciples. As for Duke Fullmoon and the silver-armored warriors' jade slips, they were of a far lower quality. Simply speaking, none of their possessions were too tempting to Lin Ming. After taking inventory of the spatial rings, Lin Ming was considerably disappointed in Big Flame's possessions. He only had a few precious blood energy pills that caught Lin Ming's attention, as well as some bloodstones, a type of crystal similar in value to 9 sun jades. Big Flame was in truth extremely wealthy, but this wealth mostly came in the form of contribution points from Heaven Union Divine Kingdom. Naturally, these types of contribution points weren't useful to Lin Ming at all. As for the Divine Void Crown Prince, his possessions gave Lin Ming a pleasant surprise. After killing the Divine Void Crown Prince, Lin Ming also extracted an item from his inner world, a gray bracer. After investigating this bracer, he found that it was actually a spatial storage treasure. Although it wasn't an Empyrean spirit treasure, the difference wasn't too far off. And in this bracer, there was a massive amount of rare and precious materials, as well as a pile of soul crystals. Soul crystals were the energy stones of the Spiritas, equivalent to 9 sun jades of humanity. After a quick count, Lin Ming found that the divine Void Crown Prince had over 2,000 soul crystals in this bracer. With all of those rare and precious materials added on, the divine Void Crown Prince's wealth left Lin Ming dumbfounded. Perhaps even a poor Empyrean might not be as wealthy as this. This divine Void Crown Prince probably found the divine depository of some dead Empyrean. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so wealthy, Lin Ming quickly surmised. It wasn't strange for a character like the divine Void Crown Prince to have such a lucky chance. Even so, that lucky chance was Lin Ming's benefit now. Lin Ming had used up far too many 9 sun jades in the Azure Road, and now with this extra boost of wealth, he immediately became ridiculously rich again. Lin Ming put the bracer into his inner world. After finishing all of this, he didn't go to take the Black Dragon Spear. Rather, he thought for a moment, and then took out the Myriad Demon Karmic Will once more. Because the Myriad Demon Karmic Will had absorbed a massive amount of demonic energy, it had neared a saturated state. The surface of the wheel glowed with a ghostly black light, causing anyone who looked at it to fall into a daze. Lin Ming began to move his fingers, forming hundreds of seals. Black energy started to emit from the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. This was the Black Dragon Phantom that Lin Ming had sealed away. This black energy tumbled in the air as if it wanted to fuse back together. But every time it tried, it was scattered by the law curse seals released by Lin Ming. Stop struggling. Your body has already been scattered by me, and your primordial spirit sealed away. You are already finished, Lin Ming lightly said. Brat, you are truly ruthless. Thoughts filled with murderous intent spread out from the black energy. But then, these murderous thoughts became those of cackling laughter. You think that you can obtain the Black Dragon Spear because you sealed me? Keep on dreaming. If you have the courage, then kill me. But if you do, then you'll never obtain the Black Dragon Spear. Ha ha. Chapter 1710. Swallowing the Memories. Chapter 1710. Swallowing the Memories. I won't be able to obtain the Black Dragon Spear if I kill you. Lin Ming looked towards the Black Dragon Phantom and clasped his hands behind his back as if he simply didn't care about its threat. The Black Dragon Phantom diabolically grinned. Since it was imprisoned by Lin Ming, it knew that escape was futile, so it gave up its struggles. That's right. If you don't believe me, then you can try yourself. I used a full 1 billion years to take the Black Dragon Spear as a foundation to lay down the Myriad Demon Grand Array. Within this array formation, there is an amount of demonic energy as vast as the sea. For these past several billion years, I have been constantly killing off trial challengers to accumulate their energy. Otherwise, why do you think I would bother? Oh, so that's how it is. Before this, Lin Ming had already discovered that the Black Dragon Phantom itself wasn't too strong. But using the demonic energy it gathered, it was able to instantly kill a top master like Juku. However, there was a condition in order to accomplish this, and that was that it had to be within a certain range of the Black Dragon Spear. In other words, it had to take advantage of the array formation present in order to display its greatest combat strength. As for this Black Dragon Spear's array formation, it had been strengthened over billions of years and was exceedingly firm. Wanting to forcefully break through it was a near impossibility. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, and then his fingers glided through the air. Tiny faint runes spread out. At the corners of Lin Ming's eyes, tiny Azura curse seals began to appear. He wanted to use the Azura Heavenly Tao to see through the flaws of this array formation. The Black Dragon maniacally laughed. Don't waste your time. The grand array I laid down has nothing to do with the Azura Heavenly Tao. It's only that afterwards I managed to obtain an incomplete cultivation method for the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. Because I could sense the profundity within this cultivation method, I then decided to integrate it into the array. Do you think that just because you understand the Azura Heavenly Tao you can break through my array formation? You are far too naive. I spent billions of years on this array, constantly reinforcing it with sacrifices of flesh and blood. No matter how high your cultivation or your understanding of array diagrams is, you will never be able to break past it. The black dragon phantom chuckled, completely confident in its array formation. I see. The cursed seals around Lin Ming's eyes began to fade away. If what the black dragon phantom said was true, it would take a considerable amount of time to break through this array formation. At best, Lin Ming would need to spend dozens of days here before he could take the black dragon spear. But that was far too long a time. He still needed to go to the 5th level. Thus, you had best release me. The truth is that you and I have conflicts of interest. I admit that I had wanted to swallow you up, but in this world there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. If you release me, then I promise you I will help open the array formation, and you can take the black dragon spear. After that, you and I will both mind our own business. The river water will not interfere with the well water. How about it? The black dragon phantom temptingly said, as it saw Lin Ming remain silent. Of course, I will need you to take a heart demon oath, and also place a curse on yourself. In addition, you will also need to sign a blood contract before I am willing to help you break the array. Otherwise, there is no way I can believe you. Seeing Lin Ming still deep in thought, as if he had no other plan, the black dragon phantom's expression became increasingly confident. It secretly thought, this brat, he definitely desires the black dragon spear. If he cannot obtain it, he will never give up. In a situation where he has no other method, he will definitely choose to cooperate with me. As for my ancient blood contract, as long as he signs it, he will receive a curse. At that time, once I am released and can return to the array formation, I can look for a chance to turn defeat into victory and swallow him whole. This little beast, if I do not imprison and torture his soul for 10,000 years, I will never be able to rid the hatred within my heart. As the black dragon phantom was deep in thought, a fierce light lit up in its eyes. But at the same time, it also felt uneasy. Lin Ming was not easy to deal with. It had personally experienced Lin Ming's cunning with its body, and it wasn't sure if its plan could be implemented too smoothly. Lin Ming rubbed his chin, staring at the black dragon phantom. As if realizing something, a brilliance began to shine in his eyes, making the black dragon phantom feel a little weak of heart. It was as if all its thoughts just now had been seen through by Lin Ming. It put away its thoughts of betraying Lin Ming, afraid that Lin Ming was reading its mind. What are you looking at? Have you finished making your decision? The black dragon phantom ominously said. Even so, it lacked energy in its heart. At this time, Lin Ming smiled. I have. A wise man can adapt to the current trends. If you kill me, there is no advantage for you. Rather, the black dragon spear is the most important to you. Hurry up and undo my seal, and then sign the blood contract with me. You are a crafty and sinister little boy. It's impossible for me to believe your words alone. Only a contract and a heart demon oath are things I will believe in. The black dragon phantom looked at Lin Ming, its thoughts wildly racing. This was the most crucial period. It had to lure Lin Ming into agreeing to its conditions. However, it always felt that Lin Ming's thoughts were too deep, and it had never been able to grasp his true thoughts. All right, then I will undo your seal. Lin Ming smiled and waved his hand, bringing the grand mist space shrouding down over him and the black dragon phantom, completely isolating them from the outside. Under the cover of the grand mist space, no senses were able to search within. Whether someone wanted to leave or someone wanted to enter, they would have to break through the grand mist space's enchantment first in order to do so. Seeing this, The black dragon phantom laughed. You even laid down your force field. Are you afraid that I'll run away? Ha! You really worry too much. As the black dragon said this, it sinisterly smiled in its mind. Run? Why would I run? How can I give up this array formation that I spent billions of years forming? If I ran away, my losses would be far too great. I must swallow you and restore my lost blood energy. Since you plundered my demonic energy, I will make sure you pay it back twofold. Although the black dragon phantom was crazily shouting out in its heart, it remained calm on the surface. At this time, Lin Ming raised his right palm upwards. Atop his palm, space distorted and a black vortex appeared. He shook his head. The reason I laid down this force field is not because I am afraid you'll run away, but because I needed to conceal something that I cannot allow anyone else to discover. As Lin Ming spoke, a black cube began to appear above his palm. This black cube was mysterious and simple. Its surface was covered with all sorts of strange lines. This was the magic cube. Seeing this black cube, the black dragon phantom's pupils shrank. It didn't recognize the magic cube, but it felt a deep fear swelling forth from the depths of its being. What is that? The black dragon phantom calmly asked, trying to put up a brave front. Although it didn't know what this object was, it felt chills sapping its heart. Lin Ming said, I call this the magic cube. It is an ancient divine tool. Of my current achievements, over half of them are thanks to this object. Lin Ming seemed to be casually speaking, but as the black dragon phantom heard these words, its mind began to shake. What is the meaning of this? If what Lin Ming said was true, then this magic cube was undoubtedly his greatest secret. Yet he was revealing his secret to it. Before the black dragon phantom could respond, the magic cube shot out a dark light like the end of times. In a brief instant, this light covered the black dragon phantom. The black dragon phantom felt as if its soul was covered in corrosive acid. It began to emit painful shrieks. The black dragon phantom wildly struggled. However, its entire body was sucked into the magic cube and torn apart by the terrifying black vortex. What are you doing? A pained howl spread into Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming's complexion was cold and indifferent. He lightly said, I wasn't interested in you to begin with, but since you said that I cannot take away the black dragon spear without your help, I've decided to wipe away your soul mark and read your memories. I will find out the method to break through the array formation myself. What did you say? The black dragon phantom was shocked. Before it could respond to Lin Ming's words, its consciousness was rapidly submerged in the horrifying vortex of energy, as its very sense of self was being slowly wiped away, leaving it in endless pain. This feeling of having one's soul mark written off was beyond description. The black dragon phantom felt like its soul was being shredded to bits by 10,000 blades, gnawed upon by countless insects. Before long, the black dragon phantom's soul mark had completely vanished, turning into nothing but pure memories. As its soul mark vanished, this also signaled its true death. Lin Ming thrust out his hand and swallowed all of these memories. Swallowing ownerless memories wasn't easy for Lin Ming. He needed a long time to process them all. And this black dragon phantom had lived for billions of years and experienced far too many complicated things. Lin Ming directly discarded all unnecessary memories. Otherwise, he would never be able to read through all of them, even given hundreds of years. A massive amount of memory fragments was tossed away by Lin Ming. Through the countless streams of information, Lin Ming searched for things that were useful to him. This process continued for a long time. Slowly, Lin Ming came to understand many things. This black dragon phantom wasn't a true dragon to begin with. It was originally an evil spirit, and after it found the black dragon spear, it slowly fused with it, using the black dragon spear as its foundation to cultivate. The reason that it appeared in the shape of a dragon was because there was a fragment of remnant dragon wool left within the black dragon spear. This was because the artifact spirit of the black dragon spear had been a true dragon spirit, but this dragon spirit had already vanished long before the evil spirit had found it. Otherwise, the black dragon spear would never have allowed an evil spirit to enter. After this, evil spirit entered the black dragon spear. It fused with the black dragon aura in the spear shaft and gained the characteristics of a dragon, but its true nature always remained cruel and sinister. For so many years, this evil spirit had used the changing terrain of the fourth level to avoid characters like Shang Mei that could truly pose a threat to it. Only when people like the divine Void Crown Prince appeared would it reveal itself in order to tempt them close and steal away their flesh and blood essence. As Lin Ming discovered this, he was secretly dumbfounded. This evil spirit was truly crafty, a great reason he was able to subdue. It was also because of luck. As he was thinking this, his thoughts perked up. In the memories of the evil spirit, Lin Ming had finally found the method to open up the array formation. The demonic energy gathering array formation around the black dragon spear wasn't too profound, but after being refined for billions of years, this simple array formation was nearly impossible to unravel. Now that Lin Ming found the related memories, it finally became incomparably easy to undo. Chapter 1711, Receiving the Dragon Spear. Chapter 1711, Receiving the Dragon Spear. Lin Ming used a full 2 days to process the Black Dragon Phantom's memories. The useful memories were all recorded in his mind. As for the leftover energy of the Black Dragon Phantom, that was gathered and placed into his inner world. In a corner of Lin Ming's inner world, there was a jet black, oval-shaped object, as lustrous and shiny as black jade. This was the Black Dragon Egg. Lin Ming's idea was extremely simple. Since the Black Dragon Phantom had absorbed some fragments of remnant wool from the Black Dragon Spear's dragon spirit, then it really did have the legitimate strength of the dragon race. Since he had killed the evil spirit, he naturally couldn't waste this strength. Allowing the dragon egg to absorb, it was just right. The remaining energy of the Black Dragon Phantom turned into a thick mist that gathered around the dragon egg. Beneath Lin Ming's control, the dragon egg was like a sponge that absorbed the black mist like water. For a time, the lines atop the dragon egg became even deeper and more profound. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming let out a light breath of relief. To hatch a dragon egg was an extremely long process. Lin Ming had already nourished the dragon egg with all sorts of heavenly materials and god-beast energies for over 60 years. All of these auras and energies had gathered completely into the dragon egg and became a part of its strength. The strength within had reached a strange and dreadful amount. After the baby dragon hatched, it would possess a powerful mortal body. After the dragon egg absorbed all of the black mist, Lin Ming moved towards the Black Dragon Spear. As Lin Ming stepped atop the ancient dark rock, he could feel an icy wind breeze past him, chilling to the soul. Woo, woo, woo. The cries of ghosts echoed in the air. The evil spirits and fierce ghosts contained within the demonic energy had once been outstanding elites. After being killed by the Black Dragon Phantom, their souls had been imprisoned within, forever unable to die in peace. Their once glorious futures had been turned into nothing but fleeting clouds. As Lin Ming thought of this, he was filled with emotion. The road of martial artists was exorbitantly dangerous. A single wrong step could lead one beyond any hope of redemption. After Lin Ming arrived 100 feet away from the Black Dragon Spear, the rich and potent demonic energy was already thick to the point of substantializing into ghostly beings that shot towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was already prepared. He moved forwards in a strange pattern according to the memories of the Black Dragon Phantom. With every step he took, he stepped upon a singularity point of the array formation. At the same time, Lin Ming constantly formed seals that shielded him from the demonic energy. Lin Ming walked closer and closer to the black dragon spear. He could already feel the horrifying aura of the weapon. This was a spear that had lost its artifact spirit. Even so, the terrifying atmosphere around it was enough to leave one alarmed and shaking in fear. Without a doubt, this spear had once drunk its fill of blood from countless powerful existences. These existences had all been heroes of the world or ancient, desolate variation races. Amongst these existences were unrivaled geniuses, empyreans, true divinities, archaic god-beasts, and also the masters of many races that were long extinct. Divine bodies, variation bodies, divine blood. There was an incomprehensible number of rare physiques that Lin Ming could never imagine. 10 billion years ago, geniuses with limitless potential had sprung up one after another. At that time, humans, saints, and spiritas had been small and weak species. The ancient races ran wild through the 33 heavens. Wars raged between the races all year round, and heroes poured forth into the vast universe. He saw the catastrophe of the world, where countless god-kings perished. All of these ghostly images had happened over billions of years, but to Lin Ming, they all passed through his mind in a flash. Ka. Crimson azura, heavenly Dao-curse seals appeared over Lin Ming's body. The black dragon spear was constantly pulled out by him. The cold spear point was pulled free from the mysterious black rock. The black dragon spear that had been slumbering here for 10 billion years was finally able to see the light of day. As Lin Ming grasped this spear in his hand, the first thing he thought was, "This is heavy." This spear was absolutely the heaviest weapon Lin Ming had ever encountered. The dreadful weight surpassed 10 billion genes. It was hard to imagine just what the material used to forge it was. Even with Lin Ming's strength, wielding the spear was extremely straining. And the most unusual thing of all was that this spear shaft actually retained flexibility. It was just that this flexibility required a terrifying strength in order to show it. With Lin Ming's current bodily strength, even if he opened all his Dao palaces and bent the spear shaft with all his strength, he would only be able to bend it a little. It was impossible for him to bend it like a crescent moon. Incredible, Lin Ming whispered. He was confident in his body transformation technique, but in front of the spear, his strength seemed lacking, whether it was the spear's weight or elasticity. With Lin Ming's current boundary in cultivating his body, he still had far too many problems. Realizing this, Lin Ming thought it was a bit laughable. Duke Fullmoon and the others tried so hard to obtain this spear, but by relying on their cultivation system, even if they succeeded in obtaining this black dragon spear, they would only be able to look at it. None of them would have been able to wield it. In front of this black dragon spear, Lin Ming's body transformation system boundary was lacking. So he tried another method. He revolved the essence gathering system and prepared to move the spear. Without any hesitation, he opened the heretical god force. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. Origin energy surged forth like a tide, rising up around the black dragon spear. Hum. The black dragon spear welcomed it all. Every tiny ounce of energy was poured into it. It was like trying to fill a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy Lin Ming poured into it, it was impossible for him to fill it up. Lin Ming exhausted all of his true essence, pouring all of his strength into the spear until he reached his limit. Even so, the spear didn't have any major reaction, only emitting a faint black light on the spear shaft. If this were any other weapon, then with the amount of energy that Lin Ming poured in, it would have already been radiating a blazing divine light, as if it would burn down. After completing this experiment, Lin Ming could only ruefully smile. He had determined that with his current strength, he could just barely manage to wield this black dragon spear. And he wouldn't even be able to display a tenth of the spear's strength. Even if he used the essence gathering system, he also needed to open the Tao palaces in order to swing this spear freely. If he attacked with this black dragon spear, although he would obtain an immense striking power, the energy and blood vitality he would have to consume was simply astonishing. It seems I can't use the black dragon spear freely right now. Only when I'm facing a powerful enemy can I take out this spear as a final trump card. Moreover, this spear already surpasses an Empyrean spirit treasure. If news of it were to spread out, then there would likely be many people coveting it. I fear I would have to face the hunt of countless Supreme Elders. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he put away the black dragon spear. Although he had obtained this divine weapon, in ordinary times Lin Ming would have to use the Phoenix Blood Spear. Only in times of desperation, when all his other cards had been used, could he use this spear. The Phoenix Blood Spear could be called a weapon that had grown up together with Lin Ming. In the future, the Phoenix Blood Spear would be slowly refined into an Empyrean spirit treasure and eventually develop its own true artifact spirit. But the only problem was that this process would take an extremely long time, at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Only then would the Phoenix Blood Spear be able to reveal its fearful strength. But for the current Lin Ming, this rate of growth would take far too long. As Lin Ming turned to leave, he saw that in the distant horizon, a massive pillar of divine light shot up into the skies, piercing through the horizon. Lin Ming was startled. As he focused his eyes, he could see the dazzling divine light, and above that were countless dark clouds. Because of this pillar of divine light, a jet-black space crack was slowly opening up in the sky. This space crack became increasingly large and wide. Even from such a great distance away, Lin Ming could faintly see the images within this space crack. It was like another world was contained within. Lin Ming's mind stirred. This is the opening of the final trial's 5th level. It wasn't just Lin Ming who saw this, but all other martial artists on the 4th level also saw this scene. With this, everyone's ventures and struggles in the 4th level began to slowly die down. Chapter 1712, The Sky-Piercing Steps. Chapter 1712, The Sky-Piercing Steps. Within the final trial, each level was different, so Lin Ming didn't know what the scene in the 5th level would be like. As he watched the space crack from far away, he could see a world that seemed to be flooded with infinite energy. Beams of glorious divine light shot out from the skies, twisting in one's vision like ripples, expanding like drops of oil in water. Lin Ming launched his movement technique and flew towards the space crack. Lin Ming had already ventured deep into the 4th level. From where he was, there was a considerable distance until he reached the middle of the 4th level. When Lin Ming caught up to the center of the 4th level, there were already many trial challengers that had arrived earlier. In order to survive the life and death slaughters of the 4th level and arrive here, each and every person was a peak character. There was a faint infernal energy that lingered around their bodies. They all stood in their own corners, quietly meditating. Above their heads, countless arcs of thunder flashed. The terrifying space crack was like the maw of an ancient vicious beast, hidden within the vault of the heavens. Grandmaster Lin Ming. Lin Ming suddenly heard someone call out to him. He turned and saw 2 youths in torn clothing jogging up to him, their appearances extremely distressed. These 2 were talented young brothers from the Far East family, an ancient family of martial artists. After they arrived at the 4th level, they had been chased by a giant diamond ape, but had been luckily rescued by Lin Ming. Afterwards separating, they were besieged by dangers on all sides. By relying on a variety of methods, they managed to flee the disasters and wait until the spatial entrance to the 5th level opened. On the 4th floor, they hadn't come across any great lucky chance, but they had found some reasonably decent medicinal herbs, and most importantly, Their final completion percentage had risen to over 40%. After the final trial ended, they would be able to obtain more rewards. "Oh, it's you two." Lin Ming nodded and greeted them in return. He looked up at the skies. From such a close distance, Lin Ming could already see the space of the 5th level. It was an ancient world that exuded a dark bleakness. The height of this crack was over 100 miles up in the air. "The entrance to the 5th level has already opened. Can we not enter yet?" Lin Ming turned and asked the two Far East family youths. The two youths shook their heads. "We can't enter yet. There is a horrifying pressure falling down from the entrance to the 5th level. After flying several thousand feet, the laws are restricted, and it is impossible to continue flying upwards. There is also a pressure that is impossible for us to withstand." Some people had already attempted to go to the next level. When the entrance to a new level in the final trial opened, there would always be some people hurrying up to enter first, thinking that there might be some great lucky chance awaiting the first to arrive. But they had only managed to fly a few thousand feet before losing the ability to fly further up. One by one, these people all plummeted down like birds that had lost their wings. Flying is restricted. Lin Ming rubbed his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. According to the description of these two youths, the pressure would become increasingly dreadful the higher one went. Even if Lin Ming were to try flying up, it would be impossible for him to reach the space crack. Thus, he had no idea how he would enter. As Lin Ming was thinking, a cold breeze wafted past him, making his heart chill. He looked towards the distant horizon to see a white beam of light rapidly approaching. The cold, bone-freezing chill that Lin Ming felt had been emitted from that direction. Lin Ming focused his gaze. He could see that the white beam of light was actually a beautiful woman in blue clothes. The ground shrank beneath her feet. Wherever she passed, the entire world would be wrapped with a layer of snow and ice forests, rivers, and even mountains. Everything was frozen over in large tracts. Soul Empress Sheng Mei. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he held his breath. Facing someone like Sheng Mei who could decide his life or death instantly, Lin Ming felt a little harried. This was especially true since he had just killed the divine Void Crown Prince. Everyone had already discovered Soul Empress Sheng Mei approaching. In a moment she arrived in front of the crowd. Thin threads of icy blue fire floated around her body, as if it were bringing an endless winter to the world. This biting cold constantly radiated out from her body, spreading all around. Even the wasteland beneath her feet became covered with white frost. Those that could arrive at the center of the 4th level were all outstandingly strong, proud children of heaven. Even so, several people weren't able to withstand that strange cold air and quietly drew back several steps. This cold air. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, looking at the blue-clothed woman in front of him with a little bit of surprise. In his impression, although Sheng Mei was a proud and lofty character, she usually remained low-key and kept to herself. It was unlike her to be so aggressive and imperious today. Looking closer at Sheng Mei, Lin Ming noticed someone different about her. At her waist, there was a peculiar ribbon that seemed like it was made of scales, and yet not made of scales, made of silk, but not made of silk. Countless tiny runes floated around the ribbon like sand in a desert storm, sparkling around it. The cold air that seemed as if it could freeze all of existence was being emitted by this strange ribbon. That thing is... Lin Ming was stunned. If he wasn't wrong, then this ribbon was likely something Sheng Mei had obtained from the 4th level. After Sheng Mei appeared, her gaze casually swept over the surroundings. Then her vision rested on Lin Ming for a brief moment, a hint of interest appearing in her eyes. This Lin Ming, compared to the last time she saw him, he was much stronger, as if he had been completely reborn. Moreover, there was some inexplicable, ghostly black energy that wrapped around him. It was unknown just what he had experienced in the 4th level. How interesting! Sheng Mei's lips curved in a slight smile. She was in a very good mood right now, and the reason was the ribbon at her waist. Lin Ming's guess wasn't wrong. The last time Sheng Mei entered the final trial, she had discovered this ribbon, but she hadn't taken it, only leaving a special mark on it. Afterwards, Sheng Mei gathered herself from her previous defeat, and after arriving at the 4th level, went straight towards where the mark was. After a great deal of trouble, she finally obtained this ribbon. This ribbon was not an offensive spirit treasure. Its use was to gather and converge the cold energy between the heavens and earth. It would be extremely useful to Sheng Mei in nourishing her ice phoenix. Sheng Mei indifferently smiled. Then, at this time, she was slightly startled. She looked up at the shattered space above her head. Lin Ming also looked up. Rumble, rumble, rumble. High in the air, the chaotic energy began to spin around, becoming a massive black vortex. Faintly, one could see star-bright runes shimmer around it. These runes were like isolated floating islands, vast and limitless, carrying with them a unique aura along with the power of laws. Every rune was different. Some were ancient and profound, making Lin Ming feel as if he could feel the wonders of the beginning of the universe. Everyone looked up to the heavens. Many of these people had already been waiting at the entrance to the 5th level for a long time, but because flying was restricted here, they weren't able to enter. Now, these changes occurring within the world was likely the turnaround of the situation. All of the runes began to shine together, releasing a magnificent light that shot deeper into the black vortex, as if they were summoning something from within. Gradually, from the deepest depths of the black vortex, a dim light responded. Vast and boundless fluctuations of strength that caused the heart to race began to come closer and closer. A crimson rune fell down, accompanied by twisting red lightning that was as thick as a mountain. As the rune struck the earth, the ground shivered and split apart, forming a vast hole that was over 10,000 feet wide. More blood-colored runes crashed down like meteors, leaving massive gaping holes that eventually coalesced into a pitch-black abyss. Witnessing this horrifying momentum, Lin Ming was secretly panic-stricken. At this time, he was still over 100 miles away from the red lightning. After absorbing the Azura blood, his spirit, body, and soul force had all rapidly improved, and his mentality had been tempered greatly. Even so, he still couldn't help but feel his heart shake at the scene before him. As for the geniuses nearby, they all paled. The massive pressure exuding from the black vortex, as well as the giant runes falling down with arcs of lightning pressed down on them, extremely difficult for them to withstand. Of them, some were heavily wounded and began shaking. The light shooting out from the black vortex became increasingly dazzling. Then, with a resounding ring, a vast white platform, surging with sparkling dawn light, slowly revealed itself as it blocked out the skies. Bang! The stone platform fell onto the ground. This platform was primal and pure, as if it had been born at the beginning of the universe. It contained the atmosphere of endless years. Just looking at it, one was unable to see from edge to edge. Atop this platform there were mountains and streams, raging rivers, flowers and insects, birds and beasts, all of them filled with life. Their vitality formed infinite flows of origin energy that surged like an endless river. On this stone platform, life had been bred just like a planet, but outside of it, there were some strange laws that locked into space so that none of the essence energy within could flow out. Countless dense runes shimmered along the outside of the stone platform, protecting the world within. This world's strange laws belonged to one of the 33 heavens. Feeling the power of laws within the world of this ancient platform, Lin Ming felt his heart racing. The black vortex in the skies continued to spin with more and more light shining out. This time, a deep crimson platform came falling down, one rank with the smell of blood. This blood-red platform was slightly smaller than the previous white stone platform. On this platform, there were billowing yellow spring rivers. An appalling blood-drenched aura winded about the platform like snakes of blood. White bones piled up like mountains, and demons slaughtered each other throughout the platform. Outside of this bloody world, one of the laws of the 33 heavens lingered about it. Who? One after another, more and more stone platforms fell down from the swirling black vortex. Each platform was ancient and desolate, carrying with it one of the different great Tao laws of the 33 heavens. These stone platforms were each smaller than the last, as they stacked atop each other. They were like stairs that rose up straight to the heavens. Slowly, people began to understand. Because the space around the entrance to the 5th level restricted flying, it was impossible for them to fly up. They would have to crawl up these giant stone platforms. These were sky-piercing steps that the final trial had prepared for them. Although these were only stairs, the momentum they gave off was beyond terrifying. Everyone was shocked, speechless. But in a corner, Lin Ming's eyes focused and his pupils contracted. He stared at this incomparably massive stairway to heaven before him, rough waves rising up in his heart. After counting all the stone platforms, there just happened to be 33 of them. This sort of structure, this majestic feeling. Wasn't this the divine seal altar? Lin Ming was bewildered. Dozens of years ago, he had joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, and the goal of the semifinals had been to climb up the divine seal altar. But the divine seal altar then was only an imitation created by Empyrean vast universe. Could the true divine seal altar have been in the Azura Road's final trial all along? Chapter 1713, Climbing the Divine Seal Altar. Chapter 1713, Climbing the Divine Seal Altar. The 33 stone platforms each resonated with each other like chords of music in a strange, sympathetic harmony. Countless runes flashed and wove together, stretching to the ends of time, emitting a fearful, heart-stopping pressure. Compared to this massive divine seal altar, the largest mountain in the 4th level was nothing but a little stone. It was like every step of this divine seal altar was its own ancient world. However, what shocked Lin Ming the most was that he could faintly see large phantoms on every step. The aura of laws emitting from these phantoms were all different, but they fused together flawlessly with the great Tao laws of the stone platforms, perfectly harmonious. As for the peak of the divine seal altar, the giant space cracked there released endless beams of energy and arcs of lighting. The flashes of light carried with them a terrifying strength, one able to tear through space and reach into the far-off distances. Giant tornadoes emerged from the pitch-black abyss that had been dug out from the earth. The surrounding martial artists found it hard to remain steady. Divine Seal Altar. It's really the Divine Seal Altar. Lin Ming could already confirm that every step of the 33 levels of this Divine Seal Altar contained different laws. It could be said that within this entire vast world, the only one who possessed the ability to create something so magnificent was the Azura Road Master. But what about Empyrean Divine Seal's Divine Seal Altar? Could it be that Empyrean Divine Seal was the Azura Road Master's reincarnation within the Divine Realm? Lin Ming immediately thought the Azura Road Master had reincarnated 33 times. One life, one Empyrean, one life, one divinity. According to the preface of the Azura Sutra, the Azura Road Master had used 100 million years during each reincarnation to become a true divinity powerhouse. Afterwards, he had fused all 33 reincarnations together and surpassed the boundaries of a true divinity. If this were true, then Empyrean Divine Seal was unlikely to be the Azura Road Master's reincarnation. This was because the Azura Road Master had lived 10 billion years ago. 10 billion years ago, That was a time when ancient races filled the universe, each one striving for supremacy. At that time, the Azura Road Master should have already experienced his 33 reincarnations and established the Azura Road. As for Empyrean Divine Seal, he had only existed 6 billion years ago. During that era, the 3 races of humans, saints, and spiritas ruled the 33 heavens. The difference in time was far too great. Moreover, Empyrean Divine Seal was a tragic story. He seemed to have perished because of humanity's calamity. If he really was the reincarnation of the Azura Road Master, then perhaps he wouldn't have died saving humanity. Even his Divine Seal altar seemed to have shattered. The reason Empyrean Vast Universe had been able to create an imitation of the Divine Seal altar was because he had obtained a fragment of the true Divine Seal altar. Otherwise, Lin Ming wouldn't have seen the phantom of Empyrean Divine Seal when he climbed up the 33 steps of the Divine Seal altar. Thinking of this, Lin Ming came up with his own hypothesis. 6 billion years ago, Empyrean Divine Seal should also have come to the final trial, and he saw the same scene as he tried to go from the 4th level to the 5th. After climbing the 33 steps, Empyrean Divine Seal had relied upon the comprehensions he obtained here to create his own Divine Seal altar. Afterwards, that Divine Seal altar became one of Empyrean Divine Seal's lifetime magic weapons. Lin Ming found it hard to keep his calm. He never thought that 6 billion years ago, Empyrean Divine Seal also climbed up this ancient 33-step altar. Lin Ming took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Soul Empress Sheng Mei. He only saw her staring at the Divine Seal altar, her eyes shining with a splendid light, as she too found it hard to remain calm. From her expression, this was clearly the first time she had seen the Divine Seal altar. The tests one faced in the final trial were ever-changing, and not every situation would be identical. During the last final trial that Soul Empress Sheng Mei attended, she had probably experienced something else when she went from the 4th level to the 5th. What large stone steps? Are we supposed to crawl our way up? Many martial artists were left utterly speechless as they stared at the incomparably gigantic Divine Seal altar. It looks like that's what we will have to do. It's impossible to reach the 5th level by flying. We'll have to crawl up, and this stone altar doesn't look easy to crawl up at all. Every trial from here on out is far, far harder. Let's rush up and get as much as we can complete it. Many martial artists looked at each other, their resolve steeled. It wasn't easy for many of them to arrive this far. As for the 5th level of the final trial, that would undoubtedly be far more difficult than the 4th. Unless there was some major upset, they would likely be stopped here. Go! For a time, numerous trial challengers shot up towards the Divine Seal altar, climbing up high. The ground beneath their feet shattered from the recoil force. Using all sorts of secret techniques, they were like fish diving through the Dragon Gate, soaring towards the top of the Divine Seal altar. Beneath the space crack leading to the 5th level, one could still fly up to around 1,000 feet, but the further one went, the greater the pressure would be. Many martial artists flew up around 1,000 feet and weren't able to withstand the dreadful pressure anymore. They fell onto the walls of the Divine Seal altar and were forced to grab the rough stone cliffs. Then, with their grip on the stone cliffs, they propelled themselves upwards once more. Again and again, these trial challengers would jump up hundreds of feet at a time. They were considerably fast. Beneath the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming watched all of this occur from the corners of his eyes. He soon discovered that the pressure falling down from the Divine Seal altar affected different people in different ways. Martial artists with higher cultivations experienced a suppressive force far more intense than those with lower cultivations. The higher one's cultivation, the more pressure there is. It wasn't just Lin Ming that discovered this, but many other trial challengers. Also, the pressure coming from the skies above the divine seal altar revolved according to some strange laws. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the repulsing force was. Thus, martial artists with higher cultivation had no advantage here at all. If one only had a high cultivation but was a complete mess in every other aspect, they would truly suffer climbing upwards. In other words, the divine seal altar was a test of one's foundation. How interesting! The gate of law's difficulty was dependent on my skeletal age, but the difficulty of this divine seal altar is dependent on my cultivation. When I broke through into the half-step Holy Lord realm on the 3rd level, it seems that it made this divine seal altar more difficult for me to climb instead. In this final trial, an endless variety of methods could be brought out to test a trial challenger. Their talent, absolute strength, foundation, comprehension of laws, all sorts of qualities could be tested here without end. Lin Ming immediately thought of all this and increasingly anticipated just what the last levels of the final trial would be like. But he didn't immediately climb up the divine seal altar. Within his heart, he felt faintly restless. So much time had passed, and yet he hadn't seen a hint of Xiao Moxian. Although Lin Ming felt that with Xiao Moxian's strength and destiny, it was impossible for her to meet some calamitous danger in the 4th level. But worry was irrational to begin with. If he didn't see Xiao Moxian, M.O., Bright Moon, and the others appear, he couldn't help but find it hard to remain calm. On another side, Sheng Mei also didn't move. She floated 100 feet higher in the air, her blue clothes fluttering about her, her eyes as deep as moons and her black hair as soft as snow. There was a man standing behind Sheng Mei. This man had a naked upper body, and his entire chest was covered with strange, mysterious tattoos. His muscles were thick and overlapping, as if they had been shaped by the endless washing of water. He emitted a deeply masculine but magnificent atmosphere. When Sheng Mei requested 3 spots from Soul Emperor Divine Void, the 2 extra spots were for her followers. This man was one of them. Throughout this entire time, he had kept an extremely low profile, not revealing the least bit about himself. Even Lin Ming wasn't able to judge his strength. Lady Soul Empress, this level seems disadvantageous to us. The tattooed man looked at the divine seal altar, frowning as he spoke. Sheng Mei lightly shook her head. It's far from being disadvantageous. This is a fair test, one that doesn't look at age, and only at one's foundation. From here on out, the trials we face will not discriminate. Cultivation will not bring one any advantages, but I never needed those advantages to begin with. Sheng Mei said with supreme confidence. The final trials, non-discriminatory trials, were the most basic of trials. In these tests where trial challengers would obtain greatly different results from each other, everyone would be placed at the same starting line. The Gate of Laws was this way, and so was the divine seal altar. The 5th level of the final trial would also be like this. Towards these things, Sheng Mei had already mentally prepared herself. Dragon's car, let's go. As Sheng Mei spoke, she flew towards the divine seal altar. Behind her, Dragon's car followed closely. As Sheng Mei flew up into the skies, because her cultivation was far too high, the pressure she had to withstand was far greater. As her true essence fiercely collided with the pressure of laws, the friction emitted a dazzling divine light. Chi, chi, chi. Underneath the impact of this divine light, the layers of ice crystals that floated around Sheng Mei began to shatter in abundance, freezing the void. The momentum with which Sheng Mei climbed the divine seal altar was one that no other martial artist could compare with. For a time, many trial challengers slowed their pace to look at Sheng Mei, their eyes full of awe and praise. Even beneath a pressure that far surpassed what anyone else was experiencing, Sheng Mei was still able to rise like a rising beam of light, her speed far faster than the rest. Chapter 1714, Xiao Moxian's Change. Chapter 1714, Xiao Moxian's Change. Underneath the gazes of everyone, Sheng Mei only used half an incense stick of time to climb up the first step of the divine seal altar. The next fastest person was only 3/4 of the way up. Too fierce, many trial challengers exclaimed. They knew that the pressure Sheng Mei had to withstand was dozens or even hundreds of times greater than what they had to bear. Even so, she was the first to climb up the divine seal altar's first step. It was impossible to measure this difference. However, the trial challengers also remembered that besides Sheng Mei, there were several other monstrous geniuses amongst them. For instance, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, as well as Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince. Big Flame? The Divine Void Crown Prince? Where did the two of them go? By now, the entrance to the 5th level had been open for some time, but many people had yet to arrive. If others didn't arrive, it was fine. But for chosen prides of heaven like Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince to still be missing, this caused everyone to feel as if something was wrong. There is also that woman in black clothes who always followed Lin Ming around. She's a ruthless person too, so how come she isn't here yet? Everyone glanced at each other, feeling a bit strange. At this time, Lin Ming still hadn't moved. He stared off into the distance, scanning the horizon. Although he was trying to remain calm, he found it difficult to tamp down the growing unease in his heart. Xiao Moxian was really far too slow, making it so that he inevitably started to imagine various scenarios. As for the Divine Void Crown Prince that had gone missing, Sheng Mei simply didn't seem to care for him at all, nor did she have any intention of looking into his disappearance. This startled Lin Ming. It seemed that in Sheng Mei's eyes, someone on the level of the Divine Void Crown Prince simply wasn't worth her paying much attention to. In the Divine Void Divine Kingdom, there would normally be someone every generation or two that was able to obtain a title of Crown Prince. After accumulating for so much time, there was a considerable number of them, to the point that Sheng Mei couldn't be bothered with them. Lin Ming silently waited. Slowly, many trial challengers had climbed up the Divine Seal Altar's first step and were preparing to climb the second. Finally, Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief and stood up. At the furthest edges of his vision that he could see into the wasteland, he could sense Xiao Moxian's familiar aura. Before long, several shadows appeared on the horizon. Their speed was quick, and they soon arrived in front of Lin Ming. They were Xiao Moxian, M.O. Bright Moon, and the others of their group. Even Suya was together with them. The several people were safe, and without any major injuries. In the midst of the crowd was Xiao Moxian. Her clothes were torn in several places, and she appeared a little exhausted. Even so, her eyes shined with excitement. Big Brother Lin. Seeing Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian joyfully shouted out, "Sienna, how come you're so late?" Xiao Moxian looked a bit distressed, but she was in extremely jolly spirits. Lin Ming finally felt relieved upon seeing this. Hee. Xiao Moxian smugly smiled, waiting for Lin Ming to take a guess. But at this time, Lin Ming's keen senses discovered that there was something different with Xiao Moxian's aura. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were nearly linked together in their thoughts. Thus, he was naturally able to feel the changes in her body. He discovered that her blood energy was far more concise, and the nirvanic flames within her body were even more potent. A breakthrough. Lin Ming was stunned, but as he looked at her inner world, he saw that she was still at the late Divine Lord realm. Xiao Moxian's cultivation speed was originally faster than Lin Ming's, but because he had stepped into the star-like immortal palace, she had been left in the dust by him instead. Now Lin Ming was already a half-step Holy Lord, and as for Xiao Moxian, she would find it difficult to make a breakthrough in the next several years. Xiao Moxian only cultivated the essence gathering system. She didn't make a breakthrough in her cultivation, and yet her blood energy was far more vibrant. This was quite unusual. Lin Ming even discovered that within her body, her primordial yin energy was slowly reforming. When Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming first dual cultivated, although Xiao Moxian had obtained tremendous benefits from Lin Ming's body, her primordial yin energy had still been taken away by Lin Ming. Now, there was a faint tendency that it was reforming. How could Lin Ming not be surprised by this? Lin Ming suddenly understood what had happened. He asked with happy surprise, "Sienna, you completed your second nirvana?" This was no small matter. A phoenix could undergo 9 nirvanas, although the 7th, 8th, and 9th nirvana were the most difficult, and the first 6 were easier. This was only relatively speaking. In order for a true royal phoenix to complete the first 6 nirvanas, it would require innumerable years of accumulations. But for Xiao Moxian, she had only needed another 60 to 70 years to complete her second nirvana. "That's right," Xiao Moxian ecstatically replied. "I obtained a lucky chance on the 4th level, so I was able to complete my second nirvana. Otherwise, it might have taken me several hundred more years." Lin Ming was also happy as he heard the bubbling joy in Xiao Moxian's voice. During this adventure into the Azure Road, Xiao Moxian had accompanied him the majority of this time, but she hadn't experienced many lucky chances for herself. Besides the one time in Tragic Death Valley, when she obtained the method to cultivate the Azure Heavenly Tao, she hadn't had any other lucky chances. But now, at this final trial, she managed to finally obtain her own great lucky chance. "That's wonderful," Lin Ming said from his heart. Xiao Moxian was a descendant of the Demon Dawn clan, as well as a descendant of a royal phoenix god beast. But a phoenix god beast, even a royal phoenix, was nothing in front of a heaven-defying existence like Soul Empress Sheng Mei. If a royal phoenix managed to complete 9 nirvanas, they would be able to step into the true divinity boundary, but there were beyond few royal phoenixes that managed to do so. As for Sheng Mei, as Lin Ming saw it, she had almost reached the boundary of true divinity. What she wished for, the challenge she faced, was likely the peak of true divinity. In this situation, a royal phoenix was definitely inferior to Sheng Mei. Yet Xiao Moxian was different. While she possessed the talent of a royal phoenix, she had also inherited the cultivation talent and learning ability of the Demon Dawn clan. Although a royal god beast possessed a bloodline that defied the heavens and could reach the Empyrean boundary just by growing up, in terms of cultivation ability, they were actually flung far behind by other races like the humans, saints, and spiritas. This was the balance of nature. The stronger one's bloodline was, the more difficult it was to procreate, and their ultimate potential was also limited in its ability to adapt. But Xiao Moxian broke this careful balance. She possessed a royal god beast bloodline foundation, as well as a peak perception and cultivation talent. In addition, as she followed Lin Ming and experienced her own lucky chances and fortuitous encounters, her potential was unimaginable. Completing her second nirvana in the 4th level of the final trial was only the beginning. She would definitely have increasingly exaggerated achievements in the future. At this time, M.O. Bright Moon smiled. This time we had to rely on Miss Sienna to survive. The ghosts and evil spirits in this mystic realm are simply far too formidable. If it weren't for Miss Sienna successfully undergoing her nirvana at the crucial moment, and then using her enhanced nirvanic flames to burn away the ghosts, it might be unknown whether or not we would have been able to return alive. M.O. Bright Moon lightly said. Lin Ming was able to discern a great deal from her words. It seemed that their experience in the 4th level had been filled with dangers. After glancing over at Thousand Slaughter and Fanny Fafa, Lin Ming discovered that they were wounded. They had consumed a great deal of blood vitality and had obviously passed through a desperate battle. Lin Ming knew that in order for Xiao Moxian to complete her second nirvana, she needed a safe environment to do so. If this were true, then she would have needed Mo, Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa, and the others to serve as her protectors. It could be imagined just how perilous the situation had been. Lin Ming took a deep breath and looked at Mo, Bright Moon, Xia, Fanny Fafa, and Thousand Slaughter. He clearly said, "I thank you all." "Ha ha! Brother Lin, there is no need for such words. We only did what we should have done. Anyways, without Miss Sienna here, I fear we would have perished in this damned haunted land. The fourth level of the final trial is truly steep step by step in all sorts of killing intents," Fanny Fafa honestly said, although his lilting feminine voice was a bit strange when combined with these frank words. Lin Ming could still feel the sincerity within them. "Rest up, then we'll climb the divine seal altar." Lin Ming turned and looked at the massive divine seal altar behind him. Before this, Mo, Bright Moon, and the others had already seen the soul-stirring scene. They were just about to ask Lin Ming what had happened. Seeing so many people climb up, Mo, Bright Moon asked, "Is this the entrance to the fifth level?" "Indeed." Lin Ming nodded and proceeded to explain the rules of the divine seal altar. A brilliant light shined in Xiao Moxian's eyes. She said, "Big Brother Lin, isn't this thing something you climbed up before?" In the Divine Realm First Martial meeting, Xiao Moxian had also been a part of Lin Ming's tournament subzone. However, she hadn't attended the semifinals where the Divine Seal altar was placed. Even so, she learned later that Lin Ming had been the one to climb up its steps to the top. Lin Ming said, "Perhaps Empyrean Divine Seal's Divine Seal altar is related to the final trial. We'll find out once we climb up." As Lin Ming spoke, Mo, Bright Moon, and the others sat down to meditate. With the support of various pills, it wasn't long before they restored themselves to top condition. And at this time, many trial challengers had crawled up to the third and fourth steps of the Divine Seal altar. "Let's go." Lin Ming stood up, his clear and deep voice ringing out. Chapter 1715, Sheng Mei's Thoughts. Chapter 1715, Sheng Mei's Thoughts. Lin Ming's moved. On the Divine Seal altar, many people looked down to see Lin Ming start climbing up the steps. Finally, I wonder what his performance will be like. Lin Ming's talent had already been proven within the gate of Azura. Still, many people found it unbelievable. After all, Lin Ming had come out of nowhere. He wasn't like Sheng Mei, someone who had an unbelievably deep background and status and had also attempted the final trial before and obtained above an 80% completion rate. Although no one doubted that Lin Ming had a terrifying talent, one still needed to verify this with their own eyes. This was like participating in a grand tournament with countless masters all around, and then encountering a seemingly common opponent who casually ended up being the top master of the entire universe. One would always find this difficult to accept. Many people were paying attention to Lin Ming right now, including even Sheng Mei. "Empress, it seems you are paying a particular amount of attention to that youth." Beside Sheng Mei, her follower Dragon's Car commented. Sheng Mei lightly nodded. "This person has a very special soul. It even seems a little like that special soul physique recorded within the Spirida's Holy Scripture." Spirida's Holy Scripture? Dragon's Car was startled upon hearing this. To the Spiridas of the Azura Road, the Spirida's Holy Scripture was nothing but a legend. Although there might have been some people who had seen a duplicate copy of the Spirida's Holy Scripture before, for a divine text of such a level, it was similar to the Azura Sutra to begin with, and was simply impossible to duplicate. The so-called duplicate copy would only contain some superficial knowledge, and would be missing far too much information. It just wouldn't be of much value. As a follower of Sheng Mei, Dragon's Car actually knew the whereabouts of the true Spirida's Holy Scripture. The Spirida's Holy Scripture was in the hands of Divine Sovereign Soul Rapture, and Divine Sovereign Soul Rapture was the existence that Sheng Mei followed orders from. He was a dreadful character that had lived for countless years, the ultimate powerhouse of the Spiritas. Even though Dragon's-Car had followed Xingmei for so many years, he had never seen divine sovereign soul rapture's true form yet. He had only heard his voice, but just that voice alone was enough to cause Dragon's-Car's mind to shake with fear, and his soul to freeze. Dragon's-Car didn't doubt that a major part of the reason why divine sovereign soul rapture was able to rule the Spiritas of the 33 heavens for so many years was because of the Spiritas' holy scripture. In fact, there was a possibility that the reason why divine sovereign soul rapture was able to reach his current cultivation boundary was because he had a lucky chance during his youth and stumbled upon the Spiritas' holy scripture. The common people might not know where Xingmei's grand reincarnation arc came from. This was a supernatural cultivation method similar to the 9 nirvanas of a phoenix. After every revolution, one would have to reincarnate, and their boundary would drop by several large realms. Afterwards, one would have to cultivate from the start again. This was a cultivation method that only a peerless genius could practice. This was because unless someone possessed a cultivation speed 10 times that of a genius, the more they cultivated, the lower their boundary would be. But if one could successfully train in this cultivation method, then they could forcefully enhance their bodily talent and cultivation talent. It was a truly heaven-defying technique. To restart from 9 times. Every life was a whole new accumulation of learning. The reason that Xingmei was able to have her current achievements was because of her own monstrous talent, as well as the grand reincarnation art. Within the inner Azura Road, the Soul Emperor, Divine Void, also held a deep admiration and respect for the grand reincarnation art. This mystical heaven-defying cultivation method nearly seemed as if it were creating its own independent set of laws. It absolutely wasn't something that an ordinary true divinity could hope of creating. As for the origin of the grand reincarnation art, Soul Emperor Divine Void had some guesses, but none that he could confirm. However, Dragon's-Car actually knew the true origins of the grand reincarnation art. It came from the Spiritas' holy scripture. It was a part of it. As for who was the one who wrote the Spiritas' holy scripture, that was a mystery that had yet to be solved. It wasn't even known if the person who composed the Spiritas' holy scripture was a Spiritas to begin with. Maybe even divine, sovereign soul rapture wouldn't be able to answer this question. Now that Xingmei suddenly said that Lin Ming had a special soul physique that was recorded in the Spiritas' holy scripture, how could Dragon's-Car not be shocked? Empress, do you mean the eternal soul? Yes, it's that. But it's only a faint similarity. If he really did possess the eternal soul, then I would have to bring him back to the Spiritas no matter what. Dragon's-Car was left bewildered. He looked at Lin Ming once again. But unfortunately, he had very few understandings of what the eternal soul really was, and was only faintly aware of its existence. This sort of soul physique had already disappeared from the 33 heavens for 10 billion years. This eternal stone, as well as the stone of eternal life, were closely tied together with the ephemeral concept of immortality within the legends. Lin Ming having something that resembled the eternal soul was more than shocking. As Dragon's-Car was thinking this, Lin Ming had already climbed up the first level of the Divine Seal altar. Climbing the Divine Seal altar was a relatively relaxed exercise for Lin Ming. As he scaled the rough stone walls of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming calmly perceived the concepts contained within it. Without a doubt, the Divine Seal altar of the inner Azura Road could not be compared with the imitation Divine Seal altar crafted by Empyrean Vast Universe. The main difference here mostly came from the different concepts within the two altars. This Divine Seal altar contained concepts within each step that correlated to one of the laws of the 33 heavens. When Lin Ming passed through the Blue Stone Road, he had already enlightened himself upon these laws of the 33 heavens. Thus, now that he climbed up the Divine Seal altar, he was realizing these laws once again. These laws of the 33 heavens were mostly strange to Lin Ming. Even if he carefully comprehended them, he would only understand a limited amount. Still, he slowed his speed and slowly mulled over these feelings. This was a rare chance for him. He would do his best to bury these laws in his heart, where they would be equal to planting law seeds. Lin Ming isn't fast at all. Is he reserving his strength? Dragon's car commented. He had been carefully watching Lin Ming climb up the Divine Seal altar. It wasn't too difficult to climb up the Divine Seal altar. After all, the 33 steps of the Divine Seal altar were only the stairs for a trial challenger to go from the 4th level to the 5th. Along the way, a good portion of people would be eliminated, but there would be a decent number of trial challengers that climbed up to the 5th level. No, he's feeling and comprehending the concepts. Sheng Mei pressed her eyebrows together as she looked at Lin Ming. Just what is he thinking? Could he be thinking of comprehending the laws of the 33 heavens? The laws of the 33 heavens were all-encompassing, a completely comprehensive system. Even so, no matter how they were divided, they had to fall into one of 3 categories: soul forging, body transformation, and essence gathering. Each of these systems possessed 11 types of laws, each one suitable to different races of the 33 heavens. One might not even be able to cultivate the laws of their own race, much less the laws of other races. In Sheng Mei's eyes, this was simply impossible. For a single person to dual cultivate body and energy, or even dual cultivate body and soul, was already extraordinary. To cultivate all 3 systems was aiming far too high. As for cultivating all 33 laws, to Sheng Mei, that was simply the thinking of a madman. In fact, Sheng Mei's thoughts were correct. Even for the Azura Road Master, it was impossible to cultivate every one of the laws. Even if he spent 100 million years cultivating each of the laws, it was impossible for him to achieve the limit in ones that didn't suit him. However, the Azura Road Master had used another method to solve this problem. That was avatars. If his true body wasn't suited to cultivating some laws, then he only needed to create an avatar that was. Lin Ming's Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was one such example. Time slowly passed. More and more trial challengers began crawling higher and higher. Those that were able to arrive here were all outstanding elites amongst all outstanding elites of the Azura Road. As they welcomed the pressure of the Divine Seal altar on their bodies, there was yet to be anyone who couldn't withstand the pressure. At most, the difference came in those who had to slow down. These people were different from the group of people that Lin Ming accompanied in the semifinals of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, at that time at Grave Moon Star. Out of all the martial artists that climbed up the Divine Seal altar, not including Lin Ming and Dragon Fang, the most outstanding genius, there had been the Skydark Holy Land's Nether Limitless. There weren't even any Empyrean descendants. As for Nether Limitless, he was only the core disciple of a great world king influence. Compared to these core disciples of Empyrean and true divinity influences, he fell far behind. 6 hours later, many martial artists had already climbed up 20-some steps. As for Soul Empress Sheng Mei, she had reached the 30th step. At this time, Lin Ming was on the 22nd step, slowly feeling the law concepts atop the Divine Seal altar. Slowly, Lin Ming realized that although this trial of the Divine Seal altar between the 4th and 5th level was a test, it was also a form of enlightenment. In the past, the Azura Road Master left behind many ways in which a trial challenger could enlighten themselves, but there were simply far too few people that could comprehend anything from these experiences. Even Lin Ming was only able to leave behind law seeds within his heart. Compared to perceiving the laws of the 33 heavens, this was far too great a difference. On this Divine Seal altar, the crux lies in the law concepts, and not the pressure. Reaching the top isn't difficult at all. Lin Ming suddenly thought, as he looked at the height of the space crack leading to the 5th level, one would need to climb to at least the 31st step to enter. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. However, according to the previous elimination rates of the trials. Not too many people should be eliminated. In other words, the majority of trial challengers should be able to make it to the 31st step. Chapter 1716, The Final Trial's Fifth Level. Chapter 1716, The Final Trial's Fifth Level. The law concepts on the divine seal altar were trickles that flowed beneath Lin Ming's feet. As he withstood this baptism of concepts, he climbed up to the 26th step. Although he wasn't fast at the start, he slowly caught up to everyone else. This was because at the front, most of the martial artists there had started to slow down due to the pressure of the divine seal altar. After all, there was no time limit in climbing up the divine seal altar. If one slowed down a bit, they could naturally restore a bit more of their strength. At the 28th step, the pressure was terrifying. But at this time, there had yet to be a trial challenger that was eliminated. At the 29th step, the dreadful pressure gushed down like a raging waterfall. Not only was this pressure placed on the body, but it was also a pressure of energy and a pressure of the soul. Some trial challengers immediately felt their strength verging on collapse. Damn it, I can't even feel my hands and feet anymore, and I don't have much spirit essence left, but there are still several tens of thousands of feet until the next step. A red-clothed fatty from an Empyrean influence mumbled. He had already climbed 50,000 feet up the 29th step, and his physical strength was reaching its limit. How come none of these people seem tired? Could I be the one with the weakest foundation here? The divine seal altar's 33 steps were a test of one's foundation. If one had a higher cultivation but was weak, they were destined to be eliminated here. The rough walls of the divine seal altar had already worn out the fingers of the fat, red-clothed youth and had covered them with blisters. He felt his arms and legs become heavy and was finding it increasingly difficult to continue. His entire body dripped sweat. Although he continued to try his best, his speed was still as slow as a turtle. Meanwhile, the top of the 29th step was nowhere in sight. Whoosh! At this time, a wild flow of energy rushed towards him. Without rhyme or reason, this flow of energy crashed into the red-clothed fatty. With a pitiful cry, his body went falling down. To fall from a height of several tens of thousands of feet under the terrifying pressure of the divine seal altar, one would suffer horribly if they were to hit the ground. This spiritus fatty, at the final moment, fiercely bit down on his tongue to sober himself up. As the wind whistled in his ears, he forcefully grit his teeth, stimulating his spirit essence and forming a barrier of spirit essence around his body. Pung! The fatty smashed into the stone ground of the divine seal altar. His spirit essence barrier shattered, and he howled in pain. His spine had cracked, and he was bleeding all over. For better or worse, he had managed to save his life. But it was no longer possible for him to climb up the divine seal altar. Thus, in the test from the 4th to the 5th level, at the 29th step, someone had finally been eliminated. And this was only the first elimination. More and more people were nearing their limits. Climbing up the divine seal altar was something that would take several days. The trial challengers that dared to climb its walls needed to have an endurance that far surpassed the norm. The endurance of the spiritus martial artists was limited, like the red-clothed fatty. Many of them exhausted their spirit essence and reached the edges of their persistence. In terms of endurance, the saints with their billowing blood vitality had a clear advantage. But they also had a disadvantage, and that was that their soul force was limited, and they found it hard to withstand the pressure on their minds and souls. Soon, the weak ones were defeated because of their lack of soul force. By the 30th step, at least 20% of the trial challengers were unable to continue climbing. The black-clothed youth and green-clothed girl were unknown characters. No one even knew their names. And it was also impossible to tell what influence they came from by looking at their clothes. These two people were drenched with sweat, but they still stubbornly continued climbing up the 32nd step. These two people are strange. On the walls of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming thought for a moment. Somehow, he felt that the aura around this man and woman was a bit familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen them before. Because there were too many people in the final trial, Lin Ming had never noticed these two. "Brother Lin, I don't think I can continue much longer. I fear I won't be able to climb up the 32nd step." A soft and lilting voice echoed out. Lin Ming turned to look at Fanny Fafa. Along the way, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had climbed up with Fanny Fafa, Suya, and the others. In addition, because their speed was slow, they were only in the lower middle of the trial challengers. While the first group had already climbed up the 32nd step, Lin Ming and the others were only 10,000 to 20,000 feet up the 31st step. Even you climbed up the 31st step, that is enough to enter the 5th level. As Lin Ming spoke, he discovered that not too far away from Fanny Fafa, Suya was also dripping wet with sweat. Her cheeks were flushed red, and it was clear she was reaching her limits. Feeling Lin Ming's gaze, Suya squeezed out a smile. "Sir Lin, this is also my final step. If I try to climb up any more, then I fear I will overdraw my strength or even fall down. If that happens, it will affect my own strength and cause me to be restrained on the 5th level." "Okay." Lin Ming nodded. Of his group, only he and Xiao Maxian wouldn't have a problem reaching the top. As for the others, it would be a bit too difficult for them to climb up the 32nd step. After Suya and Fanny Fafa, Thousand Slaughter, and Mo, Bright Moon also gave up. They loosened their grip on the stone walls and gently fell back down to the 31st step. As for Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, they naturally mounted the 32nd step. After mounting the 32nd step, Lin Ming only saw several people here. It seemed that most trial challengers stopped at the 31st step. Lin Ming glanced over at the black-clothed youth and green-clothed girl that were meditating and restoring their energy. He hesitated for a moment and then asked them, "My name is Lin Ming. May I ask where you two are from?" The trial challengers of the final trial mostly didn't know each other. They were nothing but strangers whose roads crossed in this mystic realm. But as Lin Ming suddenly asked this question, it caused the two of them to be startled. They clearly recognized Lin Ming towards this chosen pride of heaven who passed through the azure level gate of laws. They felt a deep sense of awe. This was the universal respect that one held towards powerhouses. The two people glanced at each other. The green-clothed girl was the first to speak, Moon Pond. "Soul Sky," the black-clothed youth said right after. Moon Pond, Soul Sky. I've indeed never heard these names. Lin Ming nodded and faintly smiled. Well, at least they were acquainted now. "Big Brother Lin, are you interested in those too?" Xiao Maxian asked with a little surprise. In her opinion, Lin Ming was someone who rarely took the initiative to greet strangers. They just give off a strangely familiar feeling. Lin Ming didn't explain further and began to climb up the 33rd step. Most of the trial challengers that mounted the 32nd step had to rest in meditation. Only Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian didn't need any rest. They climbed up the rough stone walls, their speed not slowing in the least, as if this massive pressure they faced didn't exist at all. This left everyone watching them secretly dumbfounded. No one doubted that Lin Ming would be able to reach the top, just like no one doubted Sheng Mei either. At the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, when Lin Ming ascended from the 32nd step to the 33rd step, he had to face the power of heavenly tribulation. But at this final trial's Divine Seal altar, that didn't occur at all. Rather, there was only a more terrifying pressure as well as a deeper baptism of the laws of the 33 heavens. And as Lin Ming climbed up several hundred feet, Sheng Mei had already reached the top of the 33rd step. Seeing Sheng Mei reach the top, Lin Ming took a deep breath. Although he knew that her talent was extraordinary, she had reached the top extremely fast, and also did so easily, as if it wasn't a problem at all. This left Lin Ming secretly shocked. This Sheng Mei was even more terrifying than Divine Dream. As Sheng Mei reached the top, the entire Divine Seal altar began to shake. The space crack leading to the 5th level began to slowly close up. Ka. The space crack constantly closed in and squeezed out. According to this trend, all those below the 31st step of the Divine Seal altar would be pushed away, while those at the 31st step and above would be able to smoothly enter the 5th level. Chapter 1717. Overlord. Chapter 1717. Overlord. Sheng Mei mounting the top of the Divine Seal altar's 33 steps was like a signal. Those trial challengers who failed to reach the 31st step could only stare on unwillingly as the space crack began to slowly close up, sealing them away in the 4th level. Currently, their position was only several tens of thousands of feet away from the space crack. Normally this distance would only take the blink of an eye to cross, but today it had become an unpassable moat. As the space crack began to close up, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin trudged on against the intense astral winds and dreadful pressure to climb up the 33rd step. After completing 2 nirvanas, it wasn't difficult for Xiao Moxin to climb up, and her speed was no slower than Lin Ming's. These 2 people are quite fearful, Dragon's Car breathlessly said from beside Sheng Mei. Although he had just managed to follow behind Sheng Mei, it was a strenuous task for him to climb up the 33rd step. If there wasn't an accident, then it would only be the 4 of them that reached the top of the 33 steps. That was Sheng Mei, Dragon's Car, Lin Ming, and Xiao Moxin. As for Moon Pond and Soul Sky, their hopes dimmed with every second. The most they would be able to reach would be halfway up the 33rd step. Indeed, these 2 people might be a great boost to our efforts to pass the 5th level. Dragon's Car was startled upon hearing Sheng Mei. Soul Empress, are you planning to try rushing past the final trial's 5th level? Dragon's Car knew about the final trial's 5th trial. In fact, it could be called the limit of the final trial. Whether it was the Soul Empress or the Good Fortune Saint's son, neither of them had been able to pass the 5th level in the past. And, in fact, according to what Dragon's Car knew, for the last billion years, no one had been able to pass the 5th level's trial. Until now, it was still a complete mystery as to what lay past the 5th level. That's my plan, but my hopes aren't too great. Even if I am unable to pass the 5th level, my completion percentage should be 85% or above. If there is even the slightest chance of me passing the 5th level, then my completion percentage will be 88% or even higher. Sheng Mei sucked in a deep breath. 88% was considerably close to 90%, but a completion of 90% was a leap upwards. The rewards from this completion percentage were unimaginable. As Sheng Mei and Dragon's Car spoke, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin had already climbed past 25,000 feet and were only several thousand feet away. At this height, they still hadn't slowed down. As for the others, they had already given up. At this time, the trial of the Divine Seal altar had more or less ended. Half an hour later, Xiao Moxin and Lin Ming smoothly ascended to the top. Standing at the top of the 33rd platform, Lin Ming directly faced Sheng Mei and Dragon's Car. Standing in front of them, Lin Ming could clearly feel an icy cold aura wildly gushing out from Sheng Mei, as if she was the source of endless winter wind. This was an unrivaled woman, one that made all others feel inferior in their heart. Just by casually standing there, she was like a fairy of the highest heavens, ethereal and ephemeral. Lin Ming, right? Sheng Mei parted her deep red lips and asked Lin Ming. To many people, It was the greatest of glories to be remembered by Soul Empress Sheng Mei. This was because in her eyes, most people were as worthy as ants. I am Lin Ming. I greet Senior Soul Empress. Lin Ming cupped his hands across his chest and slightly bowed. Sheng Mei nodded. There is no need to be overly polite. Your achievements in the future will be limitless, and perhaps they might surpass my own. Sheng Mei's voice was light. Although these were words of praise for Lin Ming, they were actually extremely grating on Xiao Moxian's mind as she heard them. In her opinion, Sheng Mei was only someone that had passed the heaven-stepped difficulty gate of laws. Although she had perfectly passed it with ease, she was far from being comparable to Lin Ming, who had passed the Azura-level gate of laws. And yet, she actually said that Lin Ming's future achievements might surpass her own. If Sheng Mei had passed the Azura-level difficulty too, then Xiao Moxian wouldn't have any opinion on this. After all, it was as it should be for a senior to speak encouraging and appreciative words to a junior. But how? You only passed the heaven step difficulty, so what qualifications do you have to say all that crap? Xiao Moxian was originally a fearless character who dreaded neither the heavens nor the earth. Even in front of Soul Empress Sheng Mei, she felt no jitters at all. She raised her chin, curled her lips, and muttered, "My big brother Lin's future will naturally be limitless." Although she didn't say that Lin Ming would inevitably surpass Sheng Mei, her expression and pose indicated her intent. Regarding this, Sheng Mei only faintly smiled, not replying. But nearby, Dragon's Car frowned, and his gaze became much colder and gloomier. When Sheng Mei was speaking with others, then as a follower, Dragon's Car naturally wouldn't say anything. But Xiao Moxian's words had left him far too disgruntled. He coldly coughed and said, "The finch doesn't know the beauty of the swan, and the mole cricket doesn't know the passing of spring and fall. In life, it's best not to be so needlessly arrogant. The Empress's future achievements cannot be imagined by the likes of you. What you have seen so far of the Empress is only the tip of the iceberg. You think you have seen the Empress's limits? What a joke." Dragon's Car sneered. He originally thought that Sheng Mei's praise of Lin Ming just now was far too exaggerated. Future achievements that surpassed her own? Wasn't that just polite praise to encourage a junior? Yet not only did Lin Ming not respond, but the girl next to him didn't even appreciate the kindness. One Xiao Moxian and one Lin Ming, both ungrateful. In the 33 heavens, no one dared to speak like this. Although Sheng Mei had only passed the heaven-step gate of laws, one couldn't forget that Sheng Mei had only cultivated the 6th revolution of the grand reincarnation art. There was still the 7th, 8th, and 9th revolutions, and they were the most difficult and most terrifying to practice. Once Sheng Mei cultivated the 7th revolution, she could challenge the Azura level gate of laws. Once she completed the 8th revolution, she could likely pass it with ease. As for the 9th revolution, it was unimaginable what she would be like. Moreover, Dragon's Car was faintly aware that even though Sheng Mei had been following divine sovereign soul rapture for all these years, the truth was that she was slowly brewing a plan that was unimaginably terrifying. Although Dragon's Car didn't know what this plan was, what he could confirm was that if this plan succeeded, then Sheng Mei and divine sovereign soul rapture would reach inconceivable heights. It might even allow the Spiritas to control all of the 33 heavens. Of course, this was one of the greatest secrets of the Spiritas. Dragon's Car naturally wouldn't reveal anything. In this situation, Xiao Moxian naively thought that Lin Ming's future achievements would surpass those of Sheng Mei. Dragon's Car naturally couldn't help but snort in contempt. Xiao Moxian wasn't convinced. Just as she was about to continue arguing, Lin Ming pulled her back. And at this time, Sheng Mei also stopped Dragon's Car. She icily said, "Dragon's Car, do not be rude." Dragon's Car immediately stopped. He respectfully said, "Yes, Empress." Towards Soul Empress Sheng Mei, Dragon's Car was absolutely loyal. This was a respect and reverence that came from his heart. Sheng Mei nodded and said to Lin Ming, "At the 5th level, I fear I might need your help." Lin Ming was surprised. With Sheng Mei's strength, she actually needed his help. Sheng Mei didn't explain in further detail. She said, "After a while, you will understand what I am speaking of. Let us go first. This 5th level is very special." As Sheng Mei spoke, the space crack to the 5th level had completely closed and thoroughly separated them from the 4th level. The pressure upon the divine seal altar suddenly vanished, and everyone felt their bodies lighten. They all let out a heavy sigh. Standing on the 33rd step of the divine seal altar, Lin Ming could see the entire space of the 5th level. The 5th level wasn't as vast and boundless as he had imagined. Compared to the 4th level, the 5th level was far, far smaller and would only have occupied a tiny corner. In fact, if Lin Ming focuses his sense into a straight line, he could make out the boundaries of this world. This was a broad wilderness. The earth was a desolate wasteland, and clouds hung high in the skies, a deep crimson red that seemed as if it would drip blood at any moment. Within the air, a dreadful burning heat percolated about. Streams of flame seemed to flutter atop the ground. The rocks and gravel seemed to burn. A tyrannical and wild aura rushed towards them, making the mind shake. This level is. Feeling this burning hot wilderness, restlessness surged in Lin Ming's heart. It seemed that this was a truly terrifying level. Many of the other trial challengers on the Divine Seal altar were thinking the same thing, but due to the temptation of lucky chances, they were eager to leap down the Divine Seal altar and see what the 5th level was like. After all, many lucky chances were first come, first serve, and they were willing to take this risk. You all would do best to not continue forwards. At this time, a cold voice passed into everyone's ears. They paused and looked back. The one who had been speaking was Sheng Mei. Sheng Mei's clothes floated about her as she descended from the Divine Seal altar like a fairy maiden exiled to the mortal world. In your current state, entering the 5th level will be far too perilous. There will only be dangers, no lucky chances. Rather, it could be said that the lucky chance in the 5th level can be obtained after defeating the overlord of the 5th level, and the overlord's strength is extremely terrifying. No matter which one of you it is, if you encounter it alone, then you will die without a doubt. Sheng Mei's words caused everyone to feel a chill crawl up their backs. No one dared to suspect her words. They all stood motionless. Rest here for 3 days, and then we shall continue onwards together. The 5th level is extremely special, and I do not have the confidence that I can pass it alone. Thus, I will require the cooperation and support of everyone here. As Sheng Mei spoke, everyone was shocked. Sheng Mei wanted their support. With Sheng Mei's strength, it would only take a single thought to kill any one of them here, but she actually said she wanted their support. What was so peculiar about the 5th level that even Sheng Mei feared it so? And what use would they be? Without questioning, everyone began to rest and meditate. If this level could have Sheng Mei be so serious, just how dangerous was this level? Undoubtedly, a single mistake and they would lose their life. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin also sat down to rest. The further they progressed in the final trial, the more dangerous it would become. They wouldn't overestimate themselves either. Like this, 3 days slowly passed, and everyone restored themselves to their top condition. And at this time, Sheng Mei stood up. She faintly said, "Let us go." Chapter 1718, Undying Inferno. Chapter 1718, Undying Inferno. Kia. With Sheng Mei's words, everyone stood up and fell down the Divine Seal altar, fully stepping into the 5th level. After the rounds of eliminations, with Lin Ming included, there were just around 20 people. The scorching hot sands rustled beneath their feet. A furious heaven and earth origin energy buffeted them, making them all feel something strange. My cultivation. The trial challengers were startled. As they examined their inner world, they discovered that some invisible laws were imprisoning their strength, causing them to grow weaker and weaker, falling down from the world king realm. They stumbled into the half-step world king realm before descending into the peak Holy Lord realm and rapidly into middle Holy Lord realm before finally stopping at the early Holy Lord realm. My cultivation is only at the early Holy Lord realm. One of the martial artists was shocked. He was used to having a half-step world king cultivation, but now he had suddenly fallen to the early Holy Lord realm. This made him feel extremely insecure, like a mortal martial arts master having their martial arts ruined, becoming a completely average person. No matter what, they would always feel a bit strange in their heart. Me too. Everyone noticed that a similar situation was occurring to all of them, whether they were world kings, half-step world kings, or peak holy lords. After stepping into the 5th level, their cultivation was restricted to the early Holy Lord realm. Only Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were exceptions. To their amazement, they discovered that their cultivation didn't decrease. Rather, some strange laws fused into their inner world, causing their cultivation to dramatically rise, all the way into the early Holy Lord realm. So, the 5th level of the final trial sets a standard for cultivation. Everyone's cultivation will become like this. Lin Ming suddenly realized. No wonder Sheng Mei had said she would need to draw on their support. In the 5th level, her cultivation had also fallen to the early Holy Lord realm. In the final trial, no one could violate the absolute rules. What strange rules! The methods used to test us in this final trial are more curious than the last. Some martial artists sighed with emotion. From non-discriminatory trials to the gate of laws that had a difficulty based on one's skeletal age to test talent, to the divine seal altar that was more difficult depending on one's cultivation in order to test one's foundation, and now to this 5th level that limited one's cultivation so that everyone's cultivation was the same. If so, then on this 5th level, what was tested was one's attainments in cultivation methods and understanding of the laws. So that's how it is. What interesting rules. Although my cultivation dropped to the early Holy Lord realm, my comprehension of laws and skill in cultivation methods remain the same. I am far stronger than an ordinary Holy Lord realm martial artist. A trial challenger discovered. In the end, at the 5th level, the higher one's cultivation was, the longer they had cultivated, the more they would profit here. Someone that had cultivated for 1,000 years comprehended laws for 1,000 years and trained in a cultivation method for 1,000 years would be completely different from someone who had only been alive for 100 years. Even if they were all at the early Holy Lord realm, the difference in combat strength would be enormous. In other words, the rules of the 5th level were highly advantageous to them. The ones with the disadvantages would be Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Their cultivations hadn't been at the Holy Lord realm to begin with. Now that they were forcefully lifted to the Holy Lord realm, their combat strength was likely ordinary. This Lin Ming, he might suffer a loss here. Yes, we must take advantage of this situation and obtain as much completion percentage as we can. We must try and reach at least 70%. Many martial artists discussed with sound transmissions. Someone asked, Soul Empress, is this 5th level really so difficult? Even with Soul Empress's strength, it is still impossible to pass. Sheng Mei didn't answer this question. Amongst the crowd, someone said, concerning the 5th level, I've heard something before. It seems that no one has passed this 5th level in the last billion years. This person's faint words caused a chill to crawl up everyone's spines. For the last billion years, no one had passed. That's right. This is why anything past the 5th level has always been an enigma. That's scary. Many people were left speechless. It seemed that they could only hope of earnestly following behind Sheng Mei and supporting her. Only then would there be some hopes of passing. Soul Empress, what is the overlord of the 5th level? Sheng Mei slowly led the way. Her voice was haunting as she said, the overlord of the 5th level, the undying inferno. In reality, it is an amalgamation of incomparably terrifying fire elementals. Although it resembles a phoenix in form, it is in no way a god beast, because it doesn't possess a main body. It is nearly indestructible. Once we approach it, it will release incomparably blazing hot flames that can instantly scorch a peak great world king to death. These flames will bake away flesh and skin, tempering the bones into tempered golden bones. And these tempered golden bones will become a puppet of the undying inferno. As Sheng Mei spoke, everyone was shocked. Without a main body, it simply couldn't be destroyed. And the flames that it released could instantly burn away a great world king, and those who dared to challenge it would be turned into puppets. If the cultivation of these people hadn't been suppressed, then a peak great world king wasn't too far off a dream. As for Sheng Mei, she could definitely instantly kill a great world king herself. But now, everyone's cultivation was limited to the early Holy Lord realm. When facing the undying inferno that could instantly kill a peak great world king, wanting to withstand its attack would be immediately dangerous. No one had the courage to do so. Even Sheng Mei would find it difficult. No wonder the Soul Empress said she needed our help. I fear that in the 5th level, it requires the cooperation of everyone here to pass. So far in the final trial, there had been solo fights as well as small squads working together. Now, in the 5th level, it was total cooperation between everyone left remaining. The last time I entered the 5th level of the final trial, it was this undying inferno that I was not able to defeat. As Sheng Mei spoke, everyone pricked up their ears. Facing such a terrifying, undying inferno, if Sheng Mei requested her assistance, then that proved there was a small chance she could strike down that undying inferno and enter the 6th level. And according to her words, as long as the undying inferno was killed, then everyone could pass to the next level. This left many of them excited. In a team situation, even if it was Sheng Mei who would inevitably provide the main strength and obtain the highest completion percentage, they would still be able to drink a little of the soup. If they could enter the 6th level, that would truly be the greatest glory of their lives, as well as the greatest capital they could use to consolidate their positions in their sections. After all, this was a legendary level that no one had managed to pass in the last billion years. If they could experience the fabled 6th level themselves, they could truly live without regrets. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts began to heat up with wild thoughts. Even so, they peacefully and respectfully listened to Sheng Mei. After a moment of silence, Sheng Mei continued to say, "The undying inferno cannot be destroyed. That is true, but every time it attacks, it will release the fire essence within its body. Once this fire essence is exhausted, it will turn into a phoenix egg and experience a nirvana in a bath of flames. And this will be our only chance to attack. Facing the undying inferno, I will lay down a battle array. All of you will assist me in the battle array. We will resist the impact of the undying inferno until it exhausts all of its fire essence and turns into a phoenix egg. Then I will attack with everything I have. If I can succeed and pierce through the eggshell, then I will be able to kill the undying inferno. If I fail, then the undying inferno will undergo a nirvanic rebirth and reform into the shape of a phoenix. But at that time, it will not be a flame form, but an ice form. In other words, it will become the undying polar ice. At that point, we will have to give up." As Sheng Mei said this, everyone was amazed. There was such a strange monster, This monster was able to spew out its own fire essence in exchange for greater striking power, and once it exhausted its essence, it could undergo a nirvanic rebirth to turn into an ice form monster. I see. The Soul Empress focuses on the ice laws. So if she were to face the blazing flames of the undying inferno, her striking power would be extremely high. However, if she were to face the undying polar ice, then the Empress's striking power would be reduced instead. Thus, it is impossible to attack a second time. Many people understood Sheng Mei's plans. There would only be a single chance to strike. If they were defeated, they could only retreat. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. As everyone was thinking this, the heat waves rushing towards them became increasingly strong. Suddenly, not too far away, the sandy soil erupted as golden skulls burst out. Skulls, some trial challengers called out. These heads had no flesh and blood, and their empty eye sockets burnt with a ghostly flame. They were creepy and macabre. Those are the golden skeletons. Beside Sheng Mei, Dragon's car bellowed out as he took out a heavy sword. Kacha! Kacha! The golden skeletons crawled out from the ground, rushing towards the group. Everyone definitely remembered what Sheng Mei had said before. Trial challengers that were killed by the undying inferno had their bodies scorched away and refined into golden skeletons that became its puppets. It was clear that these bones were the so-called golden skeletons. If they were to die in the 5th level, this would also be their fate. First, clear out these golden skeletons. These fellows have a terrifying defensive power and nearly limitless strength. They are equal to Middle Holy Lord Saint martial artists, but are deficient in cultivation methods and laws. Do not get close to them. Oh, as Dragon's car spoke, an icy aura gushed out from within Sheng Mei, covering the surrounding space. With Sheng Mei as the center, the entirety of space within 1,000 feet of her seemed to separate from the outside world. A cold and dark wind blew past, as if it emerged from the 9 nether abyss. On the originally scorching hot earth, a thick crust of frost suddenly appeared. Those golden skeletons seemed to freeze as their motion slowed, and even the soul fires burning in their eye sockets dimmed down, as if they were candles fading away in the wind. Domain. Lin Ming could see that what Sheng Mei used just now was an extremely high-ranking domain. This domain not only greatly weakened the threat of the golden skeletons, but most important of all, it formed an independent space that didn't leak out any energies that Lin Ming and the others used. Like this, they wouldn't alarm the undying inferno. Otherwise, if the undying inferno were to rush over here, the situation would become much worse. These golden skeletons have too great a defensive power to crush, extinguish the soul fires in their eyes to kill them. Sheng Mei faintly said, "These golden skeletons were only the opening appetizer of the 5th level. Compared to the undying inferno, they were far too weak." Chapter 17:19, Reaping Souls. Chapter 17:19, Reaping Souls. Attack. Someone shouted. Those that were able to arrive on the 5th level were outstanding elites amongst outstanding elites. They were all proud children of heaven of their respective races, and were able to accurately gauge the combat situation. Now that the golden skeletons were weakened by the freezing ice domain released by Sheng Mei, this was undoubtedly the best chance to destroy them all. A purple-clothed Spirita's youth attacked first. In an instant, countless white lights drilled out from his flesh, like endless strands of silk that tore through space. These threads emitted brilliant waves of white light as they whistled through the air, passing over everyone's heads with staggering momentum. Some of these white lights crashed onto the metal-hard bodies of the golden skeletons. There was a loud grating sound like metal striking on metal, as the golden skeletons weren't wounded at all. This amazing defensive power proved Sheng Mei's words. But there were still some white lights that crashed into the eye sockets of these golden skeletons. As long as the white lights fell into the eye sockets of the golden skeletons, the ghostly flames within crackled as they were slowly extinguished. Several golden skeletons that had just risen froze where they were without the support of soul force. Their bodies began to collapse like brick and stone buildings caving in. In the crowd, Dragonscar's aura erupted. Snow-white scales appeared on his body as a billowing origin energy surged through the world, astonishing all. He wildly dashed around, his body so fast that blazing white flames were produced from the friction between him and the air. Horrifying shock waves reverberated around him as he leapt 100 feet into the air and came diving back down. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash within his arms as he forcefully shattered the eye sockets of one of the golden skeletons. There was also a proud son of heaven from the saint race. By relying on his amazing bodily talent, he punched at one of the golden skeletons. Originally, this punch was able to shatter mountains and rivers, but as it struck the golden skeleton, he only managed to sink it into the earth, and even his fist had torn apart. As the golden skeleton began crawling up from the ground, once more, the Saint Youth genius finally learned his lesson. He began to strike at the quiet, ghostly fires in the skeleton's eye sockets. This battle unfolded like a clash royale. Everyone fought with heated spirits. Ha ha ha! Feels great. These golden skeletons are too weak. It only takes one step to kill 10. At this time, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian also attacked. Lin Ming shot out spear lights with his fingertips, easily extinguishing the soul fires in the golden skeleton's eye sockets. As for Xiao Moxian, she released a mass of black flames that were as thin as willows. Although these flames seemed small, when they touched a golden skeleton, they rapidly inflated as if they would grow to destroy the world. As long as they covered a golden skeleton, the soul fires in their eyes would rapidly be destroyed. Although these golden skeletons had a formidable combat strength comparable to a Middle Holy Lord Saint martial artist, their weaknesses were too obvious. They were easily focused down by others. As Sheng Mei slowly moved forwards, all of the golden skeletons that crawled out from the sandy earth were quickly cut down by the numerous proud children of heaven, not able to create any trouble for the group. Suddenly, the sandy world before them disappeared. Thick, twisting beams of fires flowed about like a den of pythons, exuding a spectacular heat that gushed out in all directions. Within this endless sea of flames was a giant mass of phantasmal flames that surged with a strange strength, floating up and down like a lonely island. But even more than that, it resembled a fire phoenix. This bizarre mass of flames had dazzling wings and a great body formed from pure fire essence. It was over 1,000 feet tall, enough to block out the skies. The space behind it was completely burnt down by the hot flames, exposing nothing but an endless abyss of darkness. From time to time, small sparks of fire would shoot out from its body, and large holes would be burnt in space by these small sparks, like someone touching a piece of cloth with a burning torch. Although the group hadn't yet approached, they could feel an astonishing pressure exuding from that fire phoenix's flame-formed body. It was a pressure deep enough to cause their souls to shiver, as if they could be grinded into the ground at any time by the pressure alone. Strange fire runes seethed around the fire phoenix's entire body, like layers of flattering stars. As the runes flickered, they released a dreadful conflagration of flames that turned into thick fire tornadoes on the ground. The fire tornadoes tore through the earth, burning and combusting until they left behind deep rivers of fire. Space storms howled from the tears in space, wildly spinning around. Even the freezing ice domain that Soul Empress Sheng Mei released began to evaporate due to the unimaginable power of fire. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Within the sea of flames, tiny red bubbles of fire popped out, revealing golden skeletons that came crawling out. The soul fires that burned within their eyes were far more powerful than those of the golden skeletons that Lin Ming had encountered before. Red light shot out from them, making the heart race. The color was also far deeper than that of ordinary golden skeletons, and the aura they released was far more dreadful. Lin Ming scanned his eyes around. There were around 400 to 500 golden skeletons that had appeared so far, and more were slowly crawling out from the sea of flames. Undying inferno! Someone gasped, panic-stricken, as they stared at the fire phoenix composed of pure flames within the sea of fire. As if it were aroused by this cry, the undying inferno that was resting with the roiling flames suddenly opened its eyes. It was like a sun exploding, a supernova. Bang! Two terrifying masses of fire shot out, seeming as if they could penetrate through the world as they hurtled towards the person that had shouted just then. These flames were incredibly quick. They directly pierced through Sheng Mei's freezing ice domain and rushed towards that person. Sheng Mei's eyebrows pressed together. The attack speed of the undying inferno was far too fast, not giving her enough time to save him. Moreover, she hadn't laid down the battle array, yet so she couldn't rescue him if she wanted to. With a light crackling sound, the person's flesh and blood began to boil and burn, their entire body being scorched away. With a miserable scream, even the earth beneath their feet began to melt into a metallic magma due to the extreme heat. Rah! Suddenly, a golden skeleton rushed out from the husk of the dead martial artist. Its body crackled, and it raised its fiery fists as it rushed towards the group. Then, a person's figure flashed. It was Dragon's Car. He grasped his heavy sword and rushed out. His heavy sword weighed as much as a mountain, and in 2 strikes, the golden skeleton's soul fires that burned in its eyes were extinguished. Seeing this flaming golden skeleton on the ground, some people sucked in a cold breath, unable to restrain a feeling of grief in their hearts. Just a moment ago, this person had fought by their side. He seemed to have been a genius of some ancient clan. If one was killed by the flames of the undying inferno, they would turn into a golden skeleton. Although Soul Empress Sheng Mei had already informed them of this, with the bloody truth placed in front of them, it still left them terrified. Within her freezing ice domain, a rare, earnest expression appeared on Sheng Mei's face. The ribbon that wrapped around her body began to shimmer with giant runes. Every time these runes shimmered, they would release an indescribably profound aura of ice laws. The aura of these ice laws rippled out, spreading through the void for 10,000 feet. Some of these ripples even neared the range of the undying inferno. The freezing cold air directly collided with the strange flames, releasing horrifying energy fluctuations that detonated again and again. Sheng Mei's entire body released a peculiar icy aura as her delicate hands repeatedly moved in the air. Unbelievably beautiful wisps of essence energy scattered out all over, floating down like snowflakes. Then, twining together with the power of laws released by the strange ribbon, countless seals appeared as Sheng Mei formed an exquisite array formation with her as the center. Within this array formation, everyone, including Lin Ming, felt the power of ice begin to condense around their bodies, forming a type of armor. Although the armor had the power of mystic cold within it, its defensive capabilities were extremely high. Those people that were feeling suffocated from the burning heat just now suddenly returned to their normal states. This is the extreme cold battle array that I've laid down. Within this array formation, the might of the undying inferno's flames will be greatly weakened. Everyone follow my lead, and do not leave this battle array. Sheng Mei's voice was deep and awe-inspiring, ringing out in the hearts of everyone present. Everyone felt a chill crawl up their backs. None of them dared to neglect her orders. They had already learned from the mistake of that youth who had been scorched into a golden skeleton. The fire phoenix-shaped, undying inferno felt the freezing cold energy in the air and seemed to be stimulated by it. Overwhelming flames filled the skies as the undying inferno flew in circles. All of space for 1,000,000 miles turned into a sea of flames, limitless and boundless. On the ground, massive mountain ranges began to crack apart and disintegrate. Tongues of flame fell down from the void, transforming everything into molten lava flows. The world was filled with fire and death, as if it were the eve of the apocalypse. You dare to anger me? All of you will die. The undying inferno raised its head, a contemptuous look in its eyes. Its voice crashed into everyone's minds like a peal of thunder. Then, the undying inferno unfurled its wings. From space, a blaze of crimson flames appeared and came crashing down like a rain of tiny meteors. A violent storm appeared, racing towards the area where Lin Ming was. At the same time, more and more golden skeletons shot out from the sea of flames, all of them rushing towards Lin Ming and the others. However, even though they were extremely fast, as soon as they entered the extreme cold battle array, their movements slowed down as if they were mired in a swamp, becoming extremely slow. Even so, these golden skeletons were far stronger than the previous ones. Wanting to kill them wasn't easy at all. Moreover, there was also the threat of the undying inferno. The fiery meteors it released were crashing down from the skies. Although these meteors were wrapped in layers of ice laws and slowed down when they entered the extreme cold battle array, if everyone was forced to deal with these, then they would be far too overstretched. For a time, the trial challengers were caught in a brutal struggle. The battle with the golden skeletons also entered a stalemate. Minus the youth that had just died, no one had yet been injured. But if this battle were to continue, they would inevitably suffer losses. Moreover, the undying inferno had yet to truly attack. As for them, they were constantly wasting a tremendous amount of energy in battle with the golden skeletons. If this were to continue, then things would rapidly become more and more dangerous. If they couldn't withstand this siege of golden skeletons until the undying inferno turned into a phoenix egg, then they would fail. There was even a chance that all of them would be exterminated. In this situation, Sheng Mei still hadn't moved. She focused all of her attention on maintaining the extreme cold battle array, as well as guarding against the undying inferno's fatal strike. Damn it, these fellows are just endless. Just how many are there? Can we ever finish killing them all? Many trial challengers were in a critical situation. The previous levity and happy atmosphere as they cut down the first golden skeletons had disappeared, replaced by a deep seriousness and even a trace of fear and dread. And as everyone had fallen into a brutal melee, some people discovered that Lin Ming had separated from the group and had flown ahead with the black-haired girl. They almost neared the edge of the extreme cold battle array as they floated in the air. Pitch-black mystical runes shot out from Lin Ming's palm. What is he planning on doing? Someone asked, startled. But at this time, they couldn't care about Lin Ming. What was important was saving their own lives. Suddenly, a black light flashed out from Lin Ming's fingertips, carrying with it the aura of the myriad demon karmic wheel. This light shot into the air and rapidly expanded into a giant vortex. From within this vortex, all sorts of sad screams and wails spread out. Faintly, one could even see the outlines and shadows of countless demons and ghosts, hideous and horrifying. When this vortex appeared, even those near it felt as if their souls would be sucked in. As this vortex grew larger and larger, the golden skeletons that slowly moved within the extreme cold battle array began to stir, becoming restless. They all looked up into the air, their ghostly red fire eyes looking at the air in puzzlement. Bang! The giant vortex suddenly descended, wrapping all of the hundreds of golden skeletons within. Then, a golden skeleton roared out loud as the strange fires in its eyes flew out and began to stream towards the black vortex. The myriad demon karmic will excelled in suppressing ghosts, spirits, demons, and souls of dead martial artists. Facing these golden skeletons, summoning the myriad demon karmic wheel to extinguish the soul fires in their eyes was the best possible method. As for the terrifying defensive power of the golden skeletons, that was all useless before the myriad demon karmic wheel. For a time, the burning flames within the golden skeleton's eyes were swept up like candles in a raging storm, crazily inhaled by the black vortex. Hoo. As the soul fires within these golden skeletons' eyes were extinguished, their bodies fell down like waste wood, shattering as they struck the ground. In an instant, a massive tract of golden skeletons had fallen down, as if they were nothing but stalks of wheat being reaped. Seeing this scene, many people felt a cold sweat drip down their back. This Lin Ming, just what sort of abnormal cultivation method did he use to kill them? This was just too fast. A little bit of suction, and they all died. Just what is that black wheel? How horrifying, let alone that will destroying those golden skeletons. I even felt as if my soul would be sucked in. A Spiritas martial artist said with trepidation. As a Spiritas, he was highly sensitive to things of the soul. The trial challengers present originally believed that Lin Ming's cultivation time was limited, and he was far too young, so in terms of laws and cultivation methods, he would be at a disadvantage. But they never imagined that this single move Lin Ming displayed would leave them all in the dust. This difference wasn't minor at all, as they all remembered their thoughts that they would be able to obtain a tiny advantage due to their age. They realized they had been far too naive. Because of Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic while suddenly reducing the pressure on everyone, they were all able to conserve more of their energy. From a distance, Sheng Mei looked at Lin Ming, a strange light shining in her eyes. Indeed, Lin Ming had not disappointed her. Like this, she could save more of her strength, so that she would be able to pour more power into piercing through the phoenix egg that the undying inferno would leave behind. Chapter 1720, Wrath of the Phoenix. Chapter 1720, Wrath of the Phoenix. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Meteors howled in the sky. On the ground, more and more golden skeletons began to crawl out and attack from above and below. However, Sheng Mei stood guard in the center of her extreme cold battle array, her complexion unwavering. Her hands continued moving in the air, as if she were drawing numerous, countless invisible lines that melded with the ice law runes she laid down. As the flaming meteors fell, it was like they crashed into a surging sea, immediately weakening. With their frozen ice armor, several saint geniuses dared to use their physical bodies to resist the golden skeletons wreathed in flames. After some unknown period of time, those within the extreme cold battle array finally survived the waves of attacks. If this continues, then the undying inferno strength will be slowly worn down. Several trial challengers crushed apart a meteor and let out a long breath of relief. Everyone else also seemed to relax a little. According to what Sheng Mei had told them, their task here was to survive the attacks of the undying inferno. As long as the undying inferno turned into a phoenix egg, then it would be time for Sheng Mei to take the stage. Toward Sheng Mei, the present trial challengers had a near-blind trust in her. Her cultivation seemed to be at the Empyrean realm, and her laws and cultivation methods were unfathomably profound. Even though her cultivation had been suppressed to the Holy Lord realm, she was still an extremely terrifying character that no one needed to worry about. However, Lin Ming's complexion remained as dignified as before. This land was the space of the final trial that the Azura Road Master created himself. The Azura laws were densely proliferated through every inch of the land. Through the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, he was able to feel that the strength of the undying inferno was weakening at a slow rate. Unlike everyone else here, he realized the true state of the undying inferno. WMM. Suddenly, strange fluctuations emitted from the space around the undying inferno. Ants, you have truly aroused my ire. All of you, die. The undying inferno seemed to transpire and change. The flames roiled about, slowly condensing into a person's angered face. It was clear that the mere fact that a group of ants was able to last for so long was already the gravest of insults to the supreme existence of the fifth level. Waves of strange law fluctuations spread out from the undying inferno, spreading through the ground. Like a giant invisible palm smashing the ground, the earth began to shake. The ground started to be sundered open. Large tracts of rocks were sucked out and turned into strands of flowing lava. Faint traces of Earth origin energy were extracted and sucked out. At the same time, the immense mystic energy within the golden skeletons was sucked out. Silken strands of golden liquid shot forth from their bodies, melding into the undying inferno from between the heavens and the earth. All sorts of energies were being swallowed up by it. In a brief moment, the originally weakened, undying inferno suddenly erupted with a heaven-shaking aura, even seeming stronger than before. Its body swelled out. Its massive wings seemed like flaming mountain ranges. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, mountain-thick beams of flame shot out from the undying inferno's body towards Lin Ming and the others. Everyone had just managed to catch their breath, now that they saw these massive columns of flame hurtling towards them, so large that they blocked out their field of vision. All of them were left panic-stricken. Such a fierce aura. How can we win? The aura that the undying inferno erupted with couldn't match that of an Empyrean, but it wasn't too far away. This terrifying flux of energy caused the martial artists present to shiver, a deep despair and hopelessness rising up in their hearts. This was the true might of the heavens and earth. It simply wasn't something that mortals could prevent. The first to bear the brunt of the strike was the glass-thin barrier of the extreme cold battle array. The seemingly formidable extreme cold battle array was struck by raging columns of fire. Millions upon millions of runes were destroyed, and the ice law runes rapidly dimmed as they emitted harsh, creaking sounds. The countless threads of power formed from mysterious ice laws became like glass. Beneath the blazing heat, they began to melt and crack apart. At the same time, the countless columns of fire weren't slowed by too much. With a loud, explosive sound, one of the trial challengers who couldn't dodge in time was directly struck by one. In the midst of the conflagration, the person was immediately turned into a golden skeleton that came crawling out. Then, this golden skeleton was also chopped down by those nearby. In the center of the battle array, Shang Mei deeply frowned. An even stronger mystic strength burst out from her body. The air around wildly whistled. On her body, the strange ribbon that wrapped around her began to flutter upwards. This mysterious ribbon contained the source strength of the ice laws. As it suddenly rose up into the air, it seemed as powerful and mighty as a raging river. Waves of mystic ice runes exuded out from it, disintegrating into the air and forming a freezing chill that rapidly wound about the entire extreme cold battle array. The extreme cold battle array that was on the verge of collapse began to reform. The runes scattered in the air began to shine with a luminescent light once more. Within the extreme cold battle array, the trial challengers were hurriedly trying to dodge the columns of flame that came crashing down from above. Suddenly, they felt an immense power of ice latch onto their bodies, making their ice armor even more potent. Bang! Another mountain-thick column of flame came crashing down. This time, thanks to the strengthened extreme cold ice array, the ice laws began to rise up once more. Ice and fire originally repelled each other. Now that the ice laws were strengthened, the columns of flame that came falling down slowed by a precipitous amount, and they were also weakened. Lin Ming keenly realized that the threatening and imposing undying inferno seemed to have weakened its life essence energy to send down those mountain-thick columns of flames. The undying inferno was being perpetually weakened. Its origin was the power of fire. Sheng Mei's power of ice was absolutely able to use up its life source. The massive amount of world essence energy it swallowed just now was indeed extremely powerful, but the truth was that it was only manipulating this strength to attack others. And in order to control this nearly limitless world power, it needed to consume a great deal of its source strength. After realizing this, Lin Ming's thoughts perked up. This was the true critical moment. As long as they could endure past this period, then they could use up all of the undying inferno's strength and force it into a phoenix egg, where it would begin its nirvanic rebirth. At that time, Sheng Mei would be able to launch her own attack. As Lin Ming was thinking this, Sheng Mei suddenly spoke. She clearly said, "Everyone join together and smash apart the columns of fire in the array. The undying inferno is in a weakening state. To destroy these columns of fire is the same as ripping off its wings." Even in the midst of the crazy explosions occurring all around, this clear voice spread into everyone's ears. Lin Ming was startled. Sheng Mei's cultivation had fallen to the early Holy Lord realm, but her mentality and sensations were still extraordinary. In such a state, her perception of the situation was still able to match him, while he was using the Azura heavenly Tao laws. As everyone listened to Sheng Mei's words, they seemed to shake themselves out of a stupor. Dragon's Car took the initiative to rush out. He leapt straight up into the air. He couldn't wait to attack. He was afraid that if this continued much longer, then something would happen to Sheng Mei. It had to be known that even though Sheng Mei hadn't yet attacked, she was the absolute main force out of everyone here and the center of the battle array. Whether it was resisting the golden skeletons or weakening those mountain-like flame columns, everything she did used up a great deal of her strength. This extreme cold battle array was the core of their combat strategy. Without Sheng Mei, they might have all been killed off by the undying inferno already. The only thought in Dragonscar's mind was to quickly cut down these flame columns and lighten the burden on Sheng Mei's shoulders. He definitely wasn't stupid enough to go outside and resist these columns of fire. Compared to the powerful undying inferno, he was far too small and weak. He spotted one of the fire columns. It had been greatly weakened by the extreme cold battle array and was falling at a much slower pace. Dragon's Car attacked. As soon as he attacked, it was like 10,000 thunderbolts striking out at once. A wild and tyrannical energy surged out like a tsunami, recklessly shooting towards the flame column. But that flame column was even more terrifying. No matter how wild Dragonscar's attack was, it still continued to impact the extreme cold battle array. All around it, ice law runes began to shatter and melt. Everyone joined together. "Focus your attacks." Dragonscar shouted out loud. No one dared to tarry. They all put forth their greatest strengths. Several of them joined together to attack a flame column, slowly dissipating it. Dragonscar fought in the sea of fire and was brushed by the flames several times. Even though his skin and muscles were burnt through, he still grit his teeth and furiously fought. And amidst these people, Lin Ming didn't join forces with anyone. With his strength alone, he was able to resist a flame column. The Phoenix blood spear shot through space like a rainbow, tearing apart a 1,000-foot-long space channel. At this time, just by raising his hand, his body contained the strength of several dragons. Now, with a strange strength fused within him, forcefully increasing his cultivation to the early Holy Lord realm, his inner true essence had also increased. A dreadful strength, in addition to his howling true essence, came crashing together like overlapping waves. With such tremendous strength, the air resistance from waving his spear became terrifying to the extreme. Underneath the strength of his spear, the air compressed into walls as hard as iron that pounded into the flame column. Paka! A gap was cracked open in the flame column. Afterwards, Lin Ming struck out with his spear several more times, expanding the opening again and again until it became a deep ravine that couldn't be restored. Bang! With a loud explosion, the core runes of the entire flame column began to shatter, causing the whole structure to collapse. After bringing down this flame column with unstoppable momentum, Lin Ming didn't stop moving. He immediately leapt towards another flame column and proceeded to hack it down. Although the battlefield was chaotic, many people still witnessed Lin Ming's dreadful strength. Too fierce, this Lin Ming, he's nothing but a monstrous genius. Everyone was flabbergasted. Even Sheng Mei, who was devoting her concentration to controlling the extreme cold battle array, had a flash of astonishment appear in her eyes. Her thoughts towards Lin Ming's strength changed once more. Under the joint efforts of the trial challengers, there were less and less of the flame columns that the undying inferno sent hurtling down. With so many people bravely battling, this caused the pressure on Sheng Mei to quickly reduce for some time. But at this moment, the undying inferno in the skies roared, emitting an enraged shriek. Its massive form began to shrink. From a mountain range to a mountain to a hill, it finally shrank to 30 feet in size. However, the power of fire gathered on its body had also condensed, becoming pure and potent to the extreme. Its entire body seemed to be covered with a blood-red halo. All around it, light distorted and space melted away. This power of fire had reached a terrifying extreme. Chapter 1721, Victory or Defeat. Chapter 1721, Victory or Defeat. Sheng Mei's complexion changed. She immediately thought of a possibility. In an instant, the undying inferno sparkled with dazzling flames as it immediately arrived in front of the extreme cold battle array like a bolt of lightning. This was true, refined source strength of the undying inferno. It was enough to crush a planet. Everyone was inexorably horrified. The undying inferno had arrived too fast, so fast that none of them were able to react. Boundless burning power of fire combined with a tyrannical and overwhelming power. The extreme cold battle array began to tremble once more. Some of the shattered runes fell away, allowing the majestic firepower to enter. Wherever the power of fire went, it would turn everything into liquid flame sludge. One after another, the runes of the extreme cold battle array began to break apart. Everyone felt their hearts sink into despair. This empowered extreme cold battle array wasn't able to resist the core mystic strength of the undying inferno, let alone their mortal bodies. At this time, Sheng Mei's pupils began to swirl, becoming deep and dark like fathomless pools. A 6-petal snow flower design began to appear within her eyes as a cold light emitted from them. This was her vital soul force. As her soul force shot out into the extreme cold battle array, the shattered runes and soon-to-break extreme cold battle array were immediately revitalized, once more shining with a dazzling light. Each rune glowed with an icy white atmosphere. Spirit power burst out, blinding the eyes. Even the power of fire in the air froze and was forcefully extinguished. Bang! The luminescent extreme cold battle array collided with the undying inferno's life essence. Each strike of the undying inferno was able to shatter a planet. But no matter how much it tried, all of its attacks were blocked by Sheng Mei's vital soul force-empowered extreme cold battle array. Every collision would cause numerous runes to dim down and fade away. But with Sheng Mei's support, more and more runes were born, rapidly glistening in the air. An intense energy storm swelled forth in all directions, tearing apart space and ripping open the earth, destroying all things in its path. It was truly terrifying. Flames swept up in tornadoes. More and more ice runes were destroyed. Under this dreadful assault, Shengmei began to drip crystalline beads of sweat. At this time, her concentration was utterly focused. The six-petal snow flower design in her pupils had turned icy blue in color. These pupils were similar to Dragon Fang's Three Lives pupils. They were different methods that brought out equally wonderful results. By using a secret technique, the shape of her pupils changed, allowing Shengmei to erupt with an even greater strength. Seeing Shengmei in such a state, Lin Ming's complexion was earnest. This undying inferno had surpassed his imagination. Shengmei was using up far too much strength. Even if they persisted until the undying inferno became an egg, the following attack would still have to rely on Shengmei. After all, against a fire phoenix egg, only attacking it with the power of ice could result in the greatest lethality. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation methods were biased towards thunder and fire. Using fire to attack a fire phoenix egg was an exercise in futility. Dragonskar also saw beads of sweat drip down Soul Empress Shengmei's face. He gripped his fists, unable to stop his heart from racing with anxiousness. The fire phoenix hasn't died yet. How could it be so tenacious? Dragonskar howled in his heart, and at this time, through the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, Lin Ming could feel the strength of the undying inferno rapidly weakening. The undying inferno is dying. A happy expression crossed Lin Ming's face. If this continued, then the undying inferno wouldn't be able to attack more than 5 times. Soon, the other people also discovered that the impact strength behind the undying inferno strikes was weakening. The fire phoenix's flame body started to become increasingly dim in the air. The flames around its body shrank to dim strands that fluttered about. However, it was still as wild and crazy as before, attacking the extreme cold battle array until it died. Finally, as the undying inferno attacked the great vaulted barrier of the extreme cold battle array once more, the flame energy within its body was actually frozen by the extreme cold battle array, causing it to rapidly fade. Yes, this undying inferno will be extinguished soon. Ha ha, a breathless youth said, wild with joy as he saw the flames around the undying inferno beginning to extinguish. But at this time, as the central force of the battlefield, Shengmei had yet to speak a single word. Even uttering a single syllable could release the energy within her, causing her strength to collapse. Then, from the area where the undying inferno had just been extinguished, strange changes began to slowly occur in the midst of the dim flames. Within the glow of flames, strange and mysterious lines of the great Tao began to appear. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Terrifying waves of energy swept out. The earth shook once more. Alarming cracks spread through the ground like an endless spider web, and from these cracks, blazing flames shot up, soaring to the heavens. These flames howled in the air, all of them rushing towards the area where the undying inferno had been extinguished. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Horrifying flame explosions rang through the air, reverberating through space like a supernova was occurring right before their eyes. A terrifying heat swept over them. Even a planet would be instantly turned to be molten lava by this degree of burning heat. The extreme cold battle array fiercely shook. Millions of runes extinguished as they tried to withstand this dreadful firestorm. And at this time, in the center of the flames, all of the fire energy became increasingly dense. It was gathering into a massive egg the size of a mountain. Thump, thump, thump. Loud heartbeats rang out from the thick eggshell like the steady beat of a great drum, showing off the exuberant life force within. And this beating sound seemed to pass into the hearts of everyone present, making it feel as if their very beings were sympathetically resonating with it. There was an unspeakable discomfort that percolated within their chests. The undying inferno was being reborn in a bath of flames. At this moment, Sheng Mei's fingers began rapidly twisting as she shot out numerous ice law runes. The strange ribbon that wrapped around her floated in front of her, glowing with an icy cold light. This ribbon was the lucky chance that Sheng Mei had obtained on the 4th level. Although it wasn't an offensive magic tool, it could actually enhance Sheng Mei's power of ice. At this time, Sheng Mei's jade-smooth complexion dripped with little beads of crystalline sweat, revealing a faint trace of stubbornness. Victory or defeat, everything would be decided in one strike. Ka, ka, ka. Strange explosive sounds crackled all around Sheng Mei. The sea of fire vanished, replaced by limitless freezing ice. This everlasting ice even froze the void and shattered it to pieces. And from the cracks of the frozen void, an ancient glacier began to flow out. A resonant and mournful ice phoenix cry spread out from within Sheng Mei's body. Then, an ice phoenix emerged from her inner world. This was not a phoenix phantom, but a true god beast. It was Sheng Mei's mount, a royal ice phoenix. Before, regardless of what attack she had to face from the undying inferno, Sheng Mei had not summoned her ice phoenix. This was because she needed the ice phoenix to conserve its strength, all to aid her in this final strike. Royal ice phoenix. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Sheng Mei was actually able to possess an ice phoenix of royal lineage as her contract beast. However, beneath the peculiar Azura heavenly Tao laws, even Sheng Mei's ice phoenix had its cultivation suppressed to the early Holy Lord realm. The ice phoenix cried out. A dreadful icy wind howled about it. It dove into the ancient glacier, fusing together with it. Then, the massive glacier suddenly rose into the air. The enormous glacier began to fall like a river of white stars, crashing into the mountain-sized egg. Everyone watched with bated breath. Even after experiencing dozens of attacks from the undying inferno and having consumed a great deal of her strength, Sheng Mei was still able to use her ice phoenix as support and display such a terrifying striking power. Where the titanic glacier went, space froze and cracked open like glass. With an overbearing momentum, it crashed into the giant egg. Ka, 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 ka. A sound of shattering ice spread out with enough power behind it to freeze the souls of powerhouses. Waves of mystic ice law runes gushed out onto the fiery giant egg, covering it with a thick layer of frost. With the extreme cold, ever-frozen glacier to attack the fiery giant egg, all of that horrifying cold energy reckless seeped into the egg, wildly attacking it. In that moment, a crack appeared in the surface of the giant egg. As this crack appeared, it began to widen a little bit at a time. Everyone was stunned, their eyes widening. Had they succeeded? The great egg shell began to slowly split apart. A cold air fell down to the earth, as if it came from the highest frozen mountains. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone watched as the massive egg was frozen by the freezing glacier, becoming a giant block of ice. Above this block of ice, tiny cracks appeared, and one could see faint traces of the great Tao fire laws swirling about. Then, the heartbeat of the great egg also began to slowly die down. Everyone kept their eyes locked onto the great egg, watching for any changes. They had no idea just what the result was. After a moment of silence, the surface of the great egg released a crackling sound as a pillar of flame shot up into the skies, breaking through the cage of freezing ice and shooting into the horizon. Everyone was on edge, their minds alert. This was a critical stage. They all thought that the undying inferno might rush out at any moment. However, just an instant later, the entire great egg shattered, turning into a mass of flame that fused underground. They did it. No one was able to determine just what happened. Even Sheng Mei pressed her eyebrows together in thought. She had already swallowed down a transcendent divine pill, rapidly restoring her origin energy, even as she kept watching against any sudden changes and dangers. Lin Ming spread out his sense, trying to use the Azura laws to investigate the situation of the undying inferno. For a time, there was only absolute silence. The sea of fire receded, and the flowing lava solidified. The violent fire origin energy that flooded the world began to rapidly dissipate. We really did it. Seeing the dark wasteland that was immersed in the sea of fire begin to reveal itself once more. Many martial artists relaxed, joy starting to appear on their faces. Yes, Dragonscar vigorously gripped his fists together, overjoyed from the depths of his heart. These changes rapidly continued until they swept through the entire 5th level. The sea of fire had really vanished, disappearing until there was nothing left. Can we really enter the 6th level? That's right. Haha. Even if I cannot pass the 6th level no matter what, I am more than satisfied with taking a look at it. Indeed, we will leave behind a legend that hasn't appeared for 1 billion years. As many trial challengers were excitedly speaking, they all looked at Sheng Mei. Without a doubt, Sheng Mei was the pillar of their group, but at this time, Sheng Mei's complexion was still dignified. She hadn't relaxed at all. Sheng Mei's expression caused Dragonscar's mind to chill. "Empress, what is it?" Sheng Mei frowned. She gloomily said, "Haven't you discovered that since the sea of fire receded, the temperature has already become lower than normal? In fact, it is dropping even more." What? Hearing Sheng Mei's words, everyone was panic-stricken. Indeed, as she had said, without them knowing, the temperature had dropped below freezing, and it was continuing to drop. Chapter 1722, Completion Percent. Chapter 1722, Completion Percent. Originally, because of the undying inferno and the terrifying sea of fire, the temperature in the 5th level was enough to melt rock. Even though Sheng Mei continuously activated the extreme cold ice array and even crushed apart the fire phoenix egg with her Everfrost glacier, she still wasn't able to cause the temperature to fall. But now, after the undying inferno dissipated, the temperature began to plummet at an alarming rate. Soon, from the molten temperatures, this became a land of Arctic ice. A cold and dark wind wildly howled about, and even the moisture in the air instantly froze, turning into ice crystals. A thick layer of frost began to cover the ground. The rivers of lava turned into frozen rivers. Cold energy sank into the body, making everyone feel as if their souls would freeze here. This is... Dragonscar had already realized a single terrifying possibility, but he wanted with all his heart to believe that this wasn't true. He turned to Sheng Mei. "Empress, is this because of your Everfrost glacier?" "I think that." Sheng Mei lightly sighed. She interrupted Dragonscar and shook her head. Empress, we've lost. The undying inferno has become the undying polar ice," Sheng Mei whispered. "What?" Although the trial challengers could feel that something was wrong, Sheng Mei's sudden words shocked all of them. Before this, they had already consumed a tremendous amount of their strength to struggle through a brutal battle. Even Sheng Mei had released that unrivaled attack. But even so, they still hadn't been able to kill the undying inferno. This undying inferno was far too ridiculous. Such a powerful 5th level overlord. How could anyone possibly pass? Even that powerful Everfrost glacier wasn't able to kill the undying inferno. This undying inferno truly lives up to its name. It cannot die. Then what do we do? Some trial challengers sputtered out, at a loss of how to deal with the current situation. Sheng Mei shook her head and said, "We have already lost, so we can only return to the 4th level. It seems I underestimated the strength of the undying inferno. Ultimately, the last time that Shengmei had arrived at the 5th level after her cataclysmic battle with the undying inferno, she had only thought up a possible method to defeat it. Today was her trying out that method, but she had no idea whether it would succeed or fail. Shengmei soon regained her composure. All of the years of preparation had been destroyed, but she didn't lose faith. Currently, she was only in the 6th revolution of the Grand Reincarnation Art, and there was still the 7th, 8th, and 9th revolutions. Sooner or later, she would pass the 5th level. It seemed that her hopes of passing the 5th level at the 6th revolution had been too naive. After all, the vision of the Azura Road Master was far too high, so it was normal for her not to pass even at the 6th revolution. Return. Hearing Shengmei say this word, the martial artists looked at each other in dismay, at a loss for words. They thought that they could leave behind their own legends and be recorded in the historical texts of every major sect in the Azura Road. But now, all of those dreams had been popped. That's our only choice. We've used up too much energy. If we don't leave now, then we won't have another chance. As people were speaking, their misty breath instantly turned to ice crystals. The temperature had fallen to a point where even heaven and earth origin energy was being frozen. But still, some people weren't willing. There might be a mistake. Since the undying inferno hasn't died, how come we don't see the phoenix egg? Lin Ming said, there is no need for the phoenix egg to form. The entire 5th level is the breeding ground for the undying polar ice. When the cold energy in this world has risen to the extreme, it will naturally gather together and reform into an ice phoenix. After comprehending the Azura Heavenly Tao, Lin Ming could foretell what was soon about to happen. Shengmei looked at Lin Ming with surprise. This young man's insight was truly keen for him to realize the situation in the 5th level. And at this time, information appeared in everyone's minds. This information told them their completion percentage. Everyone felt their hearts shake. Most of them had over 60%, with an extremely small number over 70%. When they completed the Gate of Laws, their completion percentage had been over 30%. After the 4th level, it was around 50%. And then after the Divine Seal Altar and the battle with the Undying Inferno, the final number had settled around 65 to 70%. This number left them depressed and frustrated, let alone the legendary 80%. Most of them didn't even reach 70%. But at this time, Shengmei also received a message, 86%. Compared to the last time she was here, it was a mere 3% higher. Although it was only 3% after reaching 80%, increasing the score by a single percent was incomparably difficult. Her score had surpassed 85%. As the Divine Void Soul Emperor had said, there was no one that would be able to match her in the past or future. However, Shengmei was still unsatisfied with this percentage. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, your completion percentage, what is it? As Shengmei spoke, everyone looked over to Lin Ming. They also wanted to know. This freak of nature had passed the Azura level Gate of Laws. His completion percentage, just how high had been able to go? Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said 85. Although this completion percentage didn't seem like much to Lin Ming, as this number fell into everyone's ears, they sucked in a breath of cold air. 85%. That already broke past Shengmei's past record. But this time, Shengmei was likely to have created a new record. Lin Ming was also curious about Shengmei's completion percentage. He asked her, and the Soul Empress? Everyone waited with bated breath as they turned back to Shengmei. Shengmei was silent for a moment, and then clearly said 86%. Shengmei was even higher. Everyone looked at each other with surprise. Some people were stunned speechless. They were already shocked enough when Lin Ming had perfectly crossed the Azura level Gate of Laws and thought he would have the highest completion percentage. But now their thoughts had been completely reversed. The Soul Empress is fierce. I thought Lin Ming would be slightly higher. This is just on par for normal. Lin Ming probably had around 5% more than the Soul Empress after the Gate of Laws, but in the 5th level we had to face the Undying Inferno, and it was the Soul Empress who led the way. It is impossible for anyone to compare with her heaven-defying comprehension of laws. Rather, Lin Ming dropped a little. After all, he is too young, so this is a handicap he cannot overcome. After Lin Ming had completed the Gate of Laws, his completion percentage reached 45. This was proven when he was able to step into the planet-sized Immortal Palace. After crossing the 4th level and killing so many monsters, his completion rate had risen to 60%. Then, after climbing up the 33 steps of the Divine Seal Altar, his score had risen to 75%. Up until then, his score had been perfect. But on the 5th level, the one leading the force, and also the one with the greatest role, had been Sheng Mei. Facing the Undying Inferno, whether it was defending or attacking, it was almost Sheng Mei alone. No matter how much everyone tried to support her, they were just that, supporting actors. Thus, Lin Ming obtained another 10%, but Sheng Mei's score rose by 16%. After combining everything, Lin Ming was slightly worse. Although Lin Ming's completion percentage was lower than Sheng Mei's, it was enough to bewilder all the trial challengers present. How terrifying if Lin Ming comes again and his skeletal age rises a little more, he might be able to obtain 88% or 89%. A trial challenger said. But his words were immediately refuted by someone else. Don't be silly. Do you think completing the final trial is so simple? And you even thought of 89%. Do you know what sort of concept that is? Even someone who will become a true divinity might not be able to achieve such a higher score after reaching 80%. Every single point more is incomparably difficult. In the future, after several hundred more years pass, and Lin Ming's comprehension of laws becomes higher, if he enters the final trial again, then he might be able to obtain an 87% completion rate. That is the limit, but that is already more than high enough. As everyone was speaking, Xiao Moxin smirked, thinking otherwise. Beside Lin Ming, Mo, Bright Moon, and Suya also tried to comfort Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming was still young. Once his comprehension of laws rose, then he could always come again. And with Lin Ming's future status, it wouldn't be hard to obtain the complete sets of God runes needed to enter. At this time, Dragon's Car said, "We must go now. The undying polar ice will emerge soon. If we delay, then we won't be able to leave." Hearing Dragonscar's words, many people felt disappointed. To return back to the 4th level also meant that their journey into the final trial would end here. Although the trial challengers had only been in the final trial for several months, they had experienced countless slaughterfests and perilous dangers here, and it felt as if they had spent several years here instead. Even after all of that, their completion percentage was still low, thinking that they had to return now. Everyone was at a bit of a loss. However, remaining was also impossible. They were just not a match for the undying polar ice. Some people had already turned around and were ready to leave. But at this time, an icy voice rang out, especially clear in the chilling winds. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Everyone was startled. They stopped their steps and turned around to see a black-clothed Lin Ming standing not too far away from them. Standing right beside him was the black-clothed Xiao Moxin. The one who spoke just now was Lin Ming. "What is it?" Everyone looked at Lin Ming with a puzzled expression. They didn't know why Lin Ming had stopped them. Lin Ming paused for a moment and then said, "The undying polar ice, we can try to battle it." His slow and calm words passed through the cold wind, causing everyone to shiver. "What?" Hearing Lin Ming's words, the martial artists were stunned. They glanced at each other, aghast. The undying inferno couldn't be killed, and that was with Sheng Mei using her ice attribute cultivation methods that restrained it. In this situation, how could they fight with the undying polar ice? Lin Ming, stop joking around. The undying polar ice is likely as strong as the undying inferno, just that the attributes are different. We were only able to rely on the Soul Empress to attack, and that is also because the Soul Empress trains in ice attribute cultivation methods, so cracking open a heated rock isn't too difficult for her. But to freeze open a rock of ice, that is impossible. Some martial artists frowned, thinking that Lin Ming was playing with them. It's getting colder and colder here. Let's not talk any nonsense. We have to hurry back to the 4th level. If the undying polar ice emerges, then we might not even have a chance to escape. Seeing the surrounding ice energy begin to permeate into their inner worlds, a trial challenger spoke out in a flustered panic. If the undying polar ice were to attack them, that wouldn't be funny at all. Just because Sheng Mei could do things didn't mean that he could do the same. But there was a difference. When they fought the undying inferno, whether it was in defense or offense, it was a battle mostly driven by Sheng Mei. The pressure on her had been too great. To immediately attack the Phoenix Egg after having to withstand dozens of high-energy impacts, it wasn't a surprise if she wasn't able to display her true peak strength. Although she had summoned her Ice Phoenix, the Ice Phoenix was also suppressed to the early Holy Lord realm. Its supportive abilities couldn't have been considered too heaven-defying. But if Lin Ming were to attack, then it would be different. The task of defense could be taken over by Sheng Mei, and he would be solely responsible for attacking. Lin Ming cultivated the fire laws. Once he released the heretical god force, the terrifying heavenly retribution flames he released from the heretical god tree would be the nemesis of ice. Not just that, but Lin Ming had the tyrannical power of thunder to boost his flames, as well as even more powerful techniques. Lin Ming, are you messing with us? To fight with the undying polar ice is to put our lives on the line, and you want us to persist all the way until it turns into an ice egg just so you can give it a try? Many trial challengers were speechless upon hearing Lin Ming's words. Many of them were already nearing exhaustion, and if they wanted to continue fighting the undying polar ice, they would have to brave great dangers and take great risks. A single misstep, and they would die here. Such a great price was all traded for a single chance of attack, and that chance of attack was only to allow Lin Ming a little try. It wasn't a surprise that they were all worked up over such a thought. Lin Ming, just from you being able to pass through the Azura level gate of laws, you obtaining an 85% completion rate truly isn't high. If you return like this, you might be unwilling to, but you are also young, and your comprehension of the laws will rise in the future. It won't be difficult for you to reach 87% the next time you come. So why do you have to be in such a hurry to risk such perils? The martial artist who spoke thought that Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with his current 85% completion rate. After passing through the Azura level gate of laws, it wasn't a surprise that he was unhappy Sheng Mei obtained a higher score. Thus, this was the impetus driving him to propose a ridiculous idea like fighting the undying polar ice. It had to be known that just fighting the undying polar ice and doing great damage to it would earn one a good completion percentage, even if the monster didn't die. This was the case with Sheng Mei. Otherwise, her completion percentage should have been lower than Lin Ming's. Realizing this, many people were uninterested in his proposal. Some even snorted with contempt. To raise his completion percentage by a little, he wanted them all to take such a risk. How could they possibly agree? A trial challenger crossed his arms across his chest and coldly sneered. You want to give it a try? Heh, let's be honest here. You're just unhappy that Seoul Empress Shung Mei was the main pillar for offense and defense. So because you didn't feel too good about that, you want to try attacking once just so you can fish for more completion percentage? If we were to help you, then our completion percentage would be pitifully small. If you are responsible for attacking, then whether or not the ice egg is destroyed, your completion percentage will still rise. Let me give you some advice. None of us here are fools, so don't take us for one. It's impossible for you to use us as your spears. The trial challenger who spoke before was tactful with his words, but the one speaking now was directly taunting Lin Ming, his words grating to the ears. I also have no interest in this. I apologize, but I'm not in the habit of having all my efforts become someone else's rewards. Someone grimly said. These people all began leaving together. If Lin Ming truly could succeed, then they could enter the 6th level and leave behind a billion-year legend. If this was possible, then they were willing to take the risk no matter how great. But many people simply didn't believe that Lin Ming possessed the destructive capabilities to break through the ice egg. Even the likes of Shung Mei had failed. If Lin Ming were to fail, then all the risks they took would be converted into completion percentage for someone else. Only a fool would do something so stupid. Lin Ming's gaze swept over these people as they left, not a single response on his face. If these people left, then so be it. He didn't want them here either. He turned toward Shung Mei. Her attitude was the most important. Even when facing the ice attribute Undying Polar Ice, her combat efficiency in the battle would not be much different than his own. Shung Mei thought for a moment. She asked, "What are your chances of success?" "Maybe around 40 to 50%. Lin Ming listed a vague figure. It was impossible to justify such probabilities. 40 to 50%. Shung Mei's lips slightly curved up as if she were tempted. Dragon's Car saw Shung Mei's expression and knew what she was thinking. His heart began to burn with nervousness. "Empress, you..." He knew that Shung Mei had consumed a tremendous amount of her soul force, so it absolutely would not be easy for her to resist the bombardment of the undying polar ice. She might even need to pay a certain price for attempting it. Dragon's Car didn't want to see this. Shung Mei waved her hand and stopped all of Dragon's Car's following words. Towards this youth that kept creating miracles, she held a bit of curiously as well as a bit of belief that he could continue bringing forth more miracles. "All right, then I will manage defense, and you will manage offense." Shung Mei's voice was clear and resonant, bringing with it the momentum of endless mountains and rivers. "And all of you..." Shung Mei turned to look at Suya, Mo, Bright Moon, and the others. "Ha ha, Brother Lin, why are you even asking us this now? We're already standing on your side." Fanny Fafa chuckled as he spoke. Thousand Slaughter didn't speak, only taking out his saber. As for Mo, Bright Moon, and Suya, their smiling faces already indicated their choice. "Good, then we have enough people. Everyone else, if you wish to work with us in passing this obstacle, then you may stay. If you don't wish to stay, then I won't see you off." Lin Ming indifferently said. Many other martial artists were enraged upon hearing this. This damned fellow was too arrogant. Did he think he was invincible or something? "Good. Very good. You are crazy enough. I can't wait to see what your end will be like. Let's go." The martial artists that taunted Lin Ming sneered one more time and began walking out. But as they began walking, they discovered after a while that there were only 8 people in their group, but 10 people had stayed back. Of these 10 people, 6 of them were Lin Ming and his group, Shung Mei and her follower, as well as a black-clothed youth and green-clothed girl. They were the 2 that Lin Ming had met atop the divine seal altar, Moon Pond, and Soul Sky. Following Shung Mei, Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, and Dragon's Car, then Moon Pond and Soul Sky were the strongest ones here. Seeing these 2 people stay, Lin Ming smiled. "Good. We don't need the others." It didn't matter if they stayed behind to begin with. Out of the original 18 remaining, the 10 of them represented at least 99% of the group's combat strength. Just Lin Ming and Sheng Mei alone were each worth more than hundreds of those that had left. They were dispensable cannon fodder. Lin Ming's words enraged the ones leaving. He had actually said that it didn't matter if they stayed or not. This Lin Ming had never placed them in his eyes to begin with. "Brat, you've got guts," one of the leaving trial challengers wickedly said. But he only said this to vent his anger. He didn't dare actually attack Lin Ming because he knew that he would never be able to defeat him. And at this moment, the earth shook once more. The thick frosted ground was torn apart from the vibrations, and a massive plume of cold energy shot up into the skies like a phantom, gathering high up in the air. The source of all cold energy in this world seemed to be suspended 1,000 feet up high. Suddenly, snow-white runes scattered out, exuding mysterious and unpredictable ice laws. One could vaguely see small groups of ice energy dissipate out in the air. The threads of milk-white ice energy in the air became extremely wild and savage. Cold energy gathered together, twining into bundles, condensing more and more. It was like a snow-white dragon swimming around a mass of spiritual ice energy, crazily revolving. Even the space storms that appeared through the space cracks that the undying inferno had pierced through began to freeze over. Even the wild flows of space energy weren't able to withstand this strange cold energy. Everyone felt their hearts wildly shake. This ice energy was exuding a massive pressure. The undying polar ice. It finally came out. Lin Ming breathed in deep, his eyes shining with fighting spirit. Chapter 1724, Umbral Heaven Ice Array. Chapter 1724, Umbral Heaven Ice Array. Let's hurry and get out of here. Leave them behind to deal with the undying polar ice. We've got to make it to a safe area. The 8 trial challengers leaving were shocked and filled with dread as they witnessed the earth-shaking scene of the undying polar ice being born. But from that initial shock and fear, it slowly became a gloating schadenfreude. No matter how powerful the undying polar ice was, it was Lin Ming that would have to withstand it. It had nothing to do with them. The 8 people all launched their movement techniques and used their energies to break past the massive ice crystals floating in the air, shuttling through the wild and frenzied cold winds. Because the Divine Seal Altar's transmission channel had closed, they were temporarily unable to leave the 5th level. But as long as they were far away from the undying polar ice, they shouldn't suffer any major disasters. After all, when they first arrived at the 5th level, they were quite a distance from the undying inferno and hadn't suffered any attacks. As the 8 people flew away, terrifying snow gales and ice storms blew through the world. Massive chunks of ice fell on the ground, immediately covering the ground in thick glaciers. Lin Ming and the others soared into the air. Sheng Mei once again created the extreme cold ice array around her, enveloping everyone. Immediately, everyone felt the pressure on them be reduced. Lin Ming looked toward Sheng Mei and couldn't help but admire her strength. He could tell that a dreadful amount of energy was required to maintain this extreme cold combat array, and a normal holy lord would only be able to keep it up for half an incense stick of time before being completely drained. Yet not only was Sheng Mei able to persist for such a long time, but she also managed to control the extreme cold battle array to a profound degree that was able to withstand the strikes of the undying inferno and undying polar ice. The reason she was able to accomplish this was because she had an incredibly deep understanding of the ice laws and could utilize her origin energy to its full potential. She was even able to absorb the power of ice from the world and minimize the use of her soul force. But even though Sheng Mei was able to perfectly accomplish all of this, it still placed a tremendous pressure on her to face the undying polar ice in continuous battle. Empress Seeing the heavy burden of defense fall on Sheng Mei's thin and delicate shoulders, Dragon's felt inexplicable pain in his heart. "Focus your heart on the battle before you," Sheng Mei icily said, as she saw Dragon's be distracted. Dragon's grit his teeth and turned his head towards that horrifying snowstorm that was breeding in the air. As he turned back, he also maliciously stared at Lin Ming, warning him that he better not be playing tricks here, or he would never forgive him. Lin Ming didn't bother arguing. At this time, words had become meaningless. This battle would be his only way of proving his words. "Take these." Lin Ming took out thick stacks of divine runic symbols and passed them to Suya, Mo, Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa, and the others. These were divine runic symbols that Lin Ming had drawn up in tragic Death Valley, all in order to prepare himself for the final battle. Taking them out now, when they were all standing on the blade's edge, was the perfect time to do so. The greatest advantage of a divine runic symbol was that its strength wasn't too related to the user's strength. Even if Lin Ming didn't use them, the strength wouldn't be much weaker. Suya and the others received the divine runic symbols, feeling their heavy weight in their hands. "Use them freely. Don't bother saving any," Lin Ming warned. Suya, Mo, Bright Moon, and the others all looked at each other, speechless. Every single one of these divine runic symbols was priceless. To recklessly use them was the same as burning money. But Lin Ming was extremely rich and also a divine runic master, so he had the capital to burn as much as he wanted. This boy, Dragonscar's pupils shrank. He was someone that could instantly judge the quality of treasures, and he could see that these divine runic symbols were extraordinary. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ice storm became increasingly intense. The wild winds reverberating in the air were like volcanic eruptions and endless thunderclaps. The glaciers on the ground were cut open by the ice storm, causing massive fissures to open up. Giant chunks of ice flew into the air. It was like a divine being was using saber light to carve down mountains and open rivers. If a mortal's body were sucked up into such an ice storm, they would instantly perish without even their bones left. And in this ice storm, the ice energy that was emitting strange and mystical ice laws suddenly began to condense together, forming an ice essence soul. This ice essence soul contained an incomparably terrifying cold energy all around it. Even the void began to freeze and shatter. Ka, ka, ka. As the cold energy condensed to the extreme, cracks appeared in the ice essence soul. Pure freezing ice energy gushed out from the cracks, forming a giant ice blue phoenix in the air. This ice phoenix looked up towards the heavens and released a shrill cry. Icy cold energy shot up into the air, causing the entirety of the boundless skies to freeze into limitless ice crystals. Then, its icy eyes that emitted a horrifying aura suddenly locked onto Lin Ming and the others within the extreme cold battle array. Undying polar ice. Xiao Moxian slightly shook as she felt a great pressure push down on her. She was originally of the fire attribute dark phoenix lineage, and this undying polar ice was her natural inborn nemesis. Everyone's complexion turned solemn. This was a critical situation. "I have returned from the earth, and yet you remain here to offend my invincible divine might. There are no words to excuse your crimes, only death." The undying polar ice's dreadful voice rumbled in everyone's hearts. It was like an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, horrible to the extreme. For a time, ice law runes began to shimmer all over the body of the undying polar ice. It opened its boundless wings, and countless white lines spread through the world, carrying with them the endless freezing aura of the ice laws that rapidly proliferated like weeds. Wherever it went, there would be crackling, freezing sounds as even space began to rupture apart. As the white lines collided with Sheng Mei's extreme cold battle array, the glass-like battle array emitted the sound of metal striking metal. the entire extreme cold battle array shivered, clearly withstanding a tremendous pressure. However, the millions and millions of runes that formed the extreme cold battle array began to shine with incandescent light. The ancient freezing cold energy began to absorb the aura of the ice laws contained in the white lines, even though the runes of the extreme cold battle array were being constantly destroyed, they could simultaneously absorb the aura of the ice laws to restore themselves. Sheng Mei's ice laws are above those of the undying polar ice. Far, far above. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Sheng Mei was indeed Sheng Mei. Even though her strength was suppressed to the Holy Lord realm, and she was weaker than the undying polar ice, in terms of laws, she actually suppressed it instead. Interesting. Then, let me see just how long you can last. The undying polar ice cried out and unraveled its wings to their full extent, wide enough to blot out the skies. Countless pillars of ice shot out, tearing through the void, as they hurtled down onto the people within the extreme cold battle array. Dang, dang, dang. The extreme cold battle array emitted more heavy striking sounds as massive runes shattered again and again, crushed as easily as glass. Many sections broke down, seeming as if the entire array would collapse at any moment. The undying polar ice wanted to use its absolute strength to trample over Sheng Mei's laws. Sheng Mei's complexion changed. From her two pupils that resembled 6 concentric ice crystals, a dark light began to shoot out. This black light was twined together with runes. It was threatening and suppressive. Her two pupils seemed to become black vortexes, as deep as the fathomless abyss. A mystic strength constantly revolved within as more and more black light shot out. This was another variation of pupil-type cultivation methods. The eyes were the windows to the soul, and the eye techniques of the Spiritas could mean soul attacks, illusions, or a nearly endless number of other attack methods. Many soul cultivation methods use the eyes as the medium to channel soul force. However, compared to Dragon Fang's 3 lives pupils, Sheng Mei's pupil techniques had the flavor of shattering all existence and swallowing it up. As Sheng Mei's pupils changed, all of the runes around the extreme cold battle array began to change with them. They started to dazzle with black ice energy. In the blink of an eye, the extreme cold battle array became as dark as ink. Still, faint traces of black, freezing energy rose up like countless pieces of frozen ice, covering everyone within. Primal Chaos Law Eyes and the Umbral Heaven Ice Array. Empress, you... Dragon's Car cried out, his voice shaking. The Primal Chaos Law Eyes and Umbral Heaven Ice Array were higher evolutions of the state of her laws. If she still had her Empyrean realm strength, then using these 2 secret techniques wouldn't be difficult at all. But now, Sheng Mei was only at the early Holy Lord realm. She would just barely be able to use these 2 techniques, and she might even have to use up her source soul force. Focus on yourself. Sheng Mei's voice was frosty, her expression as calm as ice. Just looking into her eyes that seemed like an endless abyss was enough to make one's hands and feet go cold. Dragon's Car didn't dare to say another word. He knew that speaking any more would just disturb her mentality. He could only grit his teeth and focus on his own battle. The ice pillars that the undying polar ice shot out emitted terrifying sonic booms as they smashed into the Umbral Heaven Ice Array. The Umbral Heaven Ice Array was different from the extreme cold battle array. It was far colder and far darker, and the inside rippled with mystical strength. The freezing black darkness formed by the array formation suddenly shot out like the quills of a porcupine to meet those innumerable ice pillars. With each collision, 2 types of ice laws smashed into each other, tearing apart large tracts of space. But even as space tore open, it would be directly frozen shut. It was an extremely unusual sight. At first glance, It was like the sky was filled with countless snow-white patches. However, this array formation withstood the endless attacks of the undying polar ice, resisting and weakening them a great deal. The surrounding earth, even if it were struck by shards of the ice laws, would be torn open with wounds as great as rivers and large as mountains. The might of this collision was astonishing. Seeing this, Lin Ming was shocked. Sheng Mei is indeed terrifying. It's unimaginable that she could display this kind of combat strength at the Holy Lord realm. Not just that, but the power of her laws seems to be infinitely varied. Each time she uses one of her laws, it is extremely formidable. As Lin Ming was thinking this, his eyes touched upon Sheng Mei's proud and focused face. He discovered that crystal beads of sweat were dripping down her nose, and then turning into ice crystals that fell down like pearls. Without knowing why, Lin Ming was touched by this scene, as if he pitied her and couldn't endure seeing it. He could imagine just what sort of pressure Sheng Mei was facing. One only needed to look at Dragonscar's visibly shaken response to understand it. In this battle he could only succeed, he could not fail. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming's eyes became calm and tranquil. He shut his eyes and closed off his senses, allowing his mind to enter into an ethereal state. Behind Lin Ming, an auspicious light began to glow. Faint petals fell around him, and the sweet, trickling murmur of spirit springs filled the air. In this environment of spiritual springs and falling leaves, the phantom of an old tree appeared. This old tree's bark was withered, and its leaves had mostly fallen off. But the tree trunk and roots were powerful and vigorous, like the claws of a dragon. The few leaves that remained shined and glittered as if they were carved from the purest green jade. This was the Bodhi tree. When Lin Ming was at Mount Patala, he had meditated under a Bodhi tree and fused the samsara, ethereal, and primordious martial intents together. Now, Lin Ming summoned this fused martial intent, forming a pure land of ultimate bliss around him. No matter what crazy storms raged outside, whatever attacks came crashing down, nothing could disturb him. He had already completely handed over the task of defense to Sheng Mei. As for him, he wholeheartedly invested his focus into adjusting his condition, preparing for the final fatal strike. Chapter 1725. The cold plum blossom resists the snow and wind. Chapter 1725. The cold plum blossom resists the snow and wind. Attacked together. Dragonscar bellowed. He fiercely grit his teeth, and all-consuming golden light appeared around him. This soul force flowed down into his hands, turning into a pair of golden soul force swords. As these golden swords were placed together, their golden light was blinding. His feet touched the ground, and then he shot into the skies, hurtling towards the ice pillars. After Dragonscar, everyone else began to take action. The divine missed Divine Kingdom's moon pond, and Soul Sky were the next to move. Soul Sky took out a long sword and slashed out 10,000 sword lights. As for Moon Pond, her actions were far more unusual. Her slim body became dim in the snowstorm, as if she were disappearing. Then, a faintly translucent light appeared around her like a halo. This was an extremely strange variation soul force. This soul force then unexpectedly fused into the pitch-black umbral heaven ice array. The entire umbral heaven ice array began to suddenly shine with a strange light. The runes became increasingly bright and dazzling, and the defensive strength of it increased even more. Support-type soul force? Dragonscar was surprised. He gave Moonpond a deeper look. In his eyes, Moonpond's talent wasn't too outstanding, but her support-type soul force was exceedingly rare. Those with a support-type soul force usually didn't possess much combat strength on their own, but they could use their soul force to support the attacks and defenses of others. If the one she assisted was weak, then her use would be small. But if the one she assisted was strong, then her own use would be several times greater than anything she could accomplish herself. For instance, if Moon Pond were to lend her soul force to Sheng Mei, then, with Sheng Mei's comprehension of the laws, she could use this soul force 10 times more effectively. This would greatly lighten the burden on Sheng Mei. For a moment, Sheng Mei also opened her eyes, a brilliant light shining in them as she looked at Moon Pond. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The space for 1,000 miles was torn to shreds by the violent collisions, with countless holes riddled in the void. However, the invisible power of ice forcefully froze and solidified this ruined space immediately. Besides the area that Sheng Mei's umbral heave ice array covered, the vast earth was suffering an apocalyptic disaster. Dreadful shockwaves rang out, smashing into the ground and creating fathomless pits and deep ravines. In this violent combat, Lin Ming's divine runic symbols played a considerable role. Out of the 10 people that remained, Xia, Mo, Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa, and Thousand Slaughter were the weakest of the bunch, compared to Sheng Mei. Although their added combat strength wasn't negligible, they could still only play a limited role. But with Lin Ming's divine runic symbols in their hands, everything was different. These divine runic symbols could be used several times each. Once activated, they could withstand the impact of an ice pillar and greatly reduce the burden on Sheng Mei. Hu. The blazing light of heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols lit up the heavens. The blazing flames burned bright. As the ice pillars shot into the seas of fire, they began to rapidly melt away. Brother Lin's divine runic symbols are too fierce. Fanny Fafa happily laughed. He grasped the divine runic symbols and shuttled through the ice storm, his entire body wreathed in burning hot flames so that the freezing storm couldn't harm him. This method of combat was truly admirable. After a long bombardment of attacks, the undying polar ice in the skies suddenly went quiet. But at this moment, everyone within the umbral heaven ice array held their breath. They could feel a dreadful rage brewing. This was the rage of the undying polar ice. Billions upon billions of motes of gray ice energy shimmered with ice runes. Then, in the air, they formed ice phoenix claws that were as large as a mountain. Shwa. These sharp claws carried with them the dreadful anger and will of the undying polar ice. They tore through the air, raising up giant storms and endless waves as they came falling onto the umbral heaven ice array. The strength was titanic, like a star exploding. This momentous impact caused an eye-piercing white radiance to spread out. Finally, the 2 different ice laws entangled and were destroyed together. The entire umbral heaven ice array was torn apart. It was like some great monster had taken a large chunk out of it. It was truly terrifying. Puff. Moon Pond suddenly shook. She had poured her soul force into the umbral heaven ice array and had been supporting Sheng Mei this entire time. Now, she trembled and blood shot out from her mouth, ears, nose, eyes, and she nearly fell unconscious where she was. Because she had fused her own soul force into the umbral heaven ice array, once the array was damaged, Moon Pond and Sheng Mei would naturally bear the brunt of the attack. And in terms of endurance, Moon Pond was far worse than Sheng Mei. Junior apprentice sister. Seeing Moon Pond severely wounded, Soul Sky was extremely worried and anxious. Even Sheng Mei paled by several points. She waved her right hand and summoned a moon-white light that covered the severely wounded Moon Pond. She said to Soul Sky, "She's fine. There's just been some damage to her spiritual sea." As Sheng Mei spoke, a vast chunk of the umbral heaven ice array had broken apart, and the cold energy from outside was beginning to pour in. Chi, chi, chi. A terrifying cold wind fell upon everyone. Even though they were wearing ice armor which blocked out most of the cold energy, they still felt their bodies chill and their souls nearly freeze over. Suya and Mo Bright Moon quickly ignited a group defensive divine runic symbol to reduce the pressure for everyone. At the same time, they also protected Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, who were both within Lin Ming's fused martial and tempure lands. This undying polar ice is horrifying. Everyone looked up at the seemingly limitless undying polar ice in the skies, their complexions grim and dignified. Lin Ming, are you all right? Suya asked with concern. However, Lin Ming didn't respond. He only quietly remained beneath the Bodhi tree, surrounded in the pure lands of ultimate bliss. All around him, faint azure runes shimmered in and out like stars in the night sky. It was as if he was already separated from the world. From far, far away, the 8 trial challengers that had run away were watching everything happen within the Umbral Heaven Ice Array. Seeing that Moon Pond was wounded to the point of vomiting blood, and yet Lin Ming was still meditating beneath an old tree, all of them were left speechless. That woman called Moo Pond has already spat out blood, but he's still meditating. It seems he's really good at sitting. How crafty of him. Even now, he hasn't helped once. And Lin Ming's woman, she hasn't done anything either. The woman these people referred to was Xiao Moxian. From the start until now, Xiao Moxian had joined together with Lin Ming in his Bodhi tree pure lands, her mind also entering an ethereal state. Originally, there were just 10 people available. Without Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, that meant there were only 8 people left to defend. The last time there were still 18 people that could defend against the undying inferno. Now, there were only 8 people. In terms of numbers, they were over half down. In particular, without the unusually strong Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, it wasn't strange that the pressure placed on the ones defending was much higher than it should be. Lin Ming, that arrogant brat, he said it didn't matter if we stayed or not. Very well, then let's stand here and see just what happens to them. The 8 people that retreated were all of the mindset to watch a good play at the expense of others. They were all looking forwards to Lin Ming and the others falling into peril. This was a normal psychological mindset for these people. Since they weren't participating in the battle, they naturally didn't hope that the battle would begin to veer towards a good outcome. In fact, the 8 people thought that a good result would be if Lin Ming and his group were all beaten to a pulp, and the best result would be if several of them died. At the same time, contradictorily, they also hoped that nothing would happen to Seoul Empress Sheng Mei. Although Sheng Mei came from the 33 heavens, her etherealness, her perfection, her power, all of that quickly made her into the goddess of all the Spiritas in the Azura Road. This was especially true for the 8 trial challengers, since they were mostly men. Toward Sheng Mei, they held nothing but infatuated admiration. And at this time, the undying polar ice started its attack once more. Its massive form soared up into the skies, and it began to recklessly absorb all the ice energy between the heavens and earth. Massive glaciers that were miles wide were shattered into chunks, turned into countless shards of crushed ice that were sucked into the undying polar ice's body. This momentum alone was already panic-inducing. That's scary. They're all going to die. Many people's eyes were focused on this manic frenzy that was condensing in the world, whether it was human, saint, spiritas, or anything that possessed intelligence. Everything would feel an instinctual fear upon facing such a world-shaking momentum. After brewing for 10 breaths of time, a pair of terrifying phoenix claws fell down from the world's storm like falling mountains, carrying with them the strength of an unstoppable barrage. Waves upon waves of icy storms set off massive tides of ice that were tens of thousands of feet high. They were like giant ancient beasts that wanted to swallow the umbral heaven ice array hole. Missimo, Mr. Fanny, thousand slaughter. Suya cried out, but in truth, there was no need for her to shout. Mo, Bright Moon, and the others, including even Soul Sky, were rapidly shooting out divine runic symbols as if they weren't worth money at all. For a time, the heretical god symbol, heavenly flame symbol, all sorts of tyrannical energies wildly galloped through the skies, wreaking havoc where they went, sweeping through the world. Pung! In just a moment, all of the blazing flames were swallowed up by the raging waves of ice. The improved divine runic symbols that Lin Ming drew up were extraordinarily strong. After the raging tsunamis of ice swallowed the fires of the divine runic symbols, they visibly slowed. However, that was only slowed. The momentum, the unparalleled momentum that seemed all-powerful, still impacting towards them as before. Chapter 1726. Lin Ming makes his move. Chapter 1726. Lin Ming makes his move. Facing this terrifying attack, Suya, Mo, Bright Moon, and the others had already lost their use. As long as they took a single step outside of the umbral heaven ice array, then they would undoubtedly die. Dragonscar's muscles were also frozen all over, and he had nearly exhausted his soul force. Thus the role he could play now was limited. During the battle with undying polar ice, he had been the closest to it. Thus he had withstood the most ice energy. As for Moon Pond, who came from divine kingdom, she was on the verge of unconsciousness and had lost all combat strength. She could no longer help support the umbral heaven ice array. If so, then the only one everyone could depend on was Sheng Mei. In that moment, Sheng Mei's slim figure faced the horrifying ice explosion. This ice explosion swept out for 80,000 miles, seeming as if it was able to destroy the world. The two were completely disproportionate, but because she had withstood the previous attack, Sheng Mei's complexion was pale. However, her back was straight and firm, like a proud plum blossom in a blizzard. Her 10 fingers moved, and within the pitch-black vortex of her eyes, countless crystalline ice flowers seemed to fall, as if her pupils contained a world where it was snowing. Empress, Dragonscar gnashed his teeth, his voice trembling. He watched helplessly on as the delicate Sheng Mei, surrounded by a faint icy haze, faced the might and momentum of the world. Bang! A terrifying explosion completely enveloped the umbral heaven ice array. The entire world violently shook and countless glaciers split apart and were sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet into the air. In this horrifying ice storm, a strange and wistful song spread out, touching and sweet. This song was ethereal and untouched, like the sounds of nature. Even the sparse plant life of this world seemed to rise up in excitement. The song was melodious and deep. The countless glaciers began to disintegrate and scatter, filling the world with endless falling snowflakes. The raging tide of ice had passed, and the frozen sky also revealed itself once more. The people within the umbral heaven ice array that were covered by countless glaciers became visible again. This umbral heaven ice array was already covered by the all-consuming cold energy of the undying polar ice, and a thick layer of frost had formed over it. The barrier was frail, on the verge of shattering at any moment. A misty blue light shimmered. Sheng Mei stood proud and inviolable in the snow. Behind her, the phantom of a goddess appeared. This goddess appearance was blurry and her appearance was vague. Her entire body was surrounded by drifting ice and blue silk ribbons. The beautiful and haunting song that was sung just now had come from the lips of this goddess. Bright red blood flowed out from the corners of Sheng Mei's mouth, winding down like a snake and contrasting with her pale porcelain skin. It was like a red plum blossom in the snow, infinitely beautiful and sorrowful. Sheng Mei was injured. From the moment the final trial began until now, this was Sheng Mei's first injury. At this moment, for some unknown reason, just looking at Sheng Mei made one feel an inexplicable ache in their heart. Empress, quickly take away the world apotheosis. Dragon's car begged with tears in his eyes. Although he was only Sheng Mei's servant, in his heart, her safety was far more important than his life. The world apotheosis that Dragon's car spoke of was the goddess phantom behind Sheng Mei. It was summoned by her and was a manifestation of her divine soul. Some of the most talented Spiritas martial artists were able to create an incarnation of their soul that would appear behind them. This was called a world apotheosis. Each person's world apotheosis was different. A Spirita's world apotheosis was similar to the indestructible diamond Vajra body that a saint martial artist could cultivate. It was an extremely higher boundary of cultivation within the Spiritas. However, because Sheng Mei's cultivation was limited to the Holy Lord realm, in addition to the massive amount of energy she consumed in facing the undying inferno, it was exceedingly difficult for her to summon her world apotheosis. To do so affected her soul source. Sheng Mei shook her head. The undying polar ice will likely attack one more time. Everyone already realized that the cold air within the world had weakened by a great deal. That previous strike just now had used up a great deal of the undying polar ice's strength, and it had begun to weaken. Even so, it hadn't used up all of its strength. It still had enough power for one final strike, and this strike absolutely would not be easy to withstand. But, Empress, Dragon's car was at a loss for words. He could only grit his teeth, heft the heavy sword in his hands, and move by her side. He knew that Sheng Mei would not heed his words, and that further arguing would only affect her mood. Terrifying cold energy started to ferment in the skies once more. The undying polar ice raised its head to the heavens and let out a clarion cry. Its body started to shrink more and more. From the size of a mountain, it rapidly shrunk to 100 foot wide. This was also because the undying polar ice had used up a great deal of its strength. It began to compress its strength and reduce the range of attack. By doing so, the might of its attack would naturally be higher. At this time, the goddess phantom behind Sheng Mei produced an ice-blue divine sword. Together with Sheng Mei, it faced the impact of the undying polar ice. A world apotheosis was a part of a Spirita's martial artist's soul. Once it was injured, it would also injure the soul source of the martial artist. As for Mo, Bright Moon, Suya, and the others, they also gripped the few remaining divine runic symbols they had, ready to face the final strike of the undying polar ice. Although it was hard to say if the divine runic symbols in their hands would be able to play any useful role, it was better to do something than nothing. No one wanted to stand there and wait for death. The many trial challengers were all in a perilous situation. They focused everything they had to resist the strike. Cold energy compressed more and more. The ice phoenix circled in the skies. Then it opened its beak and a blade-sharp beam of icy light began to form in it. You lowly, pathetic ants, do you really believe you can withstand my anger? Keep on dreaming. For a time, the ice phoenix's body lit up with a divine ice-blue light. All of its energies began rapidly fusing into this attack. Ka. The space near the phoenix's beak began to crack apart. A terrifying ice energy gathered, forming a thin beam of potent energy that shot forwards like the blade of a divine god. This divine light recklessly cut forwards, ripping through the void. Although it seemed infinitely slow, it was actually faster than lightning. This sort of strange visual illusion occurred only because this icy blue light was able to freeze even time. This power, Dragonscar's mind shook. Dragonscar was also someone that had climbed up the 33 steps of the divine seal altar. Although it had been difficult for him, he was still undoubtedly a heroic elite. His talent far surpassed Big Flame and the divine Void Crown Princes, and his sight was equally fantastic. With just a glance, he was able to see how terrifying this undying polar ice's attack truly was. How can we possibly block this? Everyone's minds trembled. Facing this blue light, the pressure upon them all was unbelievable. Sheng Mei's pupils shrank, and her palms became wet with sweat. There was the undying polar ice's final strike, and the power behind it had surpassed her imagination. She could feel that her own umbral heaven ice array would definitely be pierced through by this beam of light. If the undying polar ice continued using the same attacks as before, Sheng Mei was confident she could block it even if she was injured in the process. But the undying polar ice had condensed its final attack into a beam of light that was only as thick as a rice bowl. Once struck, her umbral heaven ice array would shatter. If the ice array shattered, the consequences would be inconceivable. Most martial artists present would die, at most 3 of them leaving. Even if Dragonscar didn't perish here, he would be grievously wounded. In that moment, Sheng Mei clenched her teeth, a rare look of hesitation in her eyes. Then they focused like she had come to a resolution of her thoughts. Over her entire body, icy blue flames ignited. Empress, you are burning your source soul force. Dragonscar cried out from beside Sheng Mei. The higher one's cultivation, the more talented one was, the more precious their source soul force and blood essence were. Sheng Mei's source soul force had already reached an unimaginably precious degree. Once she lost some, not even a transcendent divine pill would be able to make up for a tiny bit, but now she planned to burn her own soul, and possibly even discard a portion of her world apotheosis in order to incite her greatest strength and engage in a life or death battle with the undying polar ice. If Sheng Mei did this, then her divine soul was bound to suffer massive damage. And Sheng Mei's soul was extremely unique. Even with divine sovereign soul rapture's astonishing methods, it was likely he wouldn't be able to fully cure her. This would cause her future achievements to be affected. Empress, have you gone mad? Dragonscar's eyes turned blood red. He was well aware that if Sheng Mei didn't burn her source soul force, the umbral heaven ice array definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the undying polar ice's final strike. If that happened, then everyone else besides Sheng Mei in the umbral heaven ice array would die. Maybe even Dragonscar would perish here. However, even if Dragonscar had to give his life, he didn't wish to see Sheng Mei receive the smallest wound. In Dragonscar's eyes, Sheng Mei's source soul force was far more precious than everyone else's lives added together. The truth was that with Sheng Mei's cultivation and talent, she was absolutely able to retreat and avoid this strike. Although this would signal her end in the final trial, she could return next time. But she had no intention of doing this. Get out of my way, Sheng Mei's icy voice shouted out. She had already firmed her resolve. She didn't know whether it was because she had fought side by side with these people or because she felt some faint sympathy towards 1 or 2 people here. Normally, Sheng Mei couldn't care less about the lives of inferior martial artists, but today she hoped that this group wouldn't die. Moreover, she had a faint premonition that if she were to run away by herself, it would bring about a loss that she would forever regret. This inexplicable feeling forced her to stay and not retreat. In that moment, between Sheng Mei's eyebrows, the mark of a 6-leaf snow flower appeared. This mark was like a third eye, shining with a blazing light and surging with wild origin energy. Sheng Mei's hair began to wildly sweep up all around her. As the icy blue flames burned on Sheng Mei's body, as her divine soul was soaking in these flames, within the group, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning crashing down in an ice storm, piercing through all. Even with her back to Lin Ming, Sheng Mei could still feel this intense, substantialized vision. Lin Ming? You. Sheng Mei was startled. She didn't know why Lin Ming had woken up from his meditation, but when he opened his eyes, his body had already hurtled forwards. He was like a dormant great dragon that had awoken from slumber. His body shot into the skies. At this time, he ran out of the umbral heaven ice array and directly faced that terrifying ice blue light. Lin Ming! Sheng Mei was bewildered. No matter how strong Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to withstand that freezing blue light. That beam of light had reached a preposterous level of strength. Even Sheng Mei had to admit that it would be difficult to resist even after burning her soul force. Seeing the freezing blue light howl towards him, Lin Ming's gaze was cold and decisive. Within his eyes, an inverted image of the blue light appeared, shooting out like a pair of divine blue swords. Chapter 1727. Turn the Tide. Chapter 1727. Turn the Tide. It wasn't just Sheng Mei who saw this amazing scene occur, but also everyone else within the umbral heaven ice array, and even the 8 trial challengers standing far off near the center of the 5th level's entrance. All of them were shocked speechless. Could Lin Ming be thinking of committing suicide? Sir Lin, Suya, and Mo Bright Moon felt their hearts skip a beat. Lin Ming had moved far too suddenly, and even if they believed Lin Ming was strong, they didn't think he had the ability to directly resist the undying polar ice's final strike. Facing that freezing beam of light, even a half-step Empyrean would perish. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was impossible for him to block it. This fool, he is courting death. If even the Soul Empress cannot block it, then him running forwards like a fool is no different than a bug in front of a cart. The far-off watching trial challengers had previously despised Lin Ming for sitting in meditation behind a woman, but the truth was that they all understood this was the most intelligent plan. However, as they saw Lin Ming rush forwards towards the undying polar ice, his actions were the same as bringing about his own death. If they were to take 10,000 steps back and look at the wider picture, even if Lin Ming were to withstand the strike, this also meant that it would be impossible for him to have the strength to destroy the undying polar ice's egg form. According to the previous agreement, Sheng Mei was responsible for defending against the undying polar ice, and Lin Ming only needed to adjust his condition and wait until the undying polar ice turned into its egg form, and then he would thunder out with his strongest attack. Lin Ming had already adjusted his condition for an extremely long time, and now he couldn't bear it and had rushed out to attack. To everyone else, this felt as if all his efforts were going to be wasted. Facing that howling ice blue light, Lin Ming didn't fear it, but met it head-on. His entire body was wrapped in thunder and flames. However, when compared to the ice blue beam of light that could even freeze time, the flames raging on Lin Ming's body were nothing at all. This also caused Sheng Mei's heart to tighten. She faintly felt that Lin Ming would explode into action ahead of time and rush out. In truth, she didn't want to burn her source soul force, but even so, she couldn't sit idly by and not help Lin Ming. She didn't know what his plans were. Had he decided to give up on attacking the undying polar ice? At that moment, Sheng Mei also hurtled forwards. Purple soul flames blazed around her body as the 6-leaf snow flower shimmered between her eyebrows. She flew straight towards Lin Ming. Even if they had to give up on killing the undying polar ice, she couldn't allow Lin Ming to die here like this. However, Lin Ming had taken the initiative, and his speed was far too fast. It was impossible for her to catch up. Just when Lin Ming was less than 10,000 feet from colliding with the freezing blue light, a shadow rushed out from his inner world. This shadow held a giant shield in its hands, welcoming the attack of the freezing blue light. This was Lin Ming's avatar, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Pa pa pa! All of the joints within the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone began popping and exploding. The strength that came from being nourished in the God-Beast Grand Array for billions upon billions of years completely erupted into a horrifying bodily strength, rapidly surpassing that of 10 dragons. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone's comprehensive combat strength was inferior to that of Lin Ming's true body, but in terms of bodily strength alone, in terms of frontal impact, and the ability to endure strikes, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone actually far exceeded Lin Ming. If Lin Ming could be called a master martial artist of the mortal world, then the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was a wild tiger. A mortal expert could defeat a wild tiger, but in many specific situations, a wild tiger was far more useful than a mortal expert. For instance, at this very moment, at this time, behind the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, a phantom of the God-Beast tomb array appeared, and in front of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, the incomparably massive shield it held was the Primordius Gate. The primeval and simple Primordius Gate's surface was covered with innumerable strange lines of the Grand Mist laws. These lines were all formed from the primal energy of when the universe was being formed, and were naturally carved onto ancient divine stones. To take the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone as the lance, and take the Primordius Gate as the shield. Essence Energy Avatar, third seal, release. Lin Ming shouted out loud. In that instant, a boundless and incredible strength erupted from the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. In the past, when Lin Ming inherited the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone avatar from the Bronze Temple, it had 3 seals placed on it, each more powerful than the last. These seals were left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. At the Bronze Temple, Lin Ming had released the first seal, and with this strength, he had developed his inner world and broke through the Divine Lord realm. The second seal was released when he was in by Qi's tomb in the battle against Tian Mingzi. Lin Ming had bet everyone on this gamble and had released the second seal. In combination with Xiao Moxian's primordial Yin, he broke past the body transformation's heavenly Tao array diagram and entered the 9 stars of the Tao Palace boundary. Finally, there was the third seal. It was the most powerful seal, and with Lin Ming's previous cultivation, he had been unable to release it, but now he was able to do so. Facing the undying polar ice, Lin Ming opened it without hesitation. For a time, there was nothing but a terrifying thunderclap ringing in the air, like countless volcanoes erupting, like countless god-beasts roaring. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone's body suddenly rose and grew. The energy in the sky seemed to be sucked in by a massive vortex, gathering towards the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. An indescribably horrifying strength gushed out like a landslide, as this strength filled up the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone avatar, and even flooded out. All of that extra energy hurtled towards Lin Ming's main body. Lin Ming was already prepared for this. Releasing the seal of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone inevitably meant that he would have to welcome a powerful flow of energy. He shouted out loud and opened his inner world wide, completely absorbing the entirety of that raging tide of power. For a time, Lin Ming's entire body erupted with a blazing divine light. Every inch of his blood vessels, meridians, muscles, everything contained a tightly compressed and dreadful strength. Above Lin Ming's head, the sky of endless snow and ice disintegrated. 9 blazing stars appeared, letting their luminescent starlight fall down like waterfalls. And of these 9 stars, 2 were particularly bright. Their starlight corresponded to 2 Tao palaces in Lin Ming's body. A black electric light shot forth from the purple temple Dao Palace, instantly entering Lin Ming's body. Thump, thump. A vast and boundless life vitality gushed out from the depths of Lin Ming's body. All of his blood began to race, issuing sounds like surging tides crashing into each other. Each inch of his skin began to shine with starlight. His blood tumbled and surged, over-brimming with power. The heavenly retribution Dao Palace shot out a strange mystic strength from all of Lin Ming's pores. It was like trillions of arcs of electricity shot out, dissipating into the void. And at this time, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone welcomed that deep blue freezing light. This scene caused every martial artist pupils to shrink. They could already see that this figure holding the massive stone gate was Lin Ming's avatar. Was he planning on discarding his avatar? As this thought raced through everyone's minds, there was a loud bang as the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, holding the Primordius Gate, collided with that blue beam. Kacha! The void shattered. The Primordius Gate was nearly instantly frozen. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and the Primordius Gate were both sent flying away together. No matter how powerful the mortal body of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was, after this terrifying strike, its arm bones were likely shattered. A horrifying cold energy froze the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and Primordius Gate into an ice sculpture for a flesh and blood body. Even the mortal body of a peak Great World King Saint would have their body instantly frozen and then cracked into pieces. However, within the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, an incomparably terrifying blood vitality suddenly burst out. This blood vitality burned like a brilliant conflagration of flames, directly impacting into the skies. This burning blood vitality was actually able to forcefully resist the cold and make it so that the power of ice wasn't able to invade the meridians of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Beneath this smoldering blood vitality, even the ice surrounding the avatar began to slowly melt away. What? Behind the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, Sheng Mei was dumbfounded. This avatar was able to rely on its blood vitality alone to resist the cold energy of the undying polar ice. Just how powerful was this avatar's blood vitality? It was simply unimaginable. Even an adult god beast might not be able to rely on its blood vitality alone to resist the freezing cold impact of the undying polar ice. But Lin Ming's avatar had a powerful blood vitality, one that blazed like a massive fireball, and it was actually able to resist the strike. Just how was this avatar refined? In terms of the power of blood vitality alone, this avatar far surpassed Lin Ming's main body. Although all of these thoughts raced through Sheng Mei's mind, she didn't divert any of her attention. She could instantly see that the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was not enough to withstand the ever-cold light of the undying polar ice. No matter how pure and potent the blood vitality of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, or how strong its body was, it was still unable to compare with the undying polar ice. It was knocked away by the freezing blue light, and that freezing blue light continued hurtling toward Sheng Mei and everyone else. But because that freezing blue light was blocked by the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, a great deal of its power had been weakened. In that moment, as Lin Ming saw the freezing blue light shooting towards him, his steps moved, and he used the space laws to avoid its attack path. Sheng Mei immediately understood what had happened. Lin Ming only used his avatar to block the momentum of the freezing blue light. He still planned to maintain his strength and attack the undying polar ice's egg form. As for the remains of the freezing blue light, that would be handled by Sheng Mei. Now, the freezing blue light had 30 to 40% of its initial energy diminished. If Sheng Mei wanted to resist this strike, she wouldn't need to burn her source soul force anymore. When Lin Ming struck out in that final moment, he had not only retained his strength, but also protected Sheng Mei. Moreover, his plans remained unchanged. he was still planning to strike down the undying polar ice. Such methods, such daring boldness. All of that left Sheng Mei shocked, even feeling admiration. Throughout all her long years of life, Sheng Mei had never felt admiration towards a junior. Primal chaos, law eyes. Umbral heaven ice array. Sheng Mei cried out. The purple soul flames that covered her body hid themselves as she no longer had to burn her source soul force. Even so, the 6-leaf snow flower mark between her eyebrows glowed with an ever brighter light. A touching song spread through the world once more. The peerless goddess behind Sheng Mei, her world apotheosis, also attacked. The deep ice blue sword came slashing down. The ribbon that fluttered around Sheng Mei flew high in the skies, covering all space around for 100 miles. Kacha! The undying polar ice's freezing blue light crashed into Sheng Mei's umbral heaven ice array. The frozen essence spirit embryo stone crashed into the umbral heaven ice array like a meteor. As for the freezing blue light, it was blocked outside. The entire ice array wildly shook and countless chunks of ice fell down. Hundreds of thousands of runes around the array formation dimmed to nothing, completely vanishing altogether. Seeing the chants, Mo, Bright Moon, Suya, and the others throughout all the remaining divine runic symbols in their hands. Heavenly fire burned in the skies, and arcs of thunder twisted about. After being weakened again and again, the terrifying freezing blue light became darker and darker until it finally failed to pierce through the umbral heaven ice array. With the cooperation of everyone here, the undying polar ice's final strike had been staved off. Chapter 1728, Ice Egg. Chapter 1728, Ice Egg. Key. They blocked it. They really blocked it. Seeing the freezing blue beam of light scatter into sparkling motes in the sky, everyone within the umbral heaven ice array was excited. They felt as if they had just taken a round trip through the gates of hell. Even though none of them had much strength left over, they were burning with incomparable joy in their hearts. Great! Awesome! Dragon's Car gripped his fists together. Even though his entire body was soaked in blood, there was a stupidly happy smile on his face. He was certainly happy. This was because even until the end, Sheng Mei hadn't burnt any of her soul force. She only used up some origin energy and would be able to fully recover after some rest, not suffering any side effects at all. There wasn't anything more important than this. This Lin Ming is really terrifying. Dragon's Car looked up at Lin Ming in the sky. At this time, he had opened 2 Dao palaces, and the power of thunder and fire was twined around his entire body. He gave off a noble and striking momentum. He originally thought that Lin Ming wouldn't help in defending, but at the very end it was because of Lin Ming that they were able to cross this most difficult pass. It wasn't just Dragon's Car that was thinking this, but many others had this thought. Far away, the 8 trial challengers were also staring at each other in blank dismay. They had all fled from danger because they didn't believe this battle could be won. They didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to crush the ice egg, and they thought it was unlikely that Sheng Mei would be able to block the undying polar ice's attacks. Rather, it should be said that even if Sheng Mei was able to block the undying polar ice's attacks, there was still a high chance they could die here. In this sort of situation, it was a completely reasonable decision for them to leave. But now, they never imagined that the 10 individuals would be able to withstand the attack of the undying polar ice without any deaths. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Cold air recklessly howled, 100,000 feet high in the skies. Although the undying polar ice's final strike had consumed most of its strength, it still hadn't faded from the world. It continued to maintain its ice phoenix form, but its body was extremely blurry. You stupid ants, you have truly provoked my anger, Originally, I didn't want to kill you, but now I have changed my mind. All of you can die here." The undying polar ice roared, its terrifying voice resounding through the world. Horrifying. Bang. With a loud explosion, the undying polar ice's ice energy poured into the earth. The glaciers covering the ground began to thicken at an alarming rate. What? How can the undying polar ice still have such terrifying strength left? Everyone was shocked. They had no idea just what the undying polar ice was doing. And at this time, the continually quiet Sheng Mei's complexion changed. She finally understood what the undying polar ice was doing. It had indeed consumed too much energy, so it was impossible for it to send out another wave of attacks, but it was still able to use the last dregs of its strength to freeze the space node connecting the 4th and 5th levels. She said, startled, "Be careful. It is sealing up the space channel to return to the 4th level." Sheng Mei's words shocked everyone present. The undying polar ice wanted to cage them in here. The 5th level had a multiple space node. If a trial challenger gave up on killing the 5th level's overlord, they could retreat to the entrance. After a period of time, the space node would automatically expand and open, forming the channel from the 5th level to the 4th level. Otherwise, if a trial challenger was able to strike down the 5th level's overlord, then another spatial node would open, forming the channel from the 5th level to the 6th level. The undying polar ice used its power to freeze the space node, thus postponing the opening of it, and in a mere half-incense stick of time, the undying polar ice would complete its second nirvana and reform into the undying inferno. Once this happened, it would be impossible for the exhausted group to block its attacks once more. Damn it. This beast wants to lock us in here. M.O., Bright Moon, Moon Pond, Dragon's Car, and the others with them remained calm. As for the 8 trial challengers that had withdrawn to the entrance, they felt their hands and feet turn numb. Once the undying polar ice completed its nirvana, the consequences could be imagined. And at this time, Sheng Mei was tranquilly sitting in the void, her eyes still emitting a mystic light. A black vortex appeared above her head, absorbing and condensing heaven and earth origin energy so that it wildly merged into her body. At this time, she was incomparably calm. No matter what happened, she had to restore her strength as soon as possible. Only then would she be able to deal with the ever-shifting situation. The undying polar ice's cold eyes focused on Lin Ming. It could clearly feel the killing intent on Lin Ming. This human would surely attack him. "Ha ha! Human, you want to kill me? Interesting. How interesting. Then let me see what methods you have to kill me. You can either forcefully withstand my 9 nirvanas, or you can pierce through my nirvanic egg. But in my nirvana state, as the undying polar ice, my shell's defense is even greater than it is as the undying inferno. I will wait for you." Ha! The undying polar ice recklessly laughed. Its body grew smaller and smaller as energy dissipated from it. Lin Ming's eyes were icy cold. His aura erupted. The terrifying strength unsealed from the essence spirit embryo stone still roiled within his body, wanting to break free from him. He sunk his energy into his inner world. A large tree began to rapidly bloom behind Lin Ming. This was the heretical god tree. But this time, it didn't seem like a phantom of the heretical god tree at all, but a true and sublimely supreme divine tree. This divine tree was covered with ancient marks, as if an azure dragon had forcefully grasped onto the bark. The branches and leaves that decorated the crown were lush and verdant, each one showing off a differently styled leaf. Some leaves billowed with flames, emitting the source fire laws of heavenly tribulation. On other leaves lingered arcs of crackling thunder, roaring and crackling. This was the power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation that lived in harmony above the heretical god tree. These two powers of heavenly tribulation emitted an inexplicably powerful pressure, causing the surrounding space to distort as if it would collapse at any moment. The heretical god tree had appeared in its true form, and the power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation, also displayed its true meaning. Faintly, plumes of enchanting flames mixed together with arcs of lightning, like dragons of thunder and fire twining together. This was the peak manifestation of Lin Ming's understanding of the heretical god force. The powers manifested once more and rose. Within the heavenly tribulation flames, there even seemed to be fire phoenixes crying out and stretching their wings. Within each flame, there was a phoenix phantom dancing about like a captivating dream. The undying polar ice stared at the heretical god tree behind Lin Ming, a sneer forming on its face. Finally, its energy was completely exhausted. The endless power of ice laws between the heavens and earth collapsed, and the blue light swirling in the world also dimmed. In the next moment, the cold energy within the world seemed to be summoned by something. It wildly rushed towards the undying polar ice, as all the power of ice laws retracted into the body of the undying polar ice. Ripples of cold energy crazily circled in the air, forming a giant blue vortex. At the center of this vortex, all of the cold energy gathered together, becoming increasingly thick and tangible as it formed a massive ice egg. This ice egg was like an oval-shaped ice mountain. All around it, runes shimmered like stars as a mystical bright luster emitted from it. Lin Ming against the ice egg. Dark, strong winds howled. Lin Ming's black clothes flapped in the endless ice storm, his hair dancing wildly around him. Everyone held their breath. In their field of vision, it was like the only image left was Lin Ming's figure. This was the final strike. No matter how magnificent or wondrous the previous battle had been, if this final strike were to fail, then everything would have been for naught. Everyone here would die. Then a spear appeared in Lin Ming's hand. This spear appeared so abruptly that no one noticed where it had come from. It was like it had always been in Lin Ming's hands. The spear was pitch black without the slightest sheen to it. The spear tip was cold and sharp, bringing with it a primal and boundless aura. The fierce aura seemed as if it were a dragon itself being born within it. What spear is that? Everyone was shocked. Even from far away, they could still feel the horrifying aura on the spear, rendering them unable to move. They could intuitively feel that this spear was peerless. It certainly must have cut down countless powerhouses during its existence, many of them characters that were unimaginably fearful. Lin Ming took a deep breath and closed his eyes, feeling the murderous intent within the black dragon spear. With his current strength, he was unable to incite the full power of the spear. Just attacking once with the black dragon spear would use up the majority of Lin Ming's strength, so this wasn't a weapon he could bring out whenever he wanted. For him to bring out this black dragon spear now indicated that he was ready to engage in a final life or death struggle. With another deep breath, Lin Ming's body seemed to darken. A thick smell of blood gushed out from within Lin Ming's body, as if an ancient death god were being born from within him. His entire figure emitted a strange blood-red mist, thick and dense. Dragon scales emerged from beneath Lin Ming's skin, wrapping around his entire body. His hair lengthened, growing long. His black hair seemed to become dyed with fresh blood, becoming a vivid bright red. Pa. His joints crackled and popped. His body rose, becoming taller. Red flames seemed to cover his face, condensing into a blood-red mask of curse seals. A mystic power of thunder lingered around his body, turning darker until it became a pitch-black armor of thunder that constantly flashed around him. Lin Ming had awoken the Azura blood within his body, undergoing a body metamorphosis to become an Azura death god. What kind of power is this? Chapter 1729, Exterminating the Undying Polar Ice. Chapter 1729, Exterminating the Undying Polar Ice. As Lin Ming rushed towards the ice egg, a sharp phoenix cry split through the endless skies. A blazing flame phoenix rushed out from the crowd of people, flying straight towards Lin Ming. Everyone was shocked. That is Xiao Moxian. Some people recognized Xiao Moxian, but they didn't dare to believe it was her. At this time, even Xiao Moxian had undergone a body metamorphosis into a dark phoenix, just like Sheng Mei's ice phoenix, contract beast. Both of these two phoenixes were of royal lineage. However, Sheng Mei's was an ice phoenix that was covered with ice, whereas Xiao Moxian was a dark phoenix, her entire body burning with brilliant flames. Xiao Moxian cried out, her call echoing in the heavens. Pitch-black flames shot out from her body, rolling up into the sky. After completing 2 nirvanas, she had gained the ability to transform her body into that of a true phoenix. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian flew through the air together, their speed becoming faster and faster, their 2 figures nearly fusing into one. Annihilating nirvanic flames completely poured into Lin Ming's black dragon spear. The black dragon spear's spear light spread 1,000 feet further. The tip of the spear point burned with nirvanic flames, perfectly melting together with the power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation as it tore through space. Lin Ming gathered all of his potential for this strike. He opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, bringing with him billions and billions of genes of strength. In addition to the Azura blood having been awakened within him, his body felt as if it contained the strength of infinite dragons. Even if a star were to stand in front of Lin Ming, it would be shattered all the same. Such terrifying strength all rested within the dim, black dragon spear, as if the spear itself sensed Lin Ming's monstrous killing intent. It began to hum with excitement. Ka, ka, ka. It was like a black dragon soaring through the world. The thick mist around the ice egg was constantly torn apart by the black dragon spear. The power of ice laws that gushed out was able to freeze anything, but even that was forcefully obliterated by the billowing power of thunder and fire. The black dragon spear itself weighed more than 10 billion genes. Under such a high-speed impact, its destructive might could be imagined. Moreover, the power of thunder and fire that twisted around the shaft was able to suppress the ice laws to the limit. With Lin Ming's powerful mortal bodily strength added on, as well as the blood-drenched, mystic strength of the Azura blood, the power behind this strike had reached the pinnacle. Endless power of fire laws, endless power of thunder laws. Lin Ming's strike was like a bombardment of endless blood-red meteors and falling bolts of thunder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body roiled with inexhaustible power. His entire body had become a blazing meteor, carrying with it an indescribable momentum. Finally, he smashed into the ice egg in one potent strike. Reckless heavenly tribulation fire, nirvanic flames, destructive thunder tribulation. All of it attacked every inch of the ice egg. The entire ice egg was instantly surrounded by burning flames and raging thunder. Thunder and fire collided. Each collision could turn endless mountains and rivers to ashes, could evaporate entire seas. Underneath this strength, the seemingly inexhaustible ice law runes atop the ice egg began to tremble and break down. Ka, ka, ka. With a frightening sound, atop the ice egg that possessed incredible defensive powers, a crack appeared. The Azura heavenly Tao laws that Lin Ming practiced gave him an unbelievably sharp insight. Even through the savage and tyrannical onslaught of energy, he was still able to instantly deduce the location of this almost imperceptible crack. The ice laws lingered around this crack, wanting to fuse the crack back together. But how could Lin Ming give it such a chance? In that moment, a sharp light burst out from Lin Ming's eyes. The black dragon spear seemed to become a flaming black dragon, directly crashing into that singular point on the ice egg. Kacha! With a loud explosion, the crack was torn open. Lin Ming grit his teeth, suppressing the severe pain in his arms, and brought the black dragon spear crashing down again and again. This black dragon spear was over 10 billion genes heavy. Just by wielding it, the inertia alone would cause a massive pressure to rip through Lin Ming's body. No matter how powerful Lin Ming's body was, he still couldn't withstand the burden, and his muscles constantly tore. Blood rained down, gas to the flames. Lin Ming's eyes were blood red. Spear after spear, the crack grew longer and longer beneath this unprecedented barrage. Those trial challengers looking far off from the distance were shocked. Even Sheng Mei had stopped restoring her wounds, her bright eyes staring straight at Lin Ming, unblinking. This high-intensity barrage continued unabated. Every strike could easily slaughter a world king. It was hard to imagine that this was the attack of a junior. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within the horrifying explosions of energy, wild dragon roars and resounding phoenix cries wove together. The ice egg cracked apart more and more. And at this time, Lin Ming could already feel the cruel soul sealed within the ice egg howl at him in warning. This was the overlord of the 5th level, the soul of the undying polar ice. Lin Ming diabolically grinned. He had already become an incarnation of an Azura, his killing intent blotting out the world like a demon. This cold and gloomy soul aura was only able to arouse his killing desires. You want to run away? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He could feel the soul trying to escape deep into the earth. He certainly remembered what happened when Sheng Mei attacked the undying Inferno's egg. Although the eggshell had cracked, the soul had fled underground where it slowly bred into the undying polar ice. How could Lin Ming allow the same mistake to occur twice? One difference between him and Sheng Mei was that he thoroughly understood the Azura laws. He had long been prepared for this. In an instant, countless Azura runes shot out from Lin Ming's body, locking in the space for 1,000 feet and blocking every possible escape direction of the undying polar ice's soul. In the final trial, no matter where, the Azura laws were the supreme laws, the ultimate adjudicator. It was a simple task for him to imprison the undying polar ice's soul that had lost all strength. Human, you are seeking death. The undying polar ice was enraged. Its cruel and oppressive aura spread into Lin Ming's mind. But Lin Ming only sneered, "The one seeking death is you." Lin Ming burnt 20% of his blood essence with the gate of life. Then his strength erupted once more. With his blood-stained arms, he moved the black dragon spear and stabbed it into the ice egg's crack, thrusting straight ahead. Die. Lin Ming's voice was cold, and his expression was ferocious and callous. In that moment, dragons of fire and thunder burst out from the black dragon spear, rumbling into the ice egg. Bang, bang, bang. The power of thunder and fire detonated. The inside of the ice egg was turned into a cataclysm of flames. The undying polar ice's soul was caught up in this explosion. It sent out heart-tearing screams as it was burned and refined by these flames. Human, you and I cannot live under the same skies. Then I'll suppress you and take away your chance. The Azure metamorphosized Lin Ming wildly laughed. He shot out the myriad demon karmic wheel, locking onto the undying polar ice's soul within the ice egg. At the same time, the ice egg was unable to withstand the series of explosions occurring within it, and it began to blast open. The massive ice egg started to collapse. Crash! Bang! Bang! Endless sheets of ice fell down, covering the ice and even submerging Lin Ming. In that moment, the undying polar ice had been killed by Lin Ming. Chapter 1730, Souls of Ice and Fire. Chapter 1730, Souls of Ice and Fire. After the ice egg shattered, the scattered pieces of crushed ice were swallowed up by the power of thunder and fire. Bang! With a loud blast, the heap of ice exploded, sending countless chunks of ice flying everywhere. Lin Ming raised the black dragon spear and rushed out from the ice debris. His entire body was covered with blood that was nearly frozen over. There were countless wounds on his body, and muscles all over him were torn. His blood vessels had burst apart in many areas. These wounds weren't caused by just the undying polar ice, but from the fact that his body couldn't withstand the burden of the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear was simply far too heavy. Moreover, the energy needed to move it was mind-boggling. For Lin Ming to destroy the ice egg in a short time, he was forced to overdraw his energy. At this time, the power from the Azura blood had yet to leave him. He was still in his Azura body metamorphosis state, looking like a death god that crawled out from the blood ponds of hell. Bang! Crash! Behind Lin Ming, as the undying polar ice died. Massive glaciers began to split apart, melting in raging floods and waterfalls that flooded the land. Crazy waves soared into the sky, but because there was an invisible force field around Lin Ming, none of the water was able to approach him. It simply swept away from his side. Seeing this scene, all of the trial challengers held their breath, unable to summon any words. After Lin Ming activated the Azura blood, his aura was far too powerful. That invisible force field surrounding him gave off a deeply oppressive feeling. Besides Sheng Mei, even Dragonscar, Soul Sky, and the others also felt themselves panting for breath as they faced Lin Ming's Azura slaughter energy. As for those 8 trial challengers in the distance that had fled earlier, they were even more despondent. When the ice egg exploded, their chins nearly hit the ground. They couldn't believe that the 5th level overlord, the existence that even Sheng Mei couldn't kill, had been slain by Lin Ming. How could this have happened? The undying polar ice died like this. Although the truth was before them, the 8 of them still found this reality hard to accept. This was because they had run away earlier. Even if the undying polar ice was slain, it had nothing to do with them. Maybe it hasn't died. Sheng Mei also destroyed the undying Inferno's Phoenix egg, although she didn't do it so thoroughly like Lin Ming did. Even so, the undying Inferno was reborn later. Perhaps the undying polar ice has temporarily gone underground, and it hasn't died. A trial challenger said with unwillingness in his voice. He didn't want to think that after he had wavered and left earlier, this junior Lin Ming, that was far younger than him, had completed the seemingly impossible trial, and he had nothing to do with it. If he couldn't obtain something, he definitely didn't want others to. But at this time, the 8 people suddenly shook. A message had popped up in their minds, informing them that the 5th level trial had been completed. The 5th level overlord had really died, and their completion percentage hadn't increased at all. It's over. The 8 trial challengers stood there in a daze, their eyes losing focus. The requirement to enter the 6th level was to participate in striking down the 5th level overlord. But as for them, they had withdrawn in the final stage and had excluded themselves from the trial. In other words, their journey in the final trial had come to an end. They had missed out on entering the 6th level. As they realized this, they regretted it to the point of their intestines turning green. This was the final trial's 6th level. The 6th level, just what sort of concept was that? It was a billion-year legend. In all that time, no one had set foot in it. If they could have stepped foot in the 6th level and returned to their sect, then the honor they would have received, the glory, the worship of countless young disciples. They would also have received the rewards and lucky chances of crossing the 5th level. It might even have changed their lives and affected their future achievements. Thinking of this, Not only did their livers hurt, but their hearts hurt, their balls hurt, and they felt sick as their intestines twisted into knots. The 8 of them stared at each other in dismay, wanting to smack themselves with both hands. Because of their fear, they had missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this time, Sheng Mei, Dragon's Car, Bright Moon, and the others had all landed from the sky and were running towards Lin Ming. They had also received the message from the final trial. Although they had confirmed that the undying polar ice had died, Dragon's Car, Fanny Fafa, and the others still weren't able to regain their composure yet, although the undying polar ice had been killed because they all worked together. The truth was that besides Sheng Mei, Lin Ming, and Xiao Moxian, the others only played a limited role in the battle. In particular, Lin Ming. His performance was far too spectacular. Dragon's Car watched as Lin Ming's body metamorphosis gradually faded away, his scales vanishing into his body. He was at a loss for words. When he first saw Lin Ming, he had despised him due to a sense of superiority. But now, he gulped and obediently stood behind Sheng Mei, not daring to say anything. Originally, Lin Ming was supposed to manage offense, while Sheng Mei managed defense. But in the end, Sheng Mei had overdrawn her own soul force, causing her to leak blood from her lips, and even during this time, Lin Ming was still sitting in meditation, adjusting his condition. Dragon's Car had certainly seen this, and he felt that all of the advantages were taken by Lin Ming, and the price Sheng Mei had to pay was far too high. But during the undying polar ice's final attack, the originally meditating Lin Ming suddenly woke up and played an important role in defending against the strike. If it weren't for Lin Ming, then Sheng Mei would have burned her soul force, and the others might have died. What Dragon's Car felt most unbelievable was that even after Lin Ming moved to help Sheng Mei defend, he still managed to kill the undying polar ice. Such a heaven-defying method truly left Dragon's Car no choice but to deeply admire him. No matter which race, it was in the 33 heavens. All of them admired powerhouses. Dragon's Car's superiority originally came from Sheng Mei. He didn't believe that there was anyone in existence that could compare to her. At just the 6th revolution, there was nearly no one that could rival her talent beneath the true divinity realm. As for the 7th, 8th, and 9th revolution, it was even more difficult to imagine. But now, Lin Ming's appearance had far surpassed Sheng Mei. The natural feeling of superiority in Dragon's Car's heart was also destroyed. In the future, Lin Ming would rise to heights that were hard to imagine. It was simply impossible to judge with Dragon's Car's current experiences. Lin Ming. Sheng Mei looked at Lin Ming and took a deep breath. Her voice was faint and ghostly. I originally thought that humanity's destiny had come to an end, but I never imagined that after 6 billion years, someone like you would appear. Perhaps you are humanity's good fortune. Sheng Mei's words seemed like high praise towards Lin Ming, but Lin Ming heard something else. A light shined in his eyes. He asked, "Is humanity's destiny already exhausted?" Sheng Mei's words concealed a hidden meaning. That was that she believed humanity would likely perish in the great world calamity. "Empress, are you saying that humanity will perish underneath the saints?" Lin Ming pressed the question. 6 billion years ago, another great calamity descended. The barriers separating the 33 heavens weakened, vanished, allowing alien races to invade. During this great calamity, humanity's destiny became increasingly weak. True divinities died, geniuses were on the wane, and compared to the saints and spiritas, humanity became far, far weaker. Now, if humanity couldn't overcome this great calamity, it was likely that they would perish. Sheng Mei didn't directly respond. Instead, she vaguely said, "Within birth there is death. The cycle of samsara turns again and again. Nothing is permanent. The heavenly Tao can change. Even stars can burn out, much less lives and races. 10 billion years ago, The ancient races were magnificent beyond compare, but even they vanished without a trace in the river of time. The destruction of humanity isn't strange at all. Sheng Mei seemed as if she was speaking of eternal truths, but within her words, Lin Ming could hear a little regret and unwillingness. Sheng Mei, was she really willing to enter samsara and die? Inexplicably, Lin Ming thought of the Sparita's holy scripture and the stone of eternal life recorded within it. Eternal life. To a martial artist, these two words were an irresistible temptation. The destruction of humanity isn't strange at all. Lin Ming silently mumbled to himself. He didn't have an answer to Sheng Mei. He would not allow humanity to be destroyed in this great calamity. The human race was his roots. Without the roots, how could the leaves survive? As Sheng Mei and Lin Ming were speaking, the cold energy that the undying polar ice gathered had already dissipated. The entire fifth level had been restored to the state it was at during the beginning. The glaciers melted, turning into lakes. Even the temperature turned back to normal. And above the largest lake, a gray wheel was slowly floating. Atop this wheel, the phantoms of countless demons appeared. It looked evil to the extreme. The gazes of all trial challengers were focused on this wheel. This was Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. And within the center of the myriad demon karmic wheel, there were two masses of soul fire. One soul fire was flame red and emitted a terrifying heat. The other was ice blue and exuded a chilling cold. Extreme heat and extreme cold. These two masses of soul fire were sealed within the center of the myriad demon karmic wheel, peacefully coexisting with each other. Without needing to think, one could tell that these two masses of soul fire were left behind by the fifth level's overlord. The flame red soul fire was the undying inferno, and the ice blue soul fire was the undying polar ice. These two masses of soul fire were rare treasures of the fifth level overlord. For a time, everyone looked at Lin Ming. As the one who had finally struck down the fifth level overlord, they would have to ask Lin Ming how he wanted to distribute these two soul fires. Lin Ming reached out his hand. The myriad demon karmic wheel flew back to him, spinning above his palm. Seeing the myriad demon karmic wheel, Sheng Mei's hands slightly moved. She could feel that this myriad demon karmic wheel contained all sorts of mysterious changes, and she was unable to see through any of them for a time. This cultivation method was obviously extraordinary. Lin Ming gently touched the myriad demon karmic wheel, guiding the ice blue soul fire to fly out. As the ice blue soul fire flew through the air, it left behind a path of frost, even freezing the void around it. From far away, the trial challengers could feel a cruel and evil aura from this mass of ice blue flames. This was the undying polar ice's tyrannical soul. Although its body had been destroyed, its soul hadn't died. Lin Ming looked at Sheng Mei. With a flick of his fingers, this soul fire flew towards her. Soul Empress, the polar ice soul fire that the fifth level overlord left behind will be handed over to you. The remnant will of the undying polar ice is still within, and it won't be easy to absorb, but I don't think this can stop the Soul Empress. During this trial, Soul Empress Sheng Mei's role was without doubt. She accounted for nearly half the effort. By all reasonable principles, half of the treasures that the fifth level overlord left should be given to her. In particular, the undying polar ice was a treasure of the extreme cold attribute. It was inestimably useful to Sheng Mei and could be considered a great lucky chance. As for the others, it was impossible for them to absorb it. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.